And for those who enjoy this channel and would love to support us financially, please feel free to hit that donate link. We'd greatly appreciate it. God bless.
Hey guys, it's Standing for Truth coming to you. I am live here with a couple guests. We got a really exciting debate ahead of us today. I'd like to thank Dr. Kent Hovind, and Snake Was Right is who he goes by on his YouTube channel. Thanks so much for giving us your time for this really exciting debate. So let's get right into it, shall we? I've gotten a film free here who's going to be co-moderating with me, so I want to thank him for that. This debate, it's going to be fast-paced and engaging. I'll have Neff here start it off by reading the format for the debate, and we'll get right into it.
Okay, so the debate format is as follows: 2 5-minute openings. There'll be 2 periods of 4 minutes for rebuttal each, 4 minutes apiece twice, a 20-minute discussion period, and 2 3-minute closings. Then we'll have an 8-minute question and answer section. So with that, I guess we're ready to begin. Dr. Hovind or Snake was right. Which one is going first?
Oh, he can go first. No problem.
Okay. Taylor, I'll start the clock for your 5-minute opening when you begin speaking.
Okay, I'm just setting something up real quick, and we will begin. I want to share my screen, too, if that's all right. Can I do that now?
You should be able to from the link on the side, the left there.
There we go.
Yep.
I'll be right back. My mouse just died.
Oh.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, now we do.
Okay. So what we're going to be focusing on today is the debate topic is evolution scientific? So we're going to have to define what scientific is and what evolution is. So what we're talking about is biological evolution, which is defined as descent with modifications, or also defined more narrowly as the change in genetic composition of a population from generation to generation. That's from my personal textbook. Oxford Dictionaries also says it's the process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier forms during the history of the Earth. So what we're talking about is the change of existing life forms. We are not talking about abiogenesis or how life began, only how existing life changes. What is not biological evolution? As I've explained, how life began, abiogenesis. Chemical evolution, how simpler molecules became more complex outside of this process of reproducing life forms. Cosmic evolution, how the celestial bodies formed due to gravity in the Big Bang. Evolution of cars, evolution of arms and armor, any other type of evolution, that is not referring to the change of living things. I sincerely hope my opponent does not try that straw man. So microevolution, my opponent already agrees with, which is a change in allele frequency in a population due to recombination and mutation. What he does not agree with is that exact same process at an above species level. So that process applied to a change between species. Let's see. So there are 3 possibilities here with creationism. Either 99.998% of life scientists are desperately ignorant about the topic of our own study, and amateur scientists, like biblical literalists, know more about science than the actual scientists do. That's possibility number 1. Possibility number 2 is that 99.998% of scientists, including a majority of Christians, are all acting under the religion of scientism and working for some sort of vague atheist conspiracy. The third option is that the amateurs are demonstrating the Dunning-Kruger effect, where they are unable to sense or acknowledge their own incompetence. And this is not some sort of attack on anyone. I'm an amateur in many subjects. But the young Earth creationist narrative necessarily relies on a conspiracy theory because they will not admit possibility number 1 or possibility number 2. So we're going to go over the formal logic of evolution, and we'll see if Kent agrees with this at all. Premise 1, we observe divergent population change due to change of allele frequency and inherited modifications. Premise 2, that's evolution. Premise 3, we observe changes between populations in the fossil layers. Premise 4, populations in the layer trend toward modern life and more diversity as you go up towards the younger layers. Premise 5, evolution and phylogeny predict new fossils and where to find new and old ones. Conclusion, evolution is responsible for the changes in populations between fossil layers. So a possible conversation topic we could have is Kent could point out where in those premises or conclusion he disagrees with.
Taylor, you have 1 minute 43 seconds.
1 whole minute? Okay, so we're just going to go over the methodology of science versus religion. Science observes and gathers evidence, produces a hypothesis or a theory, which produces a prediction, and that prediction is tested, and we go with those observations, and we either retest it or go to other questions. Now, this is the methodology of science, and evolution fits this methodology. The methodology of religion is to just assume your religious book is true, and then try to make all of the evidence fit that. Creationism already acknowledges that evolution is true and scientific. What we're going to disagree on is whether or not that constitutes common ancestry in the fossil record. To say that a non-cow came from a cow or that a cow came from a non-cow is a straw man of evolution. But I'm sure this will come up. Evolution is true because it's scientific because we observe it, because our theories make testable predictions in virology and geology. And since we've never seen a special creation, there's no reason to assume it. And certain unique genes are conserved among lineages when they develop. And this is how we tell paternity and ancestry within species. And the changes of the exact same type of mutation occurring is low. What happens is called convergent evolution. The changes of the exact same mutation in the exact same gene is about 1 in 113 billion. So the chances to say that evolution is more likely than creationism is indeed scientific by all definitions. And that's where I rest my case.
Okay, I'll reset the timer. 5 minutes. Dr. Hovind, whenever you begin speaking, I'll begin the timer.
All right, Taylor, can you put your slides back up? Number 10. Let's start there. I'd be glad to address all of these things. I can see why you believe in evolution. I don't think you understand what creation teaches. So, no, I'm sorry, keep going. Number 11, 12, I think it's 11. Oh, you didn't use those, did you?
Which one are you looking for? The logic one or the methodology?
Sure, that's fine. All right.
I have this variant too, and it might be a little bit more agree to you.
I'll back up 2 more before the conspiracy one. So it'll be slide number 5. Back up 2. Okay. You said there are 3 possibilities here. Oh, back up right there. This is where you're mistaken. That's like saying are elephants orange or are elephants pink? There are more options than that, okay? You've given 3 possibilities, all of which are obviously wrong. That's not how you do science. You don't limit it to 3 and then pick which of the 3 you want. There's a 4th possibility you haven't even considered here. There's probably more than 4 possibilities. If it's going to be logic, I mean, you got to use logic. You got to say, hold it. Why are we limiting it to 3? I think some of you evolutionists have limited it down to say, okay, we know life evolved. Now we just have to figure out how. Well, you need to back up and always be willing to re-examine your premise. We don't know that life evolved. I always, in my seminar, show the 6 different meanings of the word evolution, which you had up here, and you only want to talk about number 5 and 6. Are the changes that we see within are variations within what I would call the same kind, and you use the word species, it never varies beyond that. So I would say all 3 of your possibilities listed here are not part of the question. It's not part of the answer either. The 4th possibility is that God created the animals and plants to bring forth after their kind, and he gave them an incredible gene code that is able to vary for many different ways and many different reasons, but it stays within the same kind. I use the example all the time of dogs. Dogs there are quite a few varieties of dogs in the world. The American Kennel Association recognizes 339 breeds of dogs. They might have had a common ancestor called a dog. That is exactly what the Bible says is going to happen. And yet you are saying that dogs are related to bananas if you go back far enough in time. And I suspect that you would say, no, we know dogs will always produce dogs. I don't understand how you evolutionists cannot see the obvious in front of you. You will say going forward in the future, dogs always produce dogs. But in the past, something non-dog had to produce a dog. If you believe dogs and bananas have a common ancestor, which I'm sure you do, was that common ancestor a dog or a banana? Which one was it? And did it turn into something other than its kind? And how could evolution happen in the past? We don't see it in the present. We don't see dogs produce anything but dogs. I would like to point out also, Taylor, I'm sure you've heard me say this, that no fossils at all, no fossils are going to count for evidence for evolution. When you find fossils in the dirt, all you really can prove is it died. You cannot prove that fossil had any children that lived. You certainly couldn't prove it had children that lived that were different. And instead of looking for fossils for your evidence, why don't you watch what the farmers are doing today? There's a whole lot of animals having babies all over the world, and they always produce the same kind. Cows produce cows, dogs produce dogs. There is no evidence of any change beyond what I would call the same kind. There's no evidence of this happening any place on planet Earth in recorded history. So you have incredible faith to believe it happened in the past, long ago and far away, but that's not science. What we see today are roughly 8,000 different kinds of animals on land, depending on how you want to count them. There's a website called baraminology.com that deals with the baramin, which is the Hebrew word for kind, and they're trying to calculate how many kinds of animals are there in the world. And the guess is on land about 8,000. In the
50
water,
seconds.
In the water, thousands more. But the Bible says they will bring forth after their kind. So without referring to fossils or something in the past that certainly wouldn't hold up as evidence for evolution at all, like the walking lungfish or whatever, maybe it was designed to be that way. You don't know that that's a transition between anything. When it has babies, they turn out just like their mom and dad. And when they have grandbabies, they turn out like mom and dad. So you somehow believe that this came from something that was non-walking lungfish, and this is simply not science. I wish you could see it, Taylor. What you have is a religion. You believe strongly that in the past, animals were able to do something no animal today can do, produce something other than their kind. The Bible says 20 times in the first 7 chapters, they'll bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen. So I rest my case.
Okay, Taylor, you have 4 minutes, and then we'll do this twice each. So I'm setting the clock at 4 minutes. Taylor, I'll begin when you start speaking.
I think Taylor, I think you're muted. I muted you for Dr. Hovind's presentation. You just got to unmute yourself.
Oh. Okay. Is my screen up?
Yes.
Okay. So we don't just draw lines on a piece of paper and say it happened. The reason we know it happened is because we have models that make accurate predictions about when and where the fossils are going to be. And since we predict transitional fossils being transitions between 2 different solid species groups, and then we go find it exactly where we expected it to be, that confirms our model. So let's talk about kinds. Is this a cat or a dog kind? No creationist has ever been able to answer, and to me this proves that links between kinds exist because traits can be mixed such that you can't tell and that they lead into one another. This is still evolution. My opponent has already admitted that my thesis in this debate. Microevolution is evolution. I'm going to humor him with macroevolution though, because that's pretty much the crux of our misunderstanding here. He says that we've never observed any kind of species transforming into a different kind. And by his definition of kind, we have witnessed this. It's called a ring species. Each species in this line is able to reproduce with the next one, the one next to it. But the earliest and the latest form are not able to reproduce. They're not able to bring forth. They are not the same kind. So that's like saying A equals B equals C, but C does not equal A. That is mathematically, logically incoherent. And yes, this has been proven. We see speciation. We see speciation in real time with algae, and we see them go from single cellular to colonial or to multicellular with different tissues and different cell functions. So why would God make each of these species individually and specially, a special creation for each single one of these steps? Even though they have each been able to be proven to evolve into each other, why would God make organisms that fill every step of what evolution would predict and then expect us to reject evolution? If life was created 6,000 years ago, the creator certainly wanted us to think life was evolved. We observe this happening in real time, both in the wild and the laboratory. We've seen single cells go to multicellular organisms, and not just colonies, but colonies that have evolved the exact same cell number, and they retain that cell number. And then from there, we've seen them actually differentiate into sexual cells versus somatic cells in the laboratory. And we proved that the gene that is doing this was present in the unicellular starting organisms. And we observed them evolve in the lab multiple times with multiple different selection pressures. And we saw this happen. Now, this is called confirming your model, and this is something creationism cannot do as an alternative, and I'm using creationism as an example of what bad science looks like to compare it to what good science looks like. So Darwin predicted that we would have
30 seconds.
Darwin predicted that we would find a transition between dinosaurs and birds. We found that within 2 years, exactly where we'd expect it to find it. That's called confirming the model. Now, all of these creatures that I'm showing you right now are all the same kind of creature. Where do you think that they're not the same kind of creature anymore? The only difference is the little fin fibrils became a little thicker, and they look like fingers now.
That's time. Okay, resetting the clock. Dr. Hovind, you have 4 minutes, sir, when you begin speaking.
Well, thank you, Taylor. Excellent slides, excellent work. You're going to make a great creationist when we get you converted. Could we use your slide number 29 again? And let me point out what I think would be obvious. Slide number 29. I did not prepare slides for this. I was told I couldn't use them. So, okay. Taylor, I want you to look carefully at what you have here. Well, you're calling it a ring species. I'm very familiar with that. I lived in California for a couple of years. What you have are lizards that when you get around the central part of California, you end up with a lizard. Every 4-year-old on planet Earth would recognize both of them as the same kind. This is where you're mixing the word kind and the word species. God said they will bring forth after their kind, and I think every 4-year-old on up in the entire planet would look at those and say, those are the same kind of animal. It's a lizard. If that is somehow evidence that lizards are related to bananas, you need to get your money back for your education. They lied to you. That is not evidence. That is evidence that animals can produce a variety, and they may no longer be interfertile for whatever reason. Like the rabbits from Alaska cannot breed with the rabbits from Florida, is my understanding. Their cycles are different because of the weather. However, the Minnesota rabbits would breed with either one. They're halfway between. And so you now have 2 separate species of rabbit, but they're the same kind of animal called a rabbit. So I think all you've demonstrated here is creation. Now, if you could go to slide 41, okay, I'd leave that right there. Logically incoherent. I never said A equals B and B equals C, but A does not equal C. I taught math for 15 years. I'll be glad to take a quiz against you or anybody else on algebra, geometry, or trig if you'd like, and it's been 40 years since I did it. But I believe the evidence clearly shows that animals always produce after their kind. So look at slide 41, if you would, on yours. You showed a variety of creatures that I think you'd like to maybe look at the actual fossils that are found. Did they find all of the bones for any of these creatures? You have several of them listed here. Are the complete skeletons found? Are they different enough that they cannot be the same kind? Do you know that any of those fossils that were found had children? How could you prove they had children? Again, you're looking in the wrong place for evidence. You're looking for fossils. As far as predictive power, I completely disagree. All of the layers of the earth were formed in one big flood. Of course, animals are going to be sorted based upon their body density, based upon their habitat, based upon their mobility. You can get a jar of dirt, sand, rocks, and gravel and water and shake it up and produce 20 layers in 20 seconds. And you need to watch my video number 6 about the flood in the days of Noah. The flood would have formed all the layers in a matter of a few weeks or months. I cover on my video series about how Grand Canyon had to form probably in a couple weeks, certainly not millions of years, and the stratification happens rapidly. As the moon pulls the tides up, it's going to suck all the water in from the sides. Here in Lenox, Alabama, we're spinning around the earth at 886 miles an hour. That would mean the water would move sideways for 886 miles an hour for maybe an hour or two. Then it would slow down and stabilize during high tide. And then when the water goes back down, the water rushes the other way, 886 miles an hour. So I think you're simply dreaming. You're using evidence of transitional fossils. Stop. First place, you don't know that they're transition between anything. Is a tricycle a transition between a bicycle and a car? It has 3 wheels. Well, if you want to believe it is a transition, you can. But no, each one is designed to do what it does. I think a freshman law student in a court of law could look at any one of these you're presenting and say, Your Honor, A, you don't know that they had any children. B, you certainly don't know they had different children. C, no animal alive today, no animal is able to produce other than its kind. Why would you think a bone in the dirt could do it? It's insane. It's great faith you have, though. I do admire your faith. Go ahead.
4 minutes for Taylor.
So we know they had children because we find many of them, and we find them at different ages, and we find their eggs. The individuals are always part of populations. We also know that the flood did not sort them by density or size or ability to escape, because there are many organisms that died that are able to escape, such as pterosaurs that can fly, and they eat fish, so they would not have been affected at all by the flood, yet they're all dead. And the first layers of the floods show a single cellular life for half of that period. So how are the lightest, smallest organisms ending up at the bottom? Your sorting method makes no coherent sense whatsoever. Let's see. You said I'm just interpreting bones I found in the dirt as being ancestors, and that we don't know that these ever changed over time. And we know this because of the model, which is making accurate predictions. The ancestor model predicts that animals change. The chemistry predicts the date range and the type of change. The geology can predict the correct region and environment. And then we find either typical fossils or a transitional fossil. And we can find transitional fossils that we've never found based purely on our model. We can say, I think there's going to be a transitional fossil between this, and I'm going to say it's going to have these traits. And it's going to exist at this date range. And we go out and we find them. That's because we know what we're talking about. That's because the model is accurate, and there's no arguing that whatsoever. That proves the ancestor model. We don't just look at evidence and make up a story. We gather evidence, test possible explanations, and we stick with those explanations that make novel, future testable predictions. As for the definition of, as for ring species, when A equals B equals C, I was using equals to mean brings forth. So A can bring forth with B can bring forth with C can bring forth with D, and D can bring forth with E. That means that they're all the same kind, according to Hovind's definition. But his definition is broken because we can see that E cannot bring forth with A. Therefore, that's why scientists don't use that terminology. They don't use bring forth as any way to distinguish organisms. Species applies more broadly, talking about ability to breed not only on the genetic level, but the physical level and the geographic level and the behavioral preference level. So the fact that these salamanders diverge from one another and can no longer bring forth means that we have witnessed within the same kind, what Mr. Hovind literally just admitted was this all the same kind. We've witnessed speciation and two of these members of the same kind no longer being the same kind. That is speciation. I have proven my thesis here. How much time do I have left?
You have 50 seconds.
All right. We do have the fossils for these. And this is going to be the same argument. They're all the same kind. They're just diversification within the same kind. So what we see between the fossil layers is we know that they're all millions of years apart due to chemistry, and you have to overturn the chemical consensus to refute that. And we see populations change in real life. We see populations change in the fossil layers. It's no stretch. And we see fish using their fins to walk. And it's pretty simple stuff.
That's time.
That'll be my time.
Okay, Dr. Hovind, you have 4 minutes, sir.
All right. If we can call my background up on screen, full screen here instead of his, can you change that? There. I was told, Taylor, that your specialty is in cells, becoming, I understand, a PhD student in cell biology. Am I right on that?
It's just an undergrad degree. It's not PhD. But
Okay.
yeah, it's in cell biology, developmental biology.
Cell developmental biology. I guess I'm curious. You can answer this later. Put my screen back up here if you would, guys. Why you are focusing so much on fossils as opposed to your specialty, which is supposed to be cells. The cell is incredibly complex, mind-bogglingly complex. Darwin thought of the cell as just simply a sack of jelly. He didn't know any better. Nobody did back in the 1850s. They thought they didn't have good enough microscopes to see the unbelievable complexity. But now if you look through a microscope, especially a good microscope, at the cell and the DNA and the replication and the RNA and the process, even the cell membrane, the way it has, lets things in and out. And if you look at unicellular organisms that have a motor that's able to turn 100,000 RPM to spin the flagella, the little paramecium swim through their world with their little propeller, the equivalent of a human swimming 60 miles an hour through peanut butter. It's a mind-boggling, the complexity of little tiny bacterial flagellum motors that you could fit 8 million of them on the stump of a hair. I'm baffled how anyone can go through college and come out believing something that complex happened by chance. I don't understand. So I was hoping you would stick with what your specialty is, which I hopes to be, I guess, on cell biology. Why would you go to fossils? It doesn't matter. I point out, again, if this was a court of law, I would say, Your Honor, you cannot prove those had any children. You certainly can't prove they had different children, and no animals today produce different children. And the salamanders you showed are still salamanders. What you've shown is probably the variation, the limits of the kind, like the Alaska rabbits and the Florida rabbits. That might be the limit for heat tolerance or whatever's doing that. Dogs, if you turned all the dogs in the world loose into Alaska, come back 5 years and see what happened. All the short-haired dogs would probably be dead and not produce any offspring, and all the long-haired dogs with thicker fur, shorter legs, denser body would survive, and all the dogs would look something like the wolf or the dogs that are common to Alaska today, because the climate, natural selection works great, but it only selects. You have somehow imagined that it has creative power. There's no creative power in a selection process. If I went through the state of Alabama and selected everybody over 7 feet tall to survive and killed everybody under 7 feet tall, within a few generations, I would have a whole population of 7-footers. Would that process ever make a whole population of 20-foot tall people? No, it's not in the gene code. The gene code is limited probably to humans, maybe pygmies, 4 foot tall, to some people 7 or 8 feet tall. But there's a limit to human size. Why don't we find humans as big as an elephant? There are animals as big as an elephant, like an elephant. Why don't we find humans getting as small as a hamster? Because there are mammals as small as a hamster, like a hamster. I've never gotten an evolutionist to admit it, and I doubt you will either. But are there limits to the gene code? Does it vary? Is it limited by anything? Are there physical limits, like opposition to gravity, for instance? Are there any limits at all? Why don't they ever get, they've been breeding dogs for a long time trying to get varieties, and they get some bizarre varieties from Chihuahua to Great Dane, but they always get a dog. It's recognizable as a dog. As far as the Tasmanian animal you showed a while ago, I don't know how that's been classified, if it's a dog or a cat. I think it's a Tasmanian wolf, I think is what you showed, if I recall. But
That's time.
extinct. But still, the classification of animals is something man is doing today to the animals. I don't know what the original kinds that God made were. I'll ask him when I get to heaven. I'd like to see you there too, by the way. Did you say time is up?
Yes, sir. All right,
Okay.
so we'll have a 20-minute discussion period. No slides for this, just the two of you back and forth discussing the subject. And I'll start my timer in, let's see, let me set the timer for 20 minutes. I gotta move it on up. Okay, I'll start the timer now.
So I'm focusing on fossils because that's what originally confirmed the model, and that's what came before genetics and molecular cellular studies. So that's where I start to confirm the model, and that should be proof enough. We can talk about cellular stuff, especially mutations. I really like that.
Sure. Now, you say fossils confirmed the model, and you use the word we probably 500 times already in the discussion so far. We meaning you are part of this community that is doing this? Are you actually going out looking for fossils? Are you confirming the model? Because I hear you use the word we all the time. What do you mean by that? How do you include yourself in this group?
People who accept the scientific consensus.
So you claim...
Or scientists in general.
So you claim the scientific consensus is that evolution is true. Was the scientific consensus before Darwin's day quite the opposite? Was it the consensus that there was a God who created things? Was that did Darwin go against the consensus of his day?
As far as I know, it wasn't a scientific consensus. It would have been a religious consensus, but there is really no consensus among religions. They can't even agree on their own holy book.
Well, I've got the right holy book. That's no question.
That's what they all say.
And you're convinced you've got the right scientific theory, and I don't think scientists even agree on that. And your numbers, 99.998%, are way off. Surveys show it's closer to like 60% of scientists believe in evolution without a God involved. I don't know where you got these numbers to impress people. But
I'm talking about life sciences, not just like strictly biology sciences.
Yeah, but again, surveys wouldn't prove anything. I think you could find if you took a survey in North Korea, everybody thinks Kim Jong-un or whatever his name is a wonderful guy. There would be, and I think if you Taylor went to your teacher and said, "Teacher, I don't believe evolution's true. It doesn't work," I bet they would flunk you out of the class and stop you from graduating. So of course that's going to be the consensus in modern science in America, because it's no different than North Korea where you have to believe in communism.
If I wrote that on my test, I would flunk out. But if I was just asking the teacher questions, they would answer them. And so this is why I say that you rely on a conspiracy, because, of course, North Korea is able to fudge its results because they have a government conspiracy oppressing all its people. So is there something oppressing scientists in the sciences?
Have you seen the movie Expelled by Ben Stein?
Yes. Several years ago, probably when it came out.
Yeah, I think you should watch that again and call some of the scientists who have been repressed because they don't support the party line of evolution.
I mean, I was in high school at the time, and it was pretty obvious to me what was going on.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, watch it one more time for me, please. Expelled by Ben Stein. It's excellent. There certainly is a consensus against teaching creation. There's obviously only two options. There is a creator or there isn't. If there's a creator, that would probably involve some responsibility on our part. Like, who is he? What does he want? Do we have to obey some rules? If evolution is true, like you claim, would you please tell the audience how you decide right from wrong? Is murder right or wrong? Is sex with your dog right or wrong? Is anything right or wrong? But before you start making a list of what's right and wrong, I would like to know how, based on your model, you decide right from wrong. How do you decide what's right, what's wrong on any topic? Where's your standard?
It's not based on evolution. It's based on the exact same thing your God would use to decide right from wrong, which is logic.
So you're borrowing Christian values to decide right from wrong?
No, logic is not a Christian value. But your God God would certainly be capable of perfect logic and perfect rationality, and I believe that if your God existed, which is not incompatible with evolution at all, that he would have perfect rationality, and that his rules for morality would be based on this perfect rationality.
Okay. Most states have laws against incest, fathers having sex with their daughters. If a father has an 8-year-old daughter who consents, would that be wrong? Should that father be arrested? Would you consider that wrong? Even though the state laws do say it's wrong, under your model, should it be wrong? I guess is what I'm asking. How do you decide? How do you decide if something should be wrong? Is it wrong for you to murder your neighbor and take away his stuff? If so, why?
Yes.
Why would it be wrong?
Yes, because a child cannot consent in the first place to sex. And basically, we can get into the nitty gritty, but this has nothing to do with evolution. So I'll sum it up for you. Good is essentially just freedom. So when you reduce someone else's freedom, you're doing bad.
So if the lion goes and eats the baby zebra, the lion thinks it's fine. The baby zebra doesn't appreciate it, nor does the mother zebra at all. Is that wrong? Or is that just nature? Or what's the difference between humans going to, take your neighbor's stuff, kill your neighbor, take over his house, and you got a bunch of free stuff? The lion did that with the zebra. Is there something different between humans and animals? Why do we have these rules like don't steal from your neighbor?
Yeah, because a lion is not a moral agent. It doesn't understand anything it's doing.
So are humans?
Sure, killing another animal, sure, you can call that evil. You can call that unfortunate, whatever. But it's just doing what it does. You can't hold it responsible. We kill animals that harm people, or too many other animals that are out of control. That's somewhat justice, if you can look at it like that. But we don't hold them to the same standards because they're not capable of rational thought.
So is there something different between humans and animals? Does man have something no other animal has? A sense of right and wrong, a conscience, a soul, a spirit, whatever it is. Is there any difference between humans and animals? In our biology, I would think we probably would all agree. We both ingest food, digest it, get rid of waste, use energy. But is there anything spiritually or morally different from man and animals?
Well, we have a few gene deletions which cause expansions in brain activity. And so a more complex brain is able to handle more complex social situations. And so we see basic morality existing in monkeys and apes, but we just have a more complex social ability.
So we are simply more complex socially than monkeys and apes. When you die, what's going to happen to you, Taylor? Is there any part of you that's going to live on besides your offspring, if you have any? If you don't have any, doesn't matter. Is there any part of Taylor that's going to live beyond your death?
I imagine the same thing would happen, a similar thing to brain damage. So if I lose part of my memory from brain damage, if my entire brain is damaged, then I'm going to lose all of me.
So there's nothing more to life than eat, drink, and be merry, I guess. Can I summarize it that way for you?
If that's what you want, but we can figure out more things to do.
Okay.
Such as study life.
I love studying life. I've been a child in God's family for 50 years now. I was 16 when I gave my heart to the Lord, and my dad and mom both dad and brother both engineers. My mom and other brother both teachers. I love teaching. I love learning. I want to know the truth. I want to know the truth. The truth to me seems to indicate there had to be a designer for this. This is simply too complex.
Gentlemen, we have 10 minutes. You have a little more than 11 minutes left. I was encouraged to ask you to get the subject back to evolution, if you would. That's the subject of the debate. So
Okay.
morality might be another day. Excellent subject indeed. So let's try to keep it on evolution if we can, please.
Well, okay, that's why I'm just always curious. How does an evolutionist get his morality? Where does he get it from without borrowing it from Christian morals, But you're right, another topic. So what is the best evidence, Taylor, you would say that you have? What is the best evidence anybody can find to support this theory that humans and, say, pine trees are related? You do believe humans and pine trees are related, I'm sure, both eukaryotes or whatever. So what is the best evidence that any animal, besides your salamanders, which are still salamanders, is there anything better than that to show that you can change beyond the same kind?
The fact that this model is used to predict where and when fossils will occur, including fossils that we've never found before. And according to your definition, they're not the same kind of salamander anymore. So that's speciation.
Well, I agree speciation happens. That's our modern classification system, you know, kingdom, phylum, class, order, genus, family, species, all that. So I agree that happens, but that's not, they're still the same kind. Go look at your own picture. They're both a salamander.
But not by your definition, because A and E cannot bring forth anymore.
True. They may have gotten to the point. Originally, though, they could bring forth. So is that variation within the salamanders you saw going around California, is that enough evidence to convince you that salamanders and pine trees have a common ancestor?
No, but we see changes in life in real time in the wild, and then we see changes occurring in the fossil record. And when we date those fossil records to different dates, and then we have a hypothesis. This model assumes that all these are related, and then we go and test that model to see if that assumption is accurate or not. That assumption was accurate because we were able to find almost everything we predicted.
There you go, using the we again. Can you give me a specific example of a fossil that was found in the right place that is considered a transition between different kinds of animals? What's been found?
Archaeopteryx was the first.
And are you aware of the controversy over Archaeopteryx? Was it just a bird?
It has both bird and dinosauric features.
Decided by who? Who decided it has these different features?
It has the same basic bone structure as a bird wing, except unfused finger bones. And it has feathers. And it looks like a bird.
And is there a possibility it was a bird? It had
Sure.
wings, it had feathers, it had hollow bones. Could it have been an unusual bird with teeth? There's a Panamanian hummingbird that has teeth in its mouth. Could it be it's just a bird with teeth and that's now gone extinct? How would you know Archaeopteryx was able to produce anything other than a baby Archaeopteryx?
Because it's more similar to dinosaurs in its skull structure and its overall body plan.
Well, the fact that it has dinosaur-like structures, that's like saying my car has motorcycle-like structures. It has a brake system, just like my motorcycle. Oh, therefore they're related. No, that's a good design feature. You want something to stop the vehicle. Brakes on a motorcycle, brakes on a bicycle, brakes on a car, on a train, on a jet. So the fact that it has similar features, you are interpreting to be evidence of relationship. I would interpret it to be evidence of a common designer for a common need. They both needed the creature to live their life. We have two eyes, so we get binocular vision. So
that's an argument. That's an argument from personal incredulity because because it's just a guess and saying, well, it seems more likely to me. But we've actually tested our model. We found Archaeopteryx because we assumed that it would be a transition. It was found because of the model, meaning the model is accurate.
Well, I think you need to study some more on the actual Archaeopteryx and find out about them. I think many people have come to say that's nothing but just a bird with unusual features. There's also some evidence of some forgery with some of the fossils with Archaeopteryx, gluing the tail on, etc., with the different matrix behind it, the limestone matrix it was glued in being different. There's also evidence of a phenomena called where when you pack something between two layers of rock, as it decays, it'll be a capillary action, pulling little filaments out that look like hairs or feathers, when it's actually just capillary action common between two tightly pressed layers of anything. You can put a drop of water on a piece of paper, put another piece of paper on top real tight, and there'll be capillary action, draw it out into little lines around it. So there are those who take that position, that the feathers, that they say they're feathers on dinosaurs, are actually just simple capillary action as the fossil forms, or as the fossil decays, as the creature decays. But again, you're putting an awful lot of weight on fossils that are dead, that you can't prove had any children. You're claiming evolution happened in the past. Where's it happening today? What animal today is changing into something else? Or is it just coincidence that we've arrived? It doesn't go any further now. Where's evidence today happening?
Well, we've found fossils nesting with eggs, so we've confirmed that they've reproduced that way. Evolution today occurs, we've done it in the lab with algae, and we see it occurring speciation in ring species. So I want to know how the creationist model is scientific, because the evolutionary model follows the scientific method of the observations. We notice that things change over time. Small steps we've only confirmed. Then we have this hypothesis that these small steps add up. We tested that hypothesis. We were able to find specific evidence. We found a bird, half dinosaur in the date range that was predicted with the features that were predicted. So that confirms the model. And then we can repeat that experiment over and over and over and get more and more accurate results. So that is scientific. Whether evolution is true or not, that's following the scientific method.
Sure. The scientific method, if I understand it, and I taught science in high school 15 years, is you have observation, testing, experimentation. So let's do some experimentation. Crossbreed pick any animal you want. Pick your salamanders. You use all the laboratory experiments you want on these salamanders. Could you produce a salamander with wings, do you think? Could you produce a salamander, anything other than a salamander? Could you change it into a recognizably different kind? Could you do that in the lab?
We've seen fish with wings. We've seen octopi with wings. We've
a salamander. You've seen octopi with wings?
Mm-hmm. It's called a blanket octopus.
And so you're going. How would you change your salamander into anything non-salamander, or has it just happened to reach the limit while we are alive today in the 21st century?
The same way as we breed features and through mutations. We can go over lots of different mutations that have created fairly large steps toward evolution, and we've already gone over seeing multicellular life evolve from single cellular life.
Well, I would disagree with that multicellular. Let's get back to that in a minute. But okay, would you agree a whole lot of money has been spent, especially in America, but in other countries too, trying to get faster and faster horses to win races? Kentucky Derby, for example. Mm-hmm. Would it be possible to ever breed wings on a horse? Do you think that could ever be done? They'd certainly win the Kentucky Derby if they had wings that could fly. There are some big animals that could fly, you know. So
you're not going to get it in 50 or 60 years.
You think they could get it in 10 million years? Get a horse with wings?
Why not?
Was that a yes? I couldn't hear what he said.
Why not? What's the limit there? We know of things that can fly with their front limbs and can walk on hind limbs, and horses have both of those.
So do you think a horse could...
They might be limited by their bone density. I have no idea.
Well, so far they've been able to get horses slightly faster, but they get problems when they, just like with any farm type animals is the best because that's where all the selective breeding is done today, most of it. They get cows that give more milk, cows that give more beef. Okay.
And they look totally different from their wild counterparts.
Well, no, in the wild it never happens. In nature, in the laboratory, you can maybe make it go a little further. Take the cow as an example. There are cows that give more milk. I saw one that gives 100 pounds of milk every day. Illinois that year had the record holder for the cow that gives the most milk. It was in Kankakee, Illinois, at a farm. So I took my students to see it.
Those are the features we're selecting for, though. So we're not going to see other changes. We're throwing out the changes we don't want.
I agree. I think you're finally starting to see it. It's man doing this, and he always runs into a stone wall. You can't get too far. There's a limit to the changes, and it's still recognizable as the same kind. And it's less strong as the wild counterpart. Left in the wild, most of the modern cows would all die. They couldn't hold up.
The limit to the changes is if you can survive. So there's a lot of variance in every population, and populations will move towards one direction in that variance. And repeated over millions of years, that you're going to get a new population that has different features.
That's what you believe. I'd like to see, where's this observable? Science is something we can observe. Where is a new population that has been observed to come in recorded human history? They've been watching cows or pigs or sheep for a long time. Is there anything besides the fossils, which again, you couldn't prove had any children that lived? Certainly you couldn't prove they had. Why could the fossil have children that were different when no animal today can have children that are different? Why can the bones do it and the ones today can't do it? What happened?
They can. There's an astounding diversity in all the children of every population. And we observe the formation of new traits in the same population. So that's what we're saying. You're not going to get a non-cow from a cow. You're going to get a cow with a new trait, whether it's just something that's bigger in their body or shorter, or whether it's a new mutation. But we've observed both happening in the wild and in the lab.
So do you believe that a cow came from something like a bacteria or an amoeba, a single-celled creature, 600 million years ago, and did that single-celled creature, that amoeba or whatever one you want to use, did it turn into a cow? And so it certainly gained a whole lot of new traits that amoeba don't have. I don't think amoeba have udders or horns or bones. So how did it get these new traits to go from an amoeba to a cow? And where's the evidence of that?
Well, amoebas have most of the same genetic material. So an udder, there's not just a gene for an udder. It tells the cells to grow in a certain way and then differentiate in a certain way. And a gene from any amoeba could probably do that. It's just a regulatory gene.
So the amoeba could turn into a cow over 600 million years on its own in the wild, even though amoeba are still having babies today and they're called amoeba.
More like a couple billion years.
Okay, we'll give you 200 trillion years. Why don't we see it happen in the laboratory? Amoeba produce amoeba. No exceptions.
We see these small steps.
Yeah, I know you have a SpongeBob imagination. You imagine that amoeba can turn into a cow. It's just not that simple, Taylor.
We imagine it, we put it to the test, it makes predictions, and then we observe the steps in the lab. And just because there are a couple gaps in the steps, you're inserting your God of the gaps, and that's not science.
No. Put it to the test. I'll give you all the time you want to change an amoeba into anything non-amoeba. How long have they been doing research in the laboratory trying to cause mutations in different, and of course single-celled organisms sometimes have a 20-minute generation time. That's the ideal place to test it, because you could condense the equivalent of tens of thousands of years into one human lifespan.
That's not how evolution works. So when we've observed multicellularity, it's still an algae. It's an algae when it was unicellular, and it's still an algae when it's multicellular, even though it has differentiated tissues.
Well, you're calling it multicellular. Is it actually a colony, or is it actually something that has maybe a group of people can get together and one decides they're going to raise the food, another one's going to be the policeman, somebody else is going to mow the grass? You can have a community of people cooperating together, but they're still each individual people. They may have the ability to do all the different jobs of the community because they've specialized in one. Like the plumber doesn't know how to do electric, he can do plumbing, but he's still a human being. Are these algae ever becoming what anybody would consider a single organism, or is it just a colony that is species diversification where some specialize in one feature or another? Algae.
1 minute, gentlemen. We've already given 3 extra minutes to this back and forth because you guys were enjoying it so much. So 1 minute left.
Yeah, I mean, we've observed both. So we observed going from unicellular to colonial, and then from colonial to colonial with the exact same cell number and type, to colonial with differentiated cell types, and to colonial with fully different cell types inside the organism in a different location than all the rest of the somatic cells. So we have 6 different steps. So your God wants us to think that things evolved.
No, you've proven my point. You've said a colony every time. All you have is a colony of cells. Sometimes they specialize. One becomes the plumber, one becomes the electrician, but they're still individuals. So it's a colony, not an organism. There's a vast difference.
No, because the individual cells cannot survive on their own. They're dependent on each other.
That's our time, gentlemen, for the 20-minute discussion. You guys were at it so much and enjoyed it so much, we gave you an extra 3 minutes going there. So we have now is our closing statement time for this debate. So each of you has 3 minutes for closing statement, and then we'll have an 8-minute Q&A after that. Is that okay with you guys? You have time for 3-minute closings and an 8-minute Q&A?
Sounds good. Go for it.
Okay, then. Let's see. Taylor started. So, Taylor, your closing statement first.
Okay, so I believe that I have demonstrated that the process of science, or that the scientific field of evolution is indeed a scientific process by both defining evolution and defining a scientific method. Through the scientific method, we have observed that life changes throughout the generations, micro changes, which my opponent agrees with. And then we've noticed that the fossil record also has similar changes. Since we cannot observe what's between these fossil records, we came up with a hypothesis that these animals changed in a similar manner to what we observe in the lab and in the wild today, only over a much longer period of time. Chemistry confirms the different ages of these rock layers that are millions of years old, even billions. The sorting of these rock layers proves that it was not done by a flood, because the smallest organisms are at the bottom, and throughout each layer is all kinds of biomes. So it's not a shallow water layer, then a beach layer, then an inland layer. There are beaches and oceans and forests in every layer. So our hypothesis was that these creatures changed over time through breeding processes. We've also confirmed this through genomics because of unique inherited mutations, that the likelihood that those have arisen twice independently is 1 in 113 something billion. And this holds true for ancestry within populations and without. So the model was that they're related by evolution. The prediction was that we will find transitional forms, and based on the knowledge of where the already known fossils are, what date ranges, we can predict what date ranges the transitional forms will be in. These transitional forms were found based on the model of evolution. This confirms the model of evolution via the scientific method. We have so far come up with lots of different additions to the theory of evolution, such as genetics, which again reconfirms our hypotheses. The only alternative that I can compare this to directly would be creationism, which does not use the scientific method. It assumes the Bible, and then it assumes all information must be consistent with the Bible. And this process repeats until all information is consistent with the Bible. And whenever you come across a piece of information, you only ask yourself, does it agree with the Bible? If yes, keep. If no, deny its plausibility. And that's not scientific.
10 seconds.
I suppose that's where I'll end.
All right. Well, Mr. Hovind, you have 3 minutes for your closing statement, sir.
Well, first, Taylor, thank you so much for doing this. I appreciate your coming on here. It's obvious.
Yes, thank you as well.
Yeah, it's obvious you sincerely believe what you are saying. There's no question. I believe that you believe that. I think you're sincerely wrong, as in people in North Korea are sincerely wrong. Communism doesn't work, period. And we've demonstrated that through history in the last 150 years many times. But if you disagree, you get shot. So they have a method of keeping people in line over there. You mentioned the fossil record several times in the last hour. I would like to point out there is no such thing as a fossil record. There are lots of fossils. I have hundreds of them in my museum at Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. Come on down, we'll show you some. The fact that fossils form at all is good evidence for a flood. You can put my screen back up here, fellas, with the cell. Can you get mine back up?
It's up when you talk.
What's that?
All right.
Oh, it's up while I'm talking. Okay. There is no such thing as a fossil record. Over the last 150 years, people have tried to, claim that there's some series of events that we can find. The fossils in the order predicted by the evolution theory only found a very few spots in the world, and that's just simple mathematics. It should be, if there are 12 different ones or 14 different ones, of course, occasionally you find them in that order, but the vast majority of the time they're not found in the order predicted. I think you've been lied to if you've been told they've been found in that order when they have not. The complexity of a single cell, one cell in your body, and the average human probably has about 100 trillion cells. Each cell is more complicated than a space shuttle, the most complex machine ever built by man, as far as I know. So here you have 100 trillion of these in one little 180-pound body. Each of these is independent, but they interact with each other. They have a phenomenal information storage capacity in the DNA. How anybody can believe this could happen by chance boggles my mind. Where did reproduction come in? If you go from a single-cell creature that reproduces just by dividing in half, how do you change from this non-sexual reproduction to sexual reproduction? And with sexual reproduction, the obvious question for all of the different kinds of animals that use this, all 8,000 animals on Earth, nearly all of them use sexual reproduction. How do you get two, male and female, at the same time, in the same place, and capable of reproducing? It is an incredibly complex system of reproducing, no matter how they do it, whether it's the fish that swim by and just sprinkle the sperm over the eggs, or there's many different kinds. Either way, you're getting the sperm to the egg to allow it to reproduce, and then having a place for it to grow, like the uterus or whatever, or the shell in an egg. that is beyond mind-boggling comprehension. I think it's beyond comprehension to think how this could happen by chance. I'm
5
stunned.
seconds.
I'm stunned that the universities are allowing students to go through and believe it all happened by chance when it's so obvious there had to be a designer. And as far as scientific method, we'll cover that next time. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for the lively debate. That's been really nice. Go back and forth for that 20 minutes, and the closing statements where you elucidated your ideas very well. It seems we're going to have an 8-minute question and answer session, and for that, Standing for Truth is going to ask the questions. You already have some on a list, I believe. So over to you, Standing for Truth.
Awesome. Well, thank you there, Neff. Thank you, gentlemen, for a lively discussion, as Neff said. We got a lot of young Earth creationists in the chat, so that's good. A lot of questions are directed at Snake. Therefore, if Dr. Hovind wants to respond or give or say something to the question as well, I'm all for that. First question is to Taylor from Jeremy. He asks, now that genetics has proven ERVs, so endogenous retroviruses, to be functional, pseudogenes to be functional, and the chromosomal 2 fusion to actually be a functional DNA element in a human gene, how can you still use phylogenetics as your very best evidence? Go ahead.
I don't know if I don't think that's the best evidence. Phylogenetics is the result of the evidence, not the evidence itself. And is he using functional as in coding, or just it has some kind of function? I don't see how that proves anything. I'm not sure what the question is asking, really.
Let me see here. He elaborates. Since those examples, pseudogenes, ERVs, chromosomal 2 fusion, are often used as some of the better evidence for evolution, but now that they've been overturned, what else do you have left?
Well, I never used them to argue anything, so I don't really have much to say about it. I never relied on them. I think they do have a function, and that doesn't change comparative genomics, which is looking at unique genes that are only present within certain lineages. Sometimes we find that these genes aren't as unique, but that just means that we found out it wasn't one of those genes.
Okay, unless Dr. Hovind has something to say, I can go on to the next question.
No, I do. I'm just curious. You are correct. The pseudogenes that they thought were useless genes have all been found to have a function. But if you put a 7-year-old under the hood of your car and say, take out anything this car does not need, he would probably take out a bunch of stuff because he doesn't understand the purpose of it. I think the fact that the pseudogenes and IRVs have all been discovered a use for them is an example of the fact that scientists did not know the usefulness of some of these parts. Life is incredibly complex. The human cell, or any animal or plant cell, is mind-boggling in its complexity. And I think someone with a lack of cell biology knowledge would say, oh, what, the cell doesn't need that, take that out. Oh, we don't need that. We don't know what that does, take it out. It's an example of ignorance on our part, not example of ignorance on the creator's part. The cell is mind-boggling in its complexity. It had to have, there are no pseudogenes. There might be stuff that is available as a replication. I carry a spare tire in my car. Why? Well, one of the other tires might go flat. That's why. There may be things in the gene code that if part of the gene is damaged from radiation from the sun during the solar sunspot cycle or something, the body can quickly recover and rebuild it and fix it. And why would a body develop something beyond what it's using? If it happened by evolution, why would you get a spare tire?
Changing environment.
To me, it's just silly to believe that this all happened by chance. Just absolutely silly.
Well, it's not chance.
Awesome.
It's not chance at all.
Okay, well, thanks for your responses, gentlemen. Next question is to Snake as well. This is from Landon Freeman. How do you explain the sudden appearance of biological features in the fossil record, followed by rapid diversification? and then he uses an example, as was with the case of insects and their wings. And he also says he has a source for that, and he also mentions the Cambrian explosion. Go ahead.
The fact that they date millions of years apart. Can you explain why the chemistry is wrong from the dating? Like, since they're millions of years apart, there's going to be some gaps. It's like taking a picture every couple million years. So we don't have a picture of what's in between the gaps. So you're going to see some certain features develop suddenly, but it's not that sudden because they always have precursors, unless you're talking about the single-celled microorganisms that we found at the bottom.
Okay, unless Dr. Hovind has something to respond to with that, I can move on to the next question.
No, very quickly, I think the sudden appearance, first of all, you're still assuming that the fossil record exists and means something. I would disagree with that. I think that all the fossils we find in the ground indicate rapid burial, like Noah's flood would do, and represent a sorting based upon a variety of things: intelligence, mobility, body density. Birds are found on top, clams are found at the bottom. That's got nothing to do with evolution. Clams are heavier than birds. Bird feathers are light, their bones are hollow. And birds can fly around until they run out of gas, and of course they're going to be buried on top. Got nothing to do with evolution. You guys want to interpret all the fossils to fit your theory. I can interpret all the fossils to fit the creation and the flood model just fine. When they find the earliest, even if the geologic column was true, the earliest fossils found in amber, for example, insects are identical to today. Where have the changes been? The mosquitoes already had wings. The bees already had wings. They're found in amber from supposedly hundreds of millions of years ago. Where's the evidence of a wing slowly developing on a mosquito? Where's the fossil of that? Because the amber shows them fully developed, capable of flying just like today. I think it's ridiculous to believe anything other than rapid creation, fully symbiotic relationships by the millions, and a flood that destroyed it all, burying them, forming the fossils. No fossils are forming today. How many animals died today? Millions. How many fossilized? None. It's a special process. It has to be buried rapidly like Noah's flood would do. So Peter, 2 Peter in the Bible says the scoffers are ignorant of that creation and that flood, willingly ignorant. And that's the case what we got here.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Nev, how much more time do we have with questions, brother?
3 minutes.
Okay. So this one as well is for Snake. Now that Dr. Jeffrey Tompkins has demonstrated that the human to chimpanzee genetic identity is not actually 98 to 99% similar, and that it's actually only roughly 88% similar, does that not take away from the evidence claiming that humans and apes are closely related? Go ahead.
Not really, because most of those differences are a 1 to 2 difference in nucleotides. So that's 1 or 2 differences of nucleotides, which isn't even necessarily a difference in amino acid, because the same codon or different codons can code for the same amino acid. So you can have a 2% nucleotide difference and have absolutely 0 protein difference whatsoever. And that's the case with primates and humans.
Okay, unless Dr. Hovind has something he wants to say, I've got...
Yeah, I think he's mistaken. I think the differences are even greater than that. But even if there's only 1% difference, that's a lot. You can take sentences that have just 1% of the letters different from each other and have totally different meanings, just like adding the word not to a sentence now makes it a negative, not a positive. Sometimes with sentences, you can have differences just with the inflection. And we have things in our gene code more than just the coding. There's also the way the way it's emphasized would be a better way to put it, recessive and dominant. I could use the sentence, I never said he stole the money. 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 By just emphasizing different words in that sentence, that has totally different meaning. Same sentence, identical, different emphasis. I think we have that in the gene code, and I think we should look at the genes and the cells and just marvel like, wow, what a smart God we serve. Thank you, God, for making me. I'm incredibly complex. I don't have a problem bowing the knee. I didn't lose my brain by becoming a creationist. I think it opened up a whole new world. I think guys like Taylor have limited themselves. You have to find a natural explanation. It's like finding an arrowhead and say, okay, how did this happen by chance? You cannot use man as your answer. Well, you've already shut off the only logical answer for the arrowhead, even though it's just natural rock, and there are processes like exfoliation and friction and things that that can do those features, especially on flint. But it had to have a designer. There's no other answer. Arrowhead have designers, and this creation has a designer, and I know him personally. And Taylor, I'd like you to get to meet him. Enjoy being a Christian when we get you converted. All right?
I'd love you to show him to me somehow. But 1 to 2% difference is not really going to make much of a difference, especially when you're talking about a single nucleotide, because phenylalanine, the amino acid, can be encoded for by UUU or UUC. And there are amino acids have up to 4 different codons that can code for. So if you take a UUU and you change one of those into a C, that's a 1% difference, but it encodes for the exact same amino acid. Protein is going to be the same.
Okay, well, I do have a question here for Dr. Hovind. It looks like it's more of a statement. I think I can try and word it into a question. Actually, I'll go with this one. Question for Dr. Hovind. At what point does the definition change for a kind? And the statement was, poodles give birth to poodles, yet poodles descended from wolves. Does that still mean that dogs produce dogs? Go ahead, Dr. Hovind.
Well, I think every 3-year-old on the planet would say a dog and a poodle and a wolf are the same kind of animal. If you put a poodle, a wolf, and a pine tree, they would quickly say these are the same kind, these are not the same kind. How the evolutionists can think the pine tree and the poodle are the same, have the same ancestor, I don't know. They're welcome to believe that, but that's not science. So I think that in the wild, there would be no poodles in the world at all if there weren't for human protection of them. They would all, this was a selected trait. Why somebody would select a dog to look so dumb, I don't know, but they did, and well, we got them. And so that's an example of artificial selection. Certainly that works. Doesn't create anything. Natural selection is not a creative process. It's a selection process. Evolutionists do not get that. But all it can do is...
There's also mutation.
Mutations are always harmful, fatal, or neutral.
Oh, no, no.
Show me the best mutation you know of that put new information in that was able to find the same stuff and that took over a population. Can you show me any of those?
Yeah. We observe compensatory mutations fixing proteins all the time.
Well, fixing an existing protein is different. I'm talking about new information.
That is new information.
If it fixes an existing protein, you're fixing something that was broken.
No, one mutation broke it and a different mutation fixed it.
But it didn't add any new information. It brought it back to where it used to be.
So we have 26 letters in the alphabet. We can recombine them to make new information in any combination we want, but there's only 26 bases.
Correct.
Right, so if we recombine it into a new recombination we've seen before, that is new information.
So could you recombine these 26 letters and create Chinese words?
That would be like transforming DNA to something else. If we have 4 base codons for DNA, those can combine into anything.
The CATG, they can be combined into anything. Do you really believe that?
Well, they have almost infinite combinations.
Okay.
So,
all right, our time is up. We need to do this again. If you're university, I don't know what university you go to, maybe you're trying to keep that hidden here, but I'll be glad to come have a debate publicly in front of them. I'll pay all expenses for me to get there, stay, and debate all your professors at the same time if I get half the time. Put out that challenge for me, please, okay?
Awesome.
Sure, I'm at CU Boulder.
Okay, I want to thank Dr. Hovind for coming on. I want to thank Taylor/Snake was right for coming on, and I want to thank Nephilim Free for co-moderating this debate for us. Thank you so much, guys, and everybody have a great day.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We are live tonight with a very, very special guest here. We've got Dr. Ken Hovind with us. He is a young earth creationist warrior, the evolutionist nemesis. Dr. Hovind, thanks so much for joining Matt and myself, Standing for Truth. I know you're a very busy man, so we really, really appreciate this. Welcome, Dr. Hovind.
Well, thank you for having me.
So we've got a lot of young earth creationist fans. Big fans of yours, so we've got just a list of questions that we can go over. But maybe just to start it off, if you wanted to kind of tell everybody what you're doing over at Dow, anything extra that you kind of wanted to let all your fans know?
Okay, well, let's see. I taught high school science and math for 15 years. I've been an evangelist for 30 years now, teaching on science and the Bible. And 3 years ago, a guy gave us property in Lenox, Alabama, population 35, straight north of Pensacola, 7 miles, where we are building Dinosaur Adventureland, a theme park, museum, science center, a campground, all based on science and dinosaurs and the Bible. We defend the Bible as being correct and literally true. God made the world in 6 days. The earth is not billions of years old. It's only about, well, I'd say only, 6,000 is a long time. But everything can fit into 6,000 years if you include one big flood in the days of Noah. We can explain everything from the Bible, okay?
Awesome. Well, I appreciate your response there, Dr. Hovind. You know what? I think we'll get right into it then. I think a good question to start off with here that I got. Is evolution a religion, Dr. Hovind?
It depends what you mean by the word evolution. You have to carefully define that term because it's really slippery. What I do in my seminars on drdino.com, I divide the word up into 6 different levels or stages or meanings. Like what does it mean to build a car? Well, do you mean the design phase? Do you mean the frame? Do you mean the body? Do you mean the wiring? Do you mean, it's not a simple answer to the question. There are many stages to build a car. The word evolution, it would have at least 6 different stages or levels. You'd have to start off with cosmic evolution, the origin of time, space, matter. Then you'd have to have chemical evolution. How did all the elements get here? We got 92 naturally occurring elements, plus the synthetic ones. Then you'd have to have stars evolve, stellar evolution. None of those have ever been seen. Then you'd have to have organic evolution. Life would have to get started somehow from all these chemicals. They can't even make it happen, let alone let it happen. And then you'd have to have macroevolution, where an animal changes to a different kind of animal. Nobody's ever seen any of those 5. Number 6 is what we often call microevolution. I think it's a bad word. We probably shouldn't use it, but they do, so we're kind of stuck with it. Microevolution would tell us that there are variations within the same kind of animal. Now, that one is science. The first 5 are religion, absolutely religious. You have to believe in them, and I really admire their faith, but I do not admire their science. I think it's a ridiculous, dumb idea.
Well, I couldn't agree more there, Dr. Hovind. Second question that I've got that came in, is there such a thing as junk DNA?
Well, I don't think we know. There seems to be a lot of DNA, which is deoxyribonucleic acid. That's actually the code in every cell of your body. You have about 100 trillion cells in your body. And each cell has 46 chromosomes, except for the gametes, they've got 23. Each of those chromosomes is the DNA, is the deoxyribonucleic acid. It is unbelievably complex. There's more code in each cell of your body than there is in any computer ever built by man. Unbelievable amount of information and code in there, more complex than the space shuttle. Each cell of your body is more complex. But what they thought was junk DNA turns out to be a backup system or redundant. So in case some DNA is damaged, X-rays from the sun come down here and they go right through your body. On the way through, they just like getting shot with a machine gun. They blow your body full of trillions of little tiny holes. Sometimes they damage the DNA code because they go right through the nucleus of the cell. But the body has a backup system where some of this DNA is in there twice. It's in there redundant. You have the same thing in your car. You probably have a brake and you have an emergency brake just in case, something goes wrong. So it's just wise planning to have a backup system. I don't think we know that there's any junk DNA anyplace. It's probably just a matter of they don't know the use of it yet. What they'll do is they'll take a cell and they'll clip out a piece of DNA and say, see, it lives okay. Well, that doesn't mean it was junk DNA. I think it'd probably be impossible to prove actually there's any junk DNA. It's just a matter of our lack of understanding of what it does, or it's a backup system.
I would agree 100% with you on that one, Dr. Hovind. I think then that would be appropriate to move into this question. Something like a pseudogene. For one, does that exist? And would something like a pseudogene be evidence for evolution?
Well, I think if there is such a thing, pseudo means false. If there is such a thing as pseudogene, I don't think you could prove such a thing. again, I'd go back to the junk DNA question, kind of similar there. Would it be proof for evolution? I think it'd be the opposite. How could an animal evolve more than it needs? If evolution is true, it would only use it or lose it. So how could it possibly have more? I think that'd be a really tough one for an evolutionist to explain, how any pseudogenes could come about, because it's more work for the organism to build all that, the genetic code, and to build those cells. Let's take an example. If you built a house that had 35 bathrooms in it, that's kind of overkill, redundant. If it's just you and the wife and 2 kids, you don't need 35 bathrooms. So why would you do that? Overkill. Why would there be extra genetic material that the body doesn't need? It's just extra expensive. It'd be expensive to build 35 extra bathrooms in your house. And it'd be really expensive for the body to build extra DNA and extra genes, extra cells that it doesn't need. So I think that would be probably impossible for it to explain from an atheistic evolutionary perspective. I'm sure they've got some answer. The fact that they answer doesn't mean it makes sense and doesn't mean it's true. I taught school 15 years. Students gave answers every time. They didn't all get 100, though. It doesn't mean they gave the right answer.
Absolutely right. Would nested hierarchies, would that be evidence for evolution, common ancestry, or common design?
Well, the fact that we can categorize animals and plants at all, I think, is evidence against evolution. Because if evolution is true, there should be a gradual transition from an amoeba all the way to the whale and the elephant and the eagle, with everything in between. And it's certainly not that way. There are definite categories we can put animals into. 20 times in the first 7 chapters of the Bible, God said they're going to bring forth after their kind, K-I-N-D. And that's very clear that that's exactly what happens. You know, dogs produce dogs, cats produce cats, cows produce cows. There are no exceptions. The fact that there even can be categories or nested hierarchies is, I think, evidence for creation. Because I asked the evolutionists, it's not like there's missing links. The whole chain is missing. There is no chain, not just a link that's missing. They keep looking for the link between birds and dinosaurs. There's not even a chain. They're not connected at all. So they get us using their vocabulary sometimes. I think that's a mistake for Christians to fall into that trap.
No, that's a really good point. I agree with you on that one. Well, then maybe it'd be good to go into this one. Fossils. You know how they use fossils as evidence for bacteria biologist evolution. Are fossils evidence for this type of evolution, Dr. Hovind?
Well, fossils certainly exist by the billions and probably trillions on this planet. There is no lack of fossils. How many animals died today, do you think, in the United States?
Millions?
Probably millions. How many are going to fossilize?
Probably none.
Probably none. 0. Okay. When an animal dies, it gets scattered all over by the coyotes or the buzzards or the ants. You know, it gets dragged around the woods. You wouldn't find 2 bones together. And yet entire skeletons of animals are found by the millions. Entire skeletons still fully articulated, all the bones in place, oftentimes in swimming position, sometimes with their head back like they're trying to get one more breath, and they're buried and turned to stone. If you bury an animal very quickly after death, or even bury it alive, and it dies in the mud, it will fossilize in a matter of a few years. As the bones decay and the material decays, the minerals from the ground soak in, replace the cell in the exact shape of the cell. It's called a replacement fossil, and that can happen quickly. Mount St. Helens has thousands of trees at the bottom of Spirit Lake that are already fossilized. They're petrified, standing up, and they blew in there in 1980. So in 40 years, these trees have petrified. It does not take a long time for things to fossilize. So the fact that there are fossils at all, I think, is evidence of a flood, certainly not evidence of evolution. Secondly, no fossil could possibly count as evidence for evolution, because if you find bones in the dirt or rock, all you really could prove in a court of law is it died. You could not prove in a court of law it had any children that lived. How could you? It's all you find bones in the dirt. But these evolutionists with their hyperactive imagination, they and SpongeBob get together and say, well, just imagine all these animals are missing links. No, there are bones in the dirt. You can't prove they had any children at all. So To me, fossils are really proof against evolution and proof of a worldwide flood. The Bible says in 2 Peter chapter 3 that the scoffers in the last days, and the woods are full of those, would be willingly ignorant of the creation, the flood, and the coming judgment of God. And they are desperately trying to get rid of the idea of a flood because that represents God's judgment on the planet. So fossils at all are evidence of creation and a flood that destroyed the world.
Awesome. Yeah. And I think the fact that what these atheists are denying today and arguing about when it comes to the global flood, the creation and the coming judgment, that's fulfilled prophecy right there from 2 Peter 3.
Exactly right.
So my next question here would be, what is natural selection, and is it does it have anything to do with, you know, that large scale macro evolution?
Well, natural selection, those two words, natural, nature, selects things to survive. Probably the fastest jaguar is going to get the food. And if there's a jaguar born, or let's take a lion, for example. If a lion is born and something is slightly wrong, maybe it's a little crippled up and it can't run very fast, it's probably going to starve to death, okay? The faster ones are probably going to be able to catch the antelope or whatever they eat for supper. And so they're going to survive. So nature will select certain ones to survive, and the weaker generally will die off because they can't survive. It's not creating anything. It's simply selecting a slice of an already existing gene code to survive. Usually it's the fastest or the smartest or the biggest or something like that, but not always. And natural selection doesn't always work to make the best survive. But if you go into artificial selection, like man does, they take the fastest racehorses and they will breed those to get the next generation of racehorses. And they're artificially selecting for speed. Or if you take any animals, take cows, for instance, they have artificially selected cows to give more milk. They didn't create the cow. They didn't create the milk-giving process. They just selected the cow that gives more milk. They've selected cows that give more beef, you know, put on more weight per bale of hay they eat. So you can artificially select a slice of the gene code to get bigger cows, smaller cows, faster cows, you know, shorter cows, more milk, more beef, more heat resistance like the Brahma. But they're only selecting a code that already exists. They're selecting a slice of an existing DNA code. They're not creating anything. And nearly all of the varieties that man has created over the centuries would not survive in the wild. Man has selected dogs down to get to a Chihuahua. Okay, that's artificial selection. Nature would never do that. How long would the Chihuahuas last in the woods? Go turn them loose and watch. Probably not even overnight.
Not very long, no.
Not very long at all. Most of the dog varieties that man has artificially selected can't survive without babysitting them. You got to feed them and protect them. So I think that natural selection does that, and that's not evidence for evolution at all. That's evidence that God designed the world where animals can produce a variety of offspring. Some survive better in hot climate. Some survive better in cold climate. You probably have up in Canada dogs that have thicker fur because they need it to survive the cold weather. Down in lower Alabama, where I live, in Lenox, Alabama, a thick fur, heavy coat on a dog would be detrimental. He's probably going to overheat in the summertime. And in the wild, I doubt they could survive very long. They would overheat. They can't catch their food because they can't run because they're too hot. Whereas up north, it's an advantage. Down here, it's a disadvantage. So that's an example of nature selecting a certain slice of an already existing gene code to survive. The dogs already had hair. It didn't add hair. It didn't add a central heating and air system. It just made thicker hair a benefit in one area and a detriment in another area. So animals will naturally adapt to their environment, but they can only adapt what's already in the gene code. Okay?
Awesome. Yeah. It's like I always say, natural selection is a fine-tuning mechanism, but it's not a creative force.
Exactly right. It doesn't create a thing. It only selects.
And
Right.
it never created any animal recently that's been better than the heirloom version of itself. All these Chihuahuas and these dogs that they breed from, they've never made anything better than, say, the dire wolf. I mean, just ridiculous.
Well, you'd have to define. Some person may think this is better for some particular use. Like they were trying to chase, I think it was weasels. They wanted to chase weasels to catch them. So they bred dogs to get shorter and shorter legs, and they ended up with a dachshund. The dachshund is, half a dog high and dog and a half long. They can go down into the holes and chase the weasels or whatever they're trying to catch. That's beneficial for the farmer or for the hunter, but it's not beneficial for the dachshund. Turn him loose in the woods, see how long he lasts.
So in a way, I think that would bring us to the next question here on their other mechanism that they say would be used for, large-scale evolution, mutations. Are mutations construction, Dr. Hovind, or are they destruction?
All known mutations are either detrimental or useless. There are mutations where you get extra fingers, hexadecimalism, okay? Something goes wrong in the genetic code, and instead of building 4 fingers and a thumb, you build 5 fingers and a thumb. Okay. That's not beneficial. It's not any new information. It's considered a mutation. Something went wrong in the copying process, and it created an extra finger or an extra toe. There are tens of thousands of documented mutations. I'm not aware of any mutations that have been demonstrated to be beneficial to the organism. If you had one that was beneficial, let's suppose a baby was born that had wings and could fly. Whoa, now that would be brand new information that's not in the human gene code. Certainly there are animals in the world that can fly, lots of them. So it wouldn't be new information in the world, but it'd be new information for that species, say the humans. But if you had a human born that had wings, it takes way more than wings to be able to fly. It takes a brain system to be able to handle these wings. It takes a muscular system, a skeletal support system, a circulation system, a healing system, a nervous system to be able to feel the wings and feathers and the position they're in. So it'd be a really complicated thing. But even if you had all that, now you got the problem of who's this one going to marry? You got to have 2 with this mutation of the opposite sex in the same place in the world. What if one was here and one was in South Africa? It's going to, your beneficial mutation is going to disappear. So nobody has ever demonstrated a beneficial mutation that has changed anything in any animal's genetic code or in any animal's ability to survive. It's only mutations are always harmful, fatal, or neutral.
Yeah, totally agree. And what people don't really understand from what I noticed is that they've never actually understood epigenetics because it's such a new field of science. The more we understand epigenetics, the more we actually learn that genes actually don't change. They just change their expression. So when somebody brings up like, oh, the monoprotein helps with cholesterol, what they don't understand is that gene actually never actually mutated at all. It just had an epigenetic regulation. So the other factors that the gene did, the 4 other things, through escape from adaptive conflict are actually reduced to just doing one thing now, and that's removing cholesterol from the body. That's not really a benefit at all. It's just helping that thing survive rather than die. So yeah, I guess you can say it's beneficial, but its functions actually don't do what they were supposed to do. They reduced, and it's not a mutation at all. It's just an epigenetic regulation. So beneficial mutations are dead.
That's correct. Mutations might be beneficial for that individual for one particular time. For instance, if they're going through handcuffing everybody to take them off to prison to kill them, and you don't have any arms, they can't handcuff you. Oh, so you survive. Well, you survived because you don't have any arms, but that's not beneficial. They find bacteria that are resistant to certain antibiotics, but it's always because of a loss of information in the bacteria. It's deformed in some way, and the antibacterial agent can't bond to it to kill it. So it's not beneficial in the long term. Again, you got to go back to if you had one that was beneficial and nobody's ever shown one, who would it marry? It would die off in one generation.
And then, like you said, Dr. Hovind, the majority of these mutations are deleterious. So it seems like we're going down, not up. And I remember you using an example of like a paper being photocopied over and over again.
Right.
And all you see is the degradation of the information, correct?
Correct. Also, if there are 26, there are 26 letters in our English alphabet. We can arrange them to make words, and we can arrange the words to make sentences, and arrange the sentences to make books. And it would be an absolutely infinite number of books that could be written using those same 26 letters. If you drop letters, Scrabble letters from a game Scrabble onto the table, is there a chance that some will fall into the shape of a word? Slim chance, but it could happen. Is there a chance you could drop Scrabble letters and create a sentence? I'd say no chance at all. Now, is there a chance you could drop Scrabble letters of the English alphabet and create a Chinese word? Zero chance. Okay, none. It's not going to happen. So scrambling existing information in our DNA code is never going to create anything new. There are no examples showing that it's done that. They're wildly guessing. They're dreaming. They're hoping it happens because they don't want God telling them what to do. That's the real problem.
It seems like evolution only happens in the imagination of those that want to believe in it.
Exactly right. That's the only place it actually happens, up here between their ears, right where it's empty.
So when they use something like, hey, gene duplications, if you duplicate a gene or a chromosome, that'll give you the new novel information. Does that actually add new information to the genome, Dr. Hovind? Well,
doubling existing information doesn't add anything. It's called polyploidy. There are some giant strawberries you can get now. I mean, they're ginormous strawberries from polyploidy. It doubled the information. It's still a strawberry. It didn't change a thing, and they don't taste as good as the old ones, okay? So they're not creating anything. They're using manipulation to cause the gene to double itself someplace. Well, suppose you had a doubling of information, ended up with 10 fingers on each hand. Okay, they're still fingers. That's not new information. You didn't get a wing, a feather, or a beak. You got a feather, a wing, a finger, and you already had fingers. So doubling existing information is not any evidence for evolution.
I absolutely agree with that. So I guess that brings us to, I know we're all familiar with Aaron Ra and his, so-called best evidence, quote unquote, phylogenetic systematics. Are phylogenies, phylogenetic systematics, is that actually evidence for macroevolution, Dr. Hovind?
Well, in his mind, it certainly is. I mean, he's convinced himself and some of his followers, oh boy, this is proof right here. The fact that we can classify animals and put them into categories or phylums or genus, species, etc., that's evidence for creation. God said they will bring forth after their kind. It appears like in the original creation, the ability to bring forth was how you would determine if it's the same kind. A cat and a pine tree cannot bring forth offspring. A cat and a fish cannot bring forth offspring. A cat and a whale cannot bring forth offspring. So I think where the border is exactly between all these kinds might be a little fuzzy in a few cases, but 99.9% of the time, a 5-year-old can tell you if it's the same kind of animal or not. In my seminar, I flash up a picture of a dog, a wolf, a coyote, and a banana. And I say, which one is not part of the group? It doesn't belong. Almost always, they'll say the banana. A 4- and 5-year-old. So the Bible says they bring forth after their kind, and the fact that we can categorize them into at all by phylogeny or by kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, that's evidence of creation. But Mr. Sun God would love to believe there's no God, that he's God. He chose the name Ra, the sun god. Talk about ego. Anyway, so he can believe that if he wants, but that's not science. That's nonsense.
Yeah,
I absolutely agree.
It's been getting really worse for him lately. A major evolutionist by the name of Karl Popper even said that if humans do not match primates genetically more than other species, then common ancestry is falsified. Well, guess what? Genetic similarity by phylogeny is dead because chimps, even given their highest genetic match of all primates at 86.7%, that's lower than the house cat at 90%, that dogs at 95%. We share 98% with pigs and mice at 99%. So that's totally disruptive. Know what they're going to do about that.
I'm only catching about 2 out of 3 words what you're saying here, something breaking up, but yeah, if there are similarities between us and other animals, let's say they've now determined we are like 91% similar to monkeys, okay, in our DNA. Okay, let's assume that's true, 91%. What does that prove? Does that prove a common ancestry or a common creator? I would bet if you looked at a Honda Prelude and a Honda Civic and a Honda Accord, you would find thousands of similarities. I bet the lug nuts are interchangeable from the Prelude and the Accord and the Civic. Okay. Does that prove they both evolved from a skateboard, or does that prove the same guys designed them and decided to use interchangeable parts to save money? I think God designed humans to have an arm on each side with a single bone at the top, 2 bones here so you can twist your wrist around, radius and ulna. I think God designed birds to have wings that have a single bone at the top and 2 bones in their wrist so they can twist and flex their wing. That's not proof of a common ancestor. It's proof of a common designer. It's a great design. It works amazingly well. Design a machine that'll do that and heal itself. You'll be a multi-trazillionaire if you could do that.
And what's funny is not only are they going to use the similarities, Dr. Hovind, to prove their science fiction religion, they're also going to use the differences as well. Say in the DNA code, the differences. Does that prove macroevolution as well, Dr. Hovind?
Well, they look at similarities and say that proves evolution, and then they look at differences and say that proves evolution. In their mind, everything proves evolution. Wouldn't matter what you showed them. Everything is evidence for their theory because they want so badly to believe that. The Bible says in 2 Peter 3, they are willingly ignorant. In the Hebrew, that means dumb on purpose. They want badly to believe that. So, yeah, if you show them there are differences, they'll say, yep, that proves evolution. If you show them there are similarities, they'll say, yep, that proves evolution. It wouldn't, typically, it's a waste of time, okay? I only debate these guys because I want to help some of their followers come to the light and get converted, get some common sense. Nobody's ever seen any of this evolution. That's why I said at the beginning, it is a religion that you have to believe in, and they believe in it very strongly, and I admire their faith, but it's not science.
Well, it was through watching your debates that helped me come to the light, so I thank you for that, Dr. Hovind. What about, I hear a little bit of an echo there, sorry. What about dinosaurs? How did dinosaurs fit in the Bible?
Now, did I hear you say what, about? Is that how you say it in Canada, about?
I've been trying to say it more American style, but it's just not coming out right.
Now, about is what we use on the lake to go fishing.
A boot.
Okay. What about dinosaurs? Well, if you read the Bible, Genesis chapter 5 is very clear. Those people lived to be over 900 years old. Adam was 930 when he died. Noah was 950. Methuselah 969, the oldest one. So Genesis 5 gives all the dates, and they're living over 900 years. Also, many countries that have ancient roots that go back thousands of years historically, like the Chinese or India, they almost all of them have legends about a golden age. They'll say, oh yeah, man used to live to be 1,000 and die peacefully in his sleep. And just read up on the golden age and all the legends about the golden age. Well, I think it's all based on truth. They didn't live to be 1,000, but almost 1,000 and 900 plus. And reptiles never stop growing. So even today, reptiles grow all their life. They will never stop. Their growth rate will change as they age. They're less growth per year than they had when they were a child, but they never stop growing. So before the flood came, the reptiles that could live to be 800 or 900 years old would be the dinosaurs. They're going to tell the kids in school dinosaurs lived millions of years ago. No, dinosaurs were big reptiles that lived with Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. Noah would have taken them on the ark. Probably babies. Just be sure to get a pink one and a blue one. Okay.
Actually, part of your answer jumped out at me there with how the Bible records a time of really long lives. Would that also have to do with, like right now we know there's a mutation accumulation since the original creation, and would it also have to do with, say, the pre-flood environment? What are the factors that are at play, Dr. Hovind, that had to do with the decline in age?
There's a long, convoluted answer to that. I'll try to shorten it down, but I think you have to start with exactly where is the Bible? Where are God's words preserved for us? I have taken the very, very long time to study all this and have come to the serious conclusion that God promised he would preserve his words in Psalm 12, 6 and 7. I believe he did that in the King James Bible. I think that's where it's preserved for us who speak English anyway, that God's he's obligated to preserve his word someplace. He certainly didn't preserve it in the Hebrew and Greek. They're gone. Where are they? Nobody's seen these originals they talk about for centuries. So in the King James Bible, it says very clearly that in Genesis chapter 1, verse 6 and 7, when God made the earth, there was water above the firmament. When you read down to verse 20, it says the birds fly in the firmament. Well, there it is. If the birds fly in the firmament, that would obviously be the atmosphere we're breathing. And there was water above the firmament. It says very clearly, Genesis 1, 6, and 7. Now, some other creationist groups do not believe what I'm about to say. They are wrong. I am right on this one. There used to be a canopy of water, probably ice, above the atmosphere. If you watch my video number 2, where I talk about the Garden of Eden, let's go to Creation Seminar Part 2 on drdino.com. You'll see where I talk about this canopy of ice. I think probably 2 or 3 fingers thick is what the Jews have always taught. There was a crystalline canopy above the atmosphere, 2 or 3 fingers thick. That would increase air pressure. If you took all the air around the world, which is now stretched out about 60 miles, it gets thinner and thinner as you go. At 5 miles, Mount Everest, you can't breathe. It's not enough to breathe without carrying oxygen with you. So all of the air down near the surface is about 14.7 pounds per square inch. But as you go up higher and higher, it gets less and less pressure until it goes out to near nothing, okay? Eventually to nothing. Let's say 60 miles is the thickness of the air around the world. If you could squeeze it all down to 10 miles by putting a ball around the earth, a crystalline canopy, that would increase air pressure at the surface, maybe by 20%, I don't know, 30%. So breathing would be easier. Just like when you go down in Death Valley, California, below sea level, breathing is easier. The air is a little bit more compressed. When you go down into the Dead Sea, 1,300 feet below sea level, breathing is easier because the air is more compressed. Whereas when you go up on a tall mountain and try to run around, you run out of air. Can't breathe. It takes special training to do mountain climbing and mountain, running up and down mountains. You have to, discipline their body to handle the lower oxygen. When you go up in an airplane, they have to pressurize the airplane, but even then it's only about 50 or 60% of what it is at ground level, because outside it's way less than that. Bottom line is, part of the problem and part of the answer to the question is there had to be a canopy of ice above the atmosphere. I think Genesis 1:1, in the first verse in the Bible, is different in all these new Bible versions compared to the King James. King James Bible says, in the beginning, God created the heaven, singular, the heaven and the earth. All the new Bible versions say heavens, plural, and they are wrong. It's a serious difference. It's only the 7th word in the Bible, and you've already got a problem. Somebody's wrong. Is it heaven or heavens? King James said is heaven. So when God first made the earth, he made the earth and the heaven, singular. Later, starting in verse 6, he starts slicing this heaven up into 3 pieces. First heaven, where the birds fly, then a canopy of ice, I believe, a couple of inches thick, complete shell surrounding the world. That is now gone. It fell down at the flood. Got shattered, actually. I'll cover it in a minute. Then there was another second heaven we call outer space, where all the stars are. Then there's a third heaven where God lives. Only mentioned once in the Bible, for sure, in 2 Corinthians chapter 12. Paul was caught up to the third heaven. I believe, I couldn't prove this to anybody. I just happen to believe there is still a crystalline canopy above the stars. And God sits upon this crystal sea, and that's where the barrier between what we see as our universe and where God lives outside in the third heaven. So this canopy above, if you had 2 or 3 inches of ice 10 miles up, it would increase air pressure at the surface. It would block out most of the UV light and X-rays coming from the sun, which would be one of the many, many factors that would cause the people and everything to live much longer and grow much faster on Earth before that canopy was broken. Now, also you'd have to understand, this Bible teaches pretty clearly, I think, that there was water under the crust of the earth. Psalm 24, 1 and 2, Psalm 33, Psalm 136, all talk about the depths, the oceans being stored in the earth. Now, some other creationists don't believe this. Some other groups end up criticizing me for teaching this. I'm sorry. I'm correct on this one and the other one too, but there was water under the crust of the earth. There is still a lot of water under the crust of the earth. When they got down to the bottom of the ocean in 1977, they discovered tens of millions of hot water vents called thermal vents at the bottom of the ocean. Okay, if there's hot water shooting up into the bottom of the ocean, where does it have to be coming from? down lower than that. That's
Exactly.
there is still a huge amount of hot water trapped in the crust of under the crust of the earth. Huge subterranean chambers of water are still shooting up all over the world. Geysers, thermal vents, these things at the bottom of the ocean are, I think, absolute evidence of when the water underneath escaped, when the fountains of the deep broke open, which is where most of the flood water came from. The water under the crust cracked, the water went shooting up to the top, so the crust would then sink in to fill in the low place by the water. Basically, you're changing places. You had rock and water. Now you got water and rock this way. So if the crust of the earth shrank, a few hundred feet, the earth didn't get any smaller because just the water got put on top. This would speed the earth up in its spin a little bit because the weight is slightly more concentrated. So probably the original creation had 360 days. And it sped up at the flood because of the changing of the mass, rock sinking in, water coming to the top. It's just no different than an ice skater spinning around and then they pull their arms in tight, they spin faster. Put your arms out, you slow down. Same effect, centrifugal force. So I think the flood, the fountains of the deep breaking open, shooting water out to the surface, probably even shooting it fast enough that eroding the cracks along the side of the cracks, it would probably shoot rocks out into space away from Earth's effective gravity. And maybe the moon got its craters from Noah's flood. And maybe all the junk floating around in space that we still run around and smack into once in a while, called a shooting star, maybe that's all from Noah's flood, from stuff being shot off the earth during this flood when the fountains of the deep broke open. This would shatter the first canopy, make it, because I believe the super cold ice, that canopy used to be up there, would be affected by the magnetic field. Maybe held up by the magnetic field partially, or by air pressure like a big inflatable building, maybe a combination of both. But if it got shattered from the fountains of the deep breaking open, the shattered crystalline canopy would generally be sucked into the north and south pole by the Earth's magnetic field. We would have a rapid dump of ice, super cold ice, on the poles, probably explaining where the ice age comes from. And then the second crystal canopy out beyond the stars is probably still there. Maybe everything that we see is this huge universe is in one of those glass balls on God's dresser that you pick up and shake once in a while, see how things are going in there. All right?
Yeah, awesome answer. I would agree with 100% of everything you just said there. I completely believe in the canopy as well. At the top of your head, Dr. Hovind, can you think of maybe one objection to what you just said on the canopy, and then debunk that? Because I know there's people out there that have objections, but I've seen you answer them more than sufficiently.
Well, they will say it would take 30 feet of water to stop all X-rays. I don't think it had to stop all X-rays. I think it had to slow down. I mean, if you could decrease the X-ray, the radiation damage from the sun and the stars by 20 or 30%, that would help. If you could decrease it by 80 or 90%, it would really help. So I don't know. It's all gone. Whatever was up there is gone. All I can do is tell you the Bible says there was water above the firmament, King James Bible. And the Bible says the birds fly in the firmament. So I don't have a problem with that. It fits just fine. And I can show you in the ancient Jewish literature, they have always taught that there was a crystalline canopy around the world. That's what they taught. And I think they're exactly correct. They argued whether it was 2 fingers thick or 3 fingers thick. How they would even know it's up there, I don't know, unless God revealed this to Adam. And then Adam passed it on through oral tradition that did not get recorded in the Bible. That's one option. But I don't know. But some object to that and say, well, what held it up? Well, first place, if it's only 2 or 3 inches of ice, you'd only have to have an increase of about 10% air pressure to hold it up like a big inflatable building. I mean, the Minnesota Vikings had a super dome up there, the big inflatable building. The roof of the whole football stadium was held up by air pressure. It wouldn't take much. At 14.7 pounds per square inch, well, what would 3 fingers thick of water weigh per square foot? You could do the math and find out how much increase it would be to hold it up. It wouldn't be but 5 or 10% increase over what it is today. And squeezing 60 miles of air down into 10 miles would certainly increase the pressure by, pick a number, I don't know, 15 or 20%. That would hold it up just simply by air pressure. Then if the moon the Earth spinning under the moon causes the tides, we know it does, pulls the water up and down. It would also pull this shell back and forth, this crystalline canopy. There'd be a slight movement back and forth because of the moon causing air circulation underneath, a constant breeze blowing just from the tide. There'd be an air tide with this. The other factor that could have held it up, as I mentioned, was the Earth's magnetic field. Super cold ice, when you get down cold enough, it becomes magnetic. So that could have been a factor. It might have been both that held it up. But again, whatever was up there is gone. We're going to have to watch the video when we get to heaven.
No, I appreciate the answer, Dr. Hovind, and once again, I completely agree with you. I think, as you mentioned, the Ice Age and obviously the post-flood world, a lot of people will say, how did the kangaroos get to Australia? Like, is this readily answered through whether it's land bridges? What's the best answer to that, Dr. Hovind?
Well, it goes back to a simple understanding of what the Earth is like. The Earth has a rocky crust, about 10 miles thick. And on top of that rocky crust, there are dips and low places that are full of water. We call them seas, lakes, or oceans if they're big enough. So, but underneath the ocean, there's still rock under there. If you had a really long pair of stilts, you could walk across the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, people say, do you think of North America and South America, do you think Africa and South America were ever connected? I said, what do you mean? They're still connected right now. Right this minute, Africa is connected to South America. It's just the low place is full of water called the Atlantic Ocean. What do you mean, were they connected? If you lowered the oceans about 100 feet, and they average 12,000 feet deep, take 12,000 feet, take 100 feet away, freeze it, stick it on the North and South Pole, enlarge the ice caps at the poles, which would shrink the ocean, lower the ocean level by maybe 100 feet. You could walk any place in the world. You could walk right now over to Europe if the oceans were maybe 150 feet lower. Look, just Google the depth of the ocean between Australia and Vietnam. Indonesia, that whole area in there, the water's 30 or 40 feet deep, as wide as this room I'm in. That's it. That's how deep it is. During World War II, it was a real problem because there was no place to hide submarines. The water's too shallow. The enemy can see you coming. See the periscope stick, you can't hide. So the water's too shallow. If you lowered the water, I think by 60 feet, I believe is the number, you could walk to Australia. So how did the kangaroos get to Australia? They hopped. That's how they get everywhere they go. The English Channel, between England and Ireland, Google English Channel, deepest point, I think, is 150 feet.
Wow.
Well, that's from here to the street, 150 feet. It's 30 miles wide, 150 feet deep. Scale that out on a piece of graph paper. It's not much. So lowering the oceans a few hundred feet would connect everything. I think it's pretty obvious to anybody there was an ice age, that the ice came clear down to Kansas City, Missouri. Just Google ice age and it'll show how far it came down. There were huge ice caps on this planet at one time. They are now very small compared to what they used to be. Okay, well, if you made ice 100 feet thick or 500 feet thick, an ice age, clear down to Kansas City, Missouri, you're going to take a lot of water out of the oceans. It's going to be trapped in the form of ice, which is going to lower the oceans, which connects everything. So it's not a problem for the animals getting from Noah's Ark to every part of the world. Between Alaska and Russia, just Google the depth of the Bering Sea, about 60 feet.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
The length of this house.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I'll try to go slow. Did you know that there's a penguin that can travel? He travels 5,000 miles every year to go visit a guy in Brazil that saved his life. And apparently to where Noah's Ark rested was about 7,500. So it's pretty easy to imagine that a penguin can travel that far pretty easily.
I haven't heard that story. That sounds interesting. 5,000 miles to go visit the guy that saved his life. That's a cool story.
Well, it sounds like, based on a lot of what you just said too, Dr. Hovind, that would readily explain a lot of the, Atlantis legends, a lot of the flooded cities that you hear about. Is that correct?
Well, I think the Atlantis legend is probably another flood story. When Noah got off the ark, his kids, Shem, Ham, Japheth, and their wives would have had children. And the grandchildren would at some point say, hey, Grandpa, Noah, how come we're the only people in the whole world? Where is everybody? and they would tell them the story about the flood. And probably they'd sit around the campfire and tell all kinds of stories about what it used to be before the flood. So the legends of pre-flood world, with probably much bigger people and people living to be 900, that would have been passed right on through the flood by the people who survived the flood, Noah and the family. So these flood legends then would be preserved in oral tradition, which is pretty easy to get twisted and changed and exaggerated. Then Moses came along and wrote down the actual account that he probably got from eyewitnesses who put it on clay tablets would be the best guess. I covered that in my seminar part 7. So getting off track a little bit, the flood legends then would have been passed on by Noah's sons to their kids and grandkids. And if you look at the Genesis chapter 10 and 11, Noah's son Shem, he's the only one we really have a date for. Shem lived to be 600 years old. Okay. He was 100 when the flood came. That means he lived 500 years after that flood. Shem lived long enough to meet Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They could have passed that legend on to their great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. It probably would be a standard thing once a year, at Christmas time or whatever. Let's go visit great-great-great-great-grandpa Shem and let him tell the kids stories about what the world used to be like. Okay?
Awesome. Thanks for that response, Dr. Hovind. I've got a question here from kind of already touched on it in regards to the fossil question. But they're asking, is there such thing as transitional fossils? Say, Tiktaalik, Archaeopteryx. What do we make of that, Dr. Hovind?
Well, as I said earlier, no fossils can count as evidence for change of anything. No fossils would count. In an honest court of law, you couldn't prove those fossils had any children. And you certainly couldn't prove they had children that were different than themselves. All animals today produce the same kind of offspring. Whatever they are, that's what they make. Cows make cows, cats make cats. There are no exceptions. None. So how could there be a transitional fossil? It doesn't happen today. No animal today is doing this. So why would we attribute this mystical power to some bone we found in the dirt? Doesn't make any sense. No, there are no transitional fossils. There may be some species that have gone extinct. Lots of examples of extinction take place, but that's not evidence for anything. If you found an animal that looked to be half human, half monkey, if you found bones in the dirt, okay, that wouldn't prove it's a transition. That might prove there's a species that has gone extinct. How many varieties of monkeys, apes, and baboons are there today? Like 30 or 40? There are big people today. What's the tribe in South in Africa that's averages over 7 feet tall? Then there's the pygmies in Africa that average 3.5 feet tall. Are they the same species? Yeah, they're human. So is somebody who's 5 feet tall transitional between them? No. That just shows the range of the human gene code is able to produce people that are 7 feet tall and people that are 3 feet tall. They're still human. It's just like the dogs, Great Dane and Chihuahua. They're still dogs. That's not evolution. And the mid-sized dogs are not transitional. They're just an example of the variation already present in the kind. Okay?
Awesome. Thanks for that answer. We know that, as you've said, Dr. Hovind, dogs produce dogs, cows produce cows. What about those evolutionists that just want to believe in evolution so bad they'll say things like, well, we expect dogs to produce dogs? What's the best response to that?
I am baffled that they can be so dumb as to not see the flaws in their own theory. How can they eat and sleep and walk at this, and breathe? And they just don't get it. They say, well, yeah, going forward, dogs will always produce dogs, and they'll say that's proof for evolution because they breed according to their kind. Well, they don't believe that, because what about if you go backwards? They'll say dogs will, like Aaron Ross said, dogs will always produce dogs. Well, did it come from something that was a non-dog? They have these trees of life showing everything coming from like a single-cell creature like an amoeba. Okay, is an amoeba a dog? Or did it produce something other than its kind? Quite obviously, somewhere along the line, it went from non-dog to dog. And they just don't see it. Willingly ignorant. Peter got it right. They are willingly ignorant. Romans says God will give them strong delusion. You would have to be deluded to believe such a dumb theory as evolution.
I completely agree.
That's what they're saying now the fact that dogs always produce dogs is proof for evolution. You guys have got to be kidding. They don't get it.
It's like you said earlier. All evidence becomes evidence for
Everything is proof for their theory, right?
That theory.
What happened, right?
I've got one final question here, Dr. Hovind, that came in. The evolutionists will say that, we share genetic mistakes, I think it is, say with the apes.
Okay.
For example, like a GURO gene. What's the best answer to that, Dr. Hovind? Is that evidence for evolution?
Well, I don't know that we share genetic mistakes, but it could be evidence we both went through the same catastrophe like Noah's flood. It could be evidence that we do have a similar designer. I think you'll find in cold weather, really cold weather, the Chevys and the Fords and the Dodges and the Hondas have a hard time starting.
Good point.
So what does that prove? Well, they're all facing the same dilemma. 30 below zero is tough to live with for any motorized vehicle, okay? So the fact that we have similar problems in our gene code and in our manner of living, say to humans or to monkeys may have a similar problem, that wouldn't prove evolution. How could it? But again, in their mind, everything is proof for evolution. Wouldn't matter what happened.
Well, I think it's based on a primary assumption that universal common ancestry is true, but it's all based on a false assumption. So I think that's their big problem, Dr. Hovind. But I want to thank you so much for coming on. It's awesome. I think we've done almost an hour, and I was able to ask every single question that everybody had for me to ask for you.
Okay. Well, if people have questions, they can go to our website, drdino.com, D-R-D-I-N-O. My seminar series is all over the internet, creation seminar series. A lot of stuff is answered in there. They can call me. I can take phone calls all day long, 855-BIG-DINO. I'm extension 3. If they want to schedule a meeting to have me come speak, I go to extension 2, secretary. If they want to get my materials on video and stuff, they can go to extension 1, 855-BIG-DINO, extension 1. I will be glad to help them. We want to strengthen your faith. Now, more importantly, if the Bible is true, you better make sure you've got your sins forgiven, because the Bible says if you're not a Christian, you're going to hell. If you don't have Christ forgiving your sins, you're headed for hell. That's more important than anything else about dinosaurs. Our ministry, Creation Science Evangelism, our purpose is to evangelize, to get people converted. So if you're not sure you're going to heaven, give me a call. I'll explain it over the phone to you. Okay?
Awesome. Thanks so much, Dr. Hovind. God bless. And once again, I really, really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule and joining us for this question and answer.
Well, thank you. If you get cold up there in Canada, come on down to Alabama. It's about 60 today, Fahrenheit. You can come down and help us build Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama.
That sounds like a really good idea right about now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thanks so much. And guys, thanks for tuning in. We will talk to you later. Standing for Truth is out. We are live on Standing for Truth tonight, and we are debating creation versus evolution. I'm really excited here. The more specific topic, though, is common design versus universal common ancestry, guys. Before we get started, if everybody is enjoying these debates and discussions and just the content on this channel, please like and subscribe. That'd be awesome. So let's get to the fun. Let's get the party started. I'd like to thank both the debaters, Adam here and Dr. Ken Hovind, for giving us their time for today's debate. We know the one thing we all could use more of is time, that's for sure. So I'm going to hand it over to Nephilim Free here. He's going to be tracking the time, and he's going to go over the format real quick and give us the rundown. Thanks, guys, and go ahead there, Neph.
Okay, so the format for this debate is 5-minute opening statements. Then each opponent will give a 4-minute rebuttal. Then there'll be a 30-minute discussion session, and then 3-minute closings and 6 to 10-minute question and answer session. So who is starting the debate? Did anybody decide, or should I flip a mental coin?
Adam.
Adam is going first. Okay,
Yes.
Adam, if you're ready, whenever you're ready, you begin speaking, and I'll start the timer. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Right, it's going to put my slideshow on full screen. Hello, everybody. Can you all see my screen, my PowerPoint? Yeah?
Yes, I
Everyone
see
see?
it.
That's fine. Okay. So, can you see it, Kent? Can you see my screen?
I can see it.
Ah, lovely. Right. So, my name is Adam. I own a gaming channel here on YouTube. This is not the sort of thing I usually do, but Standing for Truth sent me a message and dragged me along to this. Not kicking and screaming, thankfully. I came along willingly. I am joined here by Dwayne Johnson, Donald Trump, and Delboy, and I'm going to run through this this argument with you: common design versus common designer. Kent is arguing for common designer. I'm arguing for, well, not entirely common design. We're going to get into that. So, evolution. It requires common design. It also requires uncommon design, and I'll explain that fully. So let's look at some common designs first. What do we have here? We have a human hand. So you've got your thumb, you've got your 4 fingers. That equals 5 digits on the human hand. We've got a dog's paw. We again have 5 digits. You've got the 4 toes. You also have the dew claw, which is that one slightly behind, just above the I forget the name of the bit below. My apologies. So 5 digits there again. This is a lizard, one of the reptiles, and it too has 5 digits.
I hate to interrupt, but Adam, if you think your screens are changing, they're not. I just thought I'd point that out. There might be a technical issue. Now they are, it seems like. Okay, I'll be quiet. I'm going to give you about 15 more seconds. Just wanted to let you know the screen was not changing. Okay, go ahead. Okay,
so that's your dog paw there. This is your lizard. So 5 digits there. Now, next one. Now, that is a chameleon's foot. What do we notice about the chameleon's foot? It has 2 toes, and yet it has 5 claws. Now, how do we explain this looking at it from an evolutionary point of view? Well, let's look at the skeletal structure of the chameleon. You see there on each foot, it has 5 toes. 2 toes. Now, how do we explain this? The ancestors of the chameleon were, well, your more common lizards, really. It had the 5 digits like it does here. But it adapted to live as an arboreal creature. So it grabs onto twigs, onto branches. And it adapted to develop these almost pincer-like toes that don't act like your normal digits do. And yet it retains these 5, you just see there at the bottom of the pencil, it's got 2 toes on one side and 3 on the other, but they're all melded together. Not the bones, but the skin around it. And they can't really move them independently. Skinks. These are all skinks that you see on the picture here. So you've got the blue-tongued skink at the top, which has the 4 legs. And then at the bottom right-hand corner, you've got another type of skink, which is entirely legless. In the midst of these 2, you've got 3 more skinks with varying levels of legness, if you want to use that as a word. So the one in the middle has got extremely reduced limbs to the point where they almost don't exist. They hardly use them. They've got long bodies that they move like a snake, and they have these tiny little limbs that don't really do much, to be honest. And these are all skinks. They all have a very similar lifestyle. They're burrowing animals, which is why they've eventually lost these legs, because legs are more of a hindrance than anything when you're trying to dig underground. So there you have a common design. So you've got the skinks, but you've got an uncommon design. And we're going to explain that evolutionarily, if that's a word again. Right, so snakes. Boas and pythons are rather special among the snakes because they have what are called pelvic spurs. These claws that you see up here, it looks like a Burmese python on the top. It looks like another python below. And on the right-hand side, you can see the bone structure. You can see the actual pelvic bones down there. Now, the claws, they have a purpose in mating, but the bones within there don't do anything. They float freely in the muscle mass. They're just there as remnants. And this is uncommon among the snakes. It's only common between 2 of them. Why is it not in all of the snakes? Why is it in none of the snakes? Well, evolution can explain that. Here are some common and uncommon designs again.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Common and common at the same time. You've got very common leg structures in terms of bones, but they fulfill different functions and they are in entirely different skins, as it were. So you've got fins on the left, feet on the right-hand side. I'm going to rush through these last bits. Is that my time? I heard a bell ringing.
Yeah, 15 seconds.
I'll finish it there. I can go over the rest of this stuff later if you wish. I'll pass my time over.
All right, Dr. Hovind will go next. Dr. Hovind, when you begin speaking, 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, well, thank you. Good to be here. My name's Kent Hovind. I was a high school science and math teacher 15 years, moved to Pensacola, Florida in 1989 and began the ministry of creation science evangelism. I take the position that the Bible is true and scientifically accurate. The Bible 20 times in the first 7 chapters says the animals will bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen. And everything Adam showed today is the same kind of animal. Might be variations within that kind, but still, he hasn't shown the evidence for evolution that I could see. So we're building a Christian camp in Lenox, Alabama, Dinosaur Adventure Land. Come on down and see us. Our website is drdino.com. Get the commercial in there. I think the evidence is overwhelming. There's a common designer. Did you know the lug nuts from a Honda Accord will fit on a Honda Prelude? You can go try it. Unscrew the lug nuts. They'll fit right on. That proves they both evolved from a skateboard 14.729 million years ago. That's the kind of fuzzy logic Adam is using. Because there are similarities between creatures, therefore they must have a common ancestor. Well, that's ludicrous. I think the reason the lug nuts on a Honda Accord will fit on a Honda Prelude is because they're both made by the same people, Honda. I think you'll find thousands of similarities between all the different types of cars. Nearly all the cars in America, the steering wheel is on the left side. And in Britain, they're on the right side. Well, what does that prove? Well, that's the way they drive over there. That's the way they design the car. So if there are similarities between the Chevy and the Ford and the Honda over here, that might prove that because they're designed to drive on the roads over here in America. So to use evidence that he's showing, pointing out similarities, 5 toes on all these creatures, well, yeah, that's the same designer designed them all. I don't think he has a clue about the chameleon and how he flexes his muscles and uses his 5 toes to feel the branch. And what if he hurts one of them? What if he only had 2 and stubbed his toe or broke it or something? Well, he could still function just fine. Redundancy. Why do most of the cars carry a spare tire? Well, in case you get a flat. This is common sense 101. So to say that because they look similar in somebody's mind, therefore they must be related is ludicrous. That wouldn't hold up 2 seconds in an honest court of law. We do see 5 claws, 5 fingers on many creatures. I'm surprised that he mentioned about the python and the pelvic leg bones. First place, Adam, going from having legs to not having legs would be losing, not gaining. All the evidence I've ever seen evolutionists give are things like this, where they think something is losing something. Why don't you see it gaining? Same thing with the Sphinx. You said burrowing in the ground, legs would be a hindrance. Okay, well, they all burrow in the ground and some have legs. Apparently they need them for something we don't know about, or maybe somebody does know about it and I just don't happen to know. So the fact that I think there's an amazing design. And to look at, 1 year Porsche built a car, accidentally built it, if my understanding is right, that you could not change the spark plugs without removing the motor from the frame. You had to take the motor out of the car to change the spark plugs. Well, that was a poor design, but it doesn't mean it wasn't designed. Okay, I don't think there's any poor design in God's nature any place, but if we don't understand why he designed something the way he did, that doesn't prove he didn't design it. I think that's a silly argument for evolution, to say this is poor design, therefore it happened by chance. I could look at the Porsche and say, look at that poor design, therefore nobody made the Porsche, which would be silly. Of course somebody made it. They made a goof. I happen to believe, and I'll tell you, I do not believe God made any goofs. I think we need to study. Back in 1905, I think was the date, they listed in the encyclopedia 180 vestigial organs that the human body has. They said, you don't need your appendix, you don't need your tonsils, you don't need your adenoids, and they went on and on and on listing these vestigial structures. Well, the problem was not that they're vestigial. The problem was they didn't understand the function of them yet. There are none, zero, nada, no vestigial structures anywhere. And the snake does not have vestigial legs, and those bones are not floating freely in the snake's body. Those bones and those claws are used in the python for mating. Snakes can't talk. They can't say, scoot over, honey. They don't have any arms. That's how the snake, you can watch them when they mate. They'll use those claws and the bones internally to maneuver the female into position so they can mate with them. Has nothing whatsoever to do with walking on land. But again, I'd point out clearly this, even if it was true, this is losing, not gaining. Where are the examples of any animal or plant gaining a new feature, a new structure, not a new use of an existing structure? I have used a crescent wrench a couple of times for a hammer. Okay. That's all I had available. And so sometimes animals or plants may have to use some of their existing structures for a heretofore unused job that they have to do.
That's
But
time.
that's not evolution. That's silly to call that evidence for evolution. Go ahead.
Okay, so now it's Adam's turn for a 4-minute rebuttal. Adam, when you begin speaking, 4 minutes, sir.
Oh, Adam, I think you're on mute. You got to unmute yourself, brother.
My apologies. Saying thank you, Ken. It's good to speak to you. Obviously, our first time speaking. It's a pleasure, mate. And I hope we're going to have some more fun as we go along in this.
Sure.
I'm going to skip this bit for now because you mentioned Hondas, didn't you? And funnily enough, here is one now. This is the devil car, the Honda Jazz. I can't stand the things. And this was obviously designed by a person. So was this Honda Jazz. Now, you'd say it was designed by the same person. It's got the same logo. It's got all the same bits. Really, we should be calling this the Honda debate, if we could please, standing for truth. We've got another Honda here. This, again, is a Honda Jazz. You could say, yeah, it's got all the hallmarks of a Honda, and you'd expect it to be made by the same person. But then what about that? Now, looking at that and looking at those 3 Honda Jazzes there, are you going to turn around to me and say, well, they must have had the same designer because they've all got wheels? Well, clearly they weren't made by the same designer. That tank is not a Honda, especially not a Honda Jazz. I imagine it moves at more than 10 miles an hour. Let's look at nature. There's a fish. There's another fish. And there's a fish. You could say, oh, they've all got commonality, so why weren't they made by a common designer? Okay. There's your octopus. One of the most alien-looking things on the planet. So if you're not going to say the tank was made by the same people that made the Honda, then why would you say that all animals and plant life had a common designer when there are such different designs? Right, what else did I put? You mentioned that there are goofs in these animals. Now let me ask you this. I imagine you're talking from the point of view of God creating all these animals and such. Well, if that were the case, why would there be goofs? Why would there be animals at all? Because all throughout history, all throughout the fossil record, what do we see? We see trial and error in much the same way that cars went through trial and error. Do you think that if they made the perfect car to start with, they would need more than one? No, cars started with, I believe it was maybe the Ford. Those were one of the first types of car. But over time, we found errors with it. We found problems. And each time we've done trial and error to make the better car design. And cars have forever been adapting, getting better, because the previous ones weren't up to scratch. Some of them are, and they last a long time, like the Mini over here in Britain. It was around in the 60s. Most cars from the 60s aren't here anymore, but the Mini is still here with us because it has adapted to the British lifestyle. You mentioned snakes using the claws in mating. Well, why don't all snakes use them in mating then? Why is it not a common design? Why is it only certain snakes have it? Why is it not all of them have it, or none of them have it? Because they all mate in the same way, essentially. New features. What about spitting in cobras? Where you've got basal cobras don't have the ability to spit. This is a study that was done, and you look at ones like pseudo-Goldii, which is near the bottom there, which is one of the more basal cobras. It doesn't have the ability to spit. And neither do the ones below that, so your Walterenesia aegyptia, your false cobra, they can't spit. And yet 3 groups have evolved this ability independently, these unique features, this ability to spit. And they don't spit the same either. They spit differently. If it was something commonly made, why wouldn't they all have the same spit? Why is it as well that, unlike vipers, cobras can't move their fangs? Both have fangs. The vipers have fangs and the cobras have fangs. but they both use them differently. One of them moves and one of them doesn't. Why are we not seeing a common design? Why are we not seeing snakes all looking like Honda Jazzes, having the same features, the same functions, the same inability to go over 20 miles an hour? Why are we not seeing that? You mentioned after kind. Well, let's go to how much time have I got left, Neff? Neff?
All right, that's time.
Oh, yeah, leave it there.
So now we're going to have a 4-minute rebuttal from Dr. Hovind. When you begin speaking, sir, 4 minutes.
Well, thank you. Very interesting bit of argument. If you think that is evidence that we all came from an amoeba, I think you're really seriously needing some help. Let me answer a few of these. You showed 3 cars and a tank. I think you will see that all of them are have the same. They're meeting a basic need of moving somebody to a new location. So they probably have a driver's seat or passenger seats, maybe even. They probably have some method of moving, like wheels. They probably have a reason for wanting to move, like to be in a different location, like the car or the tank. So it's a design feature that works. Honda could probably start building tanks if they wanted. Honda could build airplanes if they wanted. I have built cars. I have built dune buggies. I have built decks. I've built houses. I have written books. I'm only one person. I think if God can design a fish and an octopus and a whale and a cell and a plant and 1,000 varieties of apples, I think that's proof of a really intelligent God, not proof of a common ancestor, proof of a common designer. I think you've made my case for me. Thank you very much. He said, why did the designer make such incredible variety? To me, that's to prove he can do it. Why did he make some snakes to spit and some not to spit? I don't know. I haven't studied that. That'd be a question for a herpetologist. Is there a reason? But to say that some can spit and some can't, therefore, all snakes came from a rock 4.6 billion years ago is ludicrous at many levels. I'd be willing to bet $1,000 or euros or whatever you use over there that snakes, when they have babies, the babies turn out to be snakes every time. And you mentioned about the cars. It's interesting to use that as an example, because when I do, the evolutionists jump on it right away and say, well, cars don't reproduce. Somebody produces them. Bingo, somebody produced the cars, and they produced with a wide range. I understand you can get a Honda with 2 doors, or a Honda with 4 doors, or a Honda with 5 doors. Honda probably makes a truck, too. I'm not sure what all they make. But it's coming from a mind of a person who wants to move somebody from one location to another and accomplish a function. If it's a truck, they might want to have the ability to carry some stuff in the back of the truck. So I think you'll find everything about the Honda is designed. Now, it's made of natural materials, most of it, iron mostly, but that doesn't mean it made itself. And plants and humans and animals are made of naturally occurring materials, the 92 elements found in the earth, but that doesn't mean they made themselves. Cars don't make themselves. Somebody makes them from the naturally occurring elements. So they dig the iron out of the ground and melt it down and make iron or steel and mix carbon with it, and then they make cars. Yeah, that takes intelligence to do that. It took intelligence for the 92 elements found in the earth to be created and shaped into the plants and the animals and finally to humans. We're the last thing God created. So you said the Mini has adapted to British lifestyle. Adam, stop and think about that for 5 minutes. You mean the Mini did this on its own? Or did you have some intelligent or semi-intelligent Brits over there try to manufacture a better Mini every time? My uncle had one back in the early 60s, one of the early ones. I'd be willing to bet there are hundreds of improvements on the Mini in the last 50 years. Get a 1960 and compare it to the 2020, 2019, a Mini. Sure, there's improvements. That's because some intelligent people are driving it around saying, you know, it really ought to have this. So they change it. The Mini does not change itself. This is silly that somebody's changing it. And all the changes within the animals adapting to their environment are within very strict limits. You can get dogs that adapt to cold weather and dogs that adapt to warm weather, but you're never going to get a dog that can jump to the moon or fly. There are animals that can fly, but you're never going to get a dog to do that. It's not in the gene code. So sure, animals adapt to their environment, but that's because they're selecting a slice of an already existing gene code. That's not evolution. I suspect my time is up.
That's 4 minutes. Okay, so
Okay.
now we'll have a 30-minute discussion period whereby these two gentlemen will go back and forth with each other discussing the subject of common designer or common evolutionary process. So I'll try to stay out of it as much as possible. You guys go ahead. 30 minutes.
Adam, tell me about the Mini. Did it do it to itself?
Tell you about. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
The Mini. Did the Mini make these adaptations by itself?
Oh, I think you misunderstood my point with the minis. When I said it adapted to the British lifestyle, it's probably the wrong use of words. What I meant is it's maintained, because you hear a lot of creationists say that various animals have been around for a long time, whereas some seem quite recent. My point with that is the Mini from the 50s and 60s is still around in its current form. My best friend has one in its current form. That was the point I was getting across.
I'm so sorry to jump in here. Adam, did you want to, I think you were still sharing screen from your slides. Did you want to put your main logo on? And
I was going to use I was going to go over a couple of things in the slides, if that's all right.
Okay. Just for the discussion period, yeah, if you want to go through a few things, but we're just trying to keep it a free-flowing kind of organic dialogue. Yeah. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. But that was my point in that one, Ken. Sorry if I didn't make that clear enough.
No, I think it was what's called a Freudian slip. It was perfectly clear. The Mini was designed, and I agree. I think, and the fact that they didn't have to improve it much proves that the first guy did it pretty good. And I think the fact that the original dogs are still producing dogs 6,000 is evidence of a really good initial design. Do you have any examples of any animal ever producing something other than its kind?
Kind. Forgive me, I don't really understand what you mean by kind.
Well, if the Bible says if they're able to reproduce, at least initially, they were the same kind. They might have diversified now to where they can no longer reproduce like the Alaska rabbits and Florida rabbits. But I think most 5-year-olds could tell you that a rabbit is not the same kind as a watermelon.
So your definition of kind is something that can reproduce, but they might not be able to reproduce down the line.
Well, they initially could reproduce, and there may be diversities that have happened over the years. They may have adapted to an environment that has caused them to no longer be able to reproduce, like the ring species. They take the salamanders and go around, the central part of California, and the extremes can no longer mate. But they're obviously still a salamander. A 5-year-old will tell you that. It's a salamander. Do you have any examples of any animal ever producing something that any honest person would consider a different kind? What is your best example of any plant or animal producing offspring that are fundamentally different kinds of creatures?
Well, if you look at ancient snakes, I've got a picture of I believe it's Najash, or that might be Problematicus. But there's a picture of an ancient snake, and you've got fossils where you see that it's got leg bones. It's also got the skull of a snake. Snakes are very distinctive skulls. Now, you don't get snakes with legs like that today, not at all. How would you explain that in your point of view?
Well, I think in an honest court of law, somebody could point out, Your Honor, he doesn't know that this fossil he's showing had any children at all. You certainly don't know it had children that were different. And why are you thinking an animal long ago and far away that you found in the dirt can do something no animal today can do? No animal today can produce anything other than its kind. So this might be an example of extinction. There may have been a snake that had some type of limbs like that, and it's now extinct. You don't know that this is intermediate between anything. You don't know it had any kids at all. You don't know it had any kids that lived, and you don't know it had any kids that reproduced, that lived, that reproduced. And if this one is indeed an intermediary, who did it marry? Don't you have to have two at the same time in the same place of the opposite sex? You got a whole long list of problems, Adam. You're assuming, you're believing, SpongeBob style, that this is somehow an intermediate because it has little legs, appears to be legs. I don't know what it is. Is it a forgery? Certainly many fossils have been forgeries to try to prove the evolution theory. Study the history of that. Is it an extinct species? You don't know that this is the ancestor of anybody. You couldn't prove that in an honest court of law, at least.
I'm a little confused. You said you don't know if it had kids. Is that what you said about the Problematicus of the picture I just showed?
Well, if you find any fossil anywhere, really all you could prove is it died. How could you prove that one had any children that lived? Tell me how you would prove such a thing.
Well, we wouldn't need to prove that specific one. You'd accept that if there's a fossil of a certain animal, that there was a population of that animal?
Well, would you agree that in a court of law, they would say, objection, Your Honor, he doesn't know that? if there's a population of animals and one evolves a special trait, do they all evolve this special trait at the same time? There are billions of cows or millions of cows in the world. If they were going to try to evolve a trait, do all of them have to get it at the same time?
So you're saying, sorry, carry on.
Does some of them get this new special trait and the rest have to die off? This is Adolf Hitler 101. Let's get the superior race and kill off the rest to speed up the process. Evolution, whether you realize it or not, is based upon death being the hero. If this is indeed a superior snake, why are there still snakes today with no legs?
Well, it wasn't a superior snake. As I mentioned with the skinks, the whole reason they're losing their legs is because they're burrowing. What I don't understand, going back, is you said that it wouldn't stand up in a court of law to say that there must have been more than one of these animals alive at one time. Because this animal is there, it's obvious that there's a population of animals like this. That's without exception at all throughout the animal kingdom. I don't understand how that wouldn't stand up in a court of law to say that there were more than just one of a certain animal.
You couldn't prove any such thing. If your evolution theory is true, your whole theory relies on one of them getting a special trait, either by mutations or something, and that trait getting passed on to the next generation.
So he's saying that
over the population of snakes or for whatever it is, or skinks or whatever. So your whole theory relies on there being one of them getting this trait and then passing that on to others. Evolution doesn't happen in the present. Science is things we can observe, study, and test and demonstrate. We can observe snakes having baby snakes and skink having baby skinks. We cannot observe any animal having a trait that is new, adds a new feature that is passed on. Nobody's ever seen this. It only happens long ago and far away in fairy tale land. Evolution is a fairy tale for grown-ups. That's all it is.
How about the spitting cobras example that I showed you then, which is numerous times in the cobra lineage, the spitting ability evolving separately because they're not the same spitting ability, that they operate slightly differently.
Why do you say the spitting ability evolved? Why can't you say they were designed to have different design? There are different types of creatures that fly. There are insects that fly. There are birds that fly. There are mammals that fly. There are fish that fly. Why can't we say the same designer decided, hey, I'm going to give each one of these the ability to fly? There are no cows that fly, no giraffes that fly, no people that fly. If we're the highest evolved creature with the highest IQ on the planet, why don't we? I'd like to be able to fly, save a lot of time to get places quicker. I think it'd be pretty cool. So if there are snakes, you say, you use the word, I'm sure deliberately, they evolved the ability. You don't know that. They might have been created with that ability. And for the creator to make 5 different types of animals that can fly, and for him to make 3 different types of snakes that can spit, I don't see a problem with that. I think you'll find some of the, I bet Honda makes cars with the steering wheel on the right side to drive in Europe, in England. And they make some with the steering wheel on the left side to drive in America. You guys do it wrong, by the way. But
well, we could disagree about that in a different debate if you'd like. Why
that's design, not common ancestor.
Why? Let's look at spitting specifically then. Say you make your Honda Jazzes and somebody invents the sat nav. Everyone loves the sat nav. It's a great little invention and it's really helpful. Why would God give 3 types of Honda Jazz the sat nav and not give it to any of the other Honda Jazzes, even though he's got infinite resources, infinite whatever? Why doesn't he give it to all of them? This advantageous ability. And why does he make it these specific ones?
I guess I don't know what a satna is. What are you talking about?
Oh, sat nav, satellite navigation. You little.
Satellite navigation, sat nav. Okay. Why did Honda give it to some and not to others? Well, probably it would cost something to put that in the vehicle. Well, even if the cost is minimal, if it costs $50 to add that to a car, they may. I said without
cost because God wouldn't have those limitations.
Sure. If you're arguing again from poor design as evidence for no design, which is ludicrous. Take the Porsche that had a poor design. Okay, it doesn't mean there's no design. I don't know why some of them put that in them, some don't. That's maybe you don't need it in some countries. There probably is no place to navigate with by satellite in some parts of the world. Not available there. But again, that would be an argument from ignorance rather than argument for, evidence for no designer at all. I think the fact that Honda puts navigation systems in some of their cars, that's pretty. The navigation system itself is phenomenally complex. could not possibly happen by an explosion in an electronics factory. And the Honda's not adding this to itself. God can design anything he wants any way he wants. And we are looking at people today and animals today that are a copy off a copy off a copy off a copy off a copy of the original. It's amazing we can still sit and think and talk. So I think the fact that we're able to move at all is evidence of an incredible first generation copy of Adam. And we have degraded since then. Average person now has 3,500 defective genes, just like my old van out here with 316,000 miles. Well, it ain't what it used to be when it was brand new, but hey, it still works. It's not too bad. And so for the designer to make an original creation with a gene code that can be passed on hundreds, if not thousands of generations and still be working at all. Tell you what, get a computer code, any code, get Microsoft Word, Microsoft PowerPoint, make a copy of it onto a disk. Then make a copy of the copy. Then make a copy of the copy of the copy. Do that for 500 generations and tell me if it'll still run. It won't. It'll corrupt. The fact that we're having this conversation at all, even if we have a few genetic flaws inherited over the years, is evidence of a common designer, not a common ancestor.
So if we can take a closer look at this, where would you, I mean, obviously you're saying that various different types of cobra were created, as it were. Where would those created ones be on this this table here, this diagram? Because you got the spitting groups up here, with the most basal group being Naya Atra. Would it be around there where it says 95? Those are essentially, well, for want of a better word, probabilities of the relationship. This was a phylogenetic study which showed the relatedness between these cobras. Do you doubt that, by the way? Do you doubt this study, that all these cobras were related?
I'm curious why you have lines on your paper at all. You don't know, no animal today, no cobra today produces anything but a cobra. You don't know that they're connected in any way with these lines. See, all these lines is back in what's called fairy tale land, long ago and far away. No cobra today produces anything other than a cobra. None. Zero. Just because somebody drew lines on paper, that's not science. Even if they have genetic similarities, that's not proof of a common ancestor. The Honda Prelude and my Chevy van have 5 lug nuts. Okay, maybe the Honda's got 4. I don't know. But it doesn't prove they both came from a skateboard. It proves that's a design that works. It's a common theme. When Ford first started making cars, people said, wow, this is pretty cool. Let's put an engine in here that'll run off gasoline or diesel fuel. Those are the 2 basic types of cars. It's a theme people have run with and tweaked and improved over the last 150 years and 130 years. And have made some great improvements. I'm glad I don't drive a Model T that you got to crank up in the morning and have hard tires that are going to break when they get cold and hit the bumps. I'm glad good people need it.
The difference between cars and cobras is you can't do a phylogenetic tree for cars like this. This was done in a laboratory under pretty strict conditions using 5 different genes, and they got this tree out of it. It's pretty in depth. It's pretty solid. A couple of species might be interchangeable here or there, but this shows the relatedness. It shows that these animals are all related and by what degree they're related. At the very bottom you've got some vipers, the very 4 bottom ones, and you can see that they're very distantly related. They're an outgroup, whereas all these cobras are pretty clearly related. And we use these same techniques by using these genes to test animals all across the animal kingdom, and we get very similar results. I mean, look at the seals. They're a type of canid. How do we know that? Well, we've tested them genetically. We've also looked at morphological features. Why is it that morphology and genetics both produce almost exactly the same result each time? And why do we get it to such accuracy as well? If they were created, then why is this picture here not 4? You say that these cobras were made separately. I don't know. You haven't told me which ones were made separate to the others. I'd like to know that, by the way. But it's quite obvious from this graph that if they are all related, then spitting has evolved independently 3 times. I don't know how you explain that.
Well, you are assuming spitting evolved at all. And to say it evolved,
it did.
No, it did not. They were created to do what they do. Just the spitting ability is very complex. It involves some type of salivary gland. that involve some type of muscles to eject the spittle out. It's a very complex mechanism. Just spitting is a complex mechanism. And you said this shows relationship. Adam, I don't know who taught you that, but get your money back. It doesn't show any such thing. It shows somebody can draw lines on paper and connect them. That's all it shows.
Are you saying that somebody just drew those lines on the paper?
I'm saying you don't know any of those animals are related to any other animals. You don't know because today, none of them produce anything other than their kind. Why is it going backwards? They could. Like if we are really related to the whale through a common ancestor like an amoeba, at some point, somewhere way back long ago, the amoeba was able to produce something that was non-amoeba. And you've got all these snakes drawn back to a common ancestor. This is nothing but lines on paper.
I'm very confused that you say that these are lines on paper. I wonder why you say that.
Because I can see them where I'm sitting. They're lines, well, maybe lines on a computer. You don't know that any of those snakes are related to any of those other snakes.
I do.
In an honest court of law, all you could prove is spitting cobras have babies that turn out to be spitting cobras. Now, some may lose the ability to spit. Oh, okay. Well, again, that's a losing, not gaining. But you don't know that any of those cobra varieties are related to any others. It could be. Is the Honda Prelude related to the Honda Accord? Or are they both coming from the designer?
Can you tell me how you think that these are just lines on paper?
Today, pick any one of those snakes on that chart, any one of them. When they have babies, what will they be? Will they be straight line to the right, or will they jump to a new category?
It might divulge into two, or diverge into two, sorry.
Well, you have, what, I don't know, I want to count them. Say you've got 30 different snakes there. Could there sometime in the future be 40 different snakes because they've diversified? Yeah. Possibly. That's creating a new category that somebody decided to put it in a new category. Maybe this snake has, different features, different color scales on his eyes or something. But you don't know going backwards in the past that these were related. See, science deals with things we can observe, study, and test. This is not science at all. This is lines on paper. This is imagination. This is SpongeBob. This is fairy tale.
Do you know the process of how these are made?
None of them can be proven in a court of law. You don't know that they're related because they have similar chromosome. Microsoft Word and Microsoft PowerPoint share thousands of identical lines of code. Identical.
So do you know the process by how these phylogenetic trees are created?
Yes, I know the process by which they put the lines on paper and what they try to look for.
Are you saying this is fraudulent?
Similarities between any number of things and draw lines on paper.
Are you saying this is fraudulent?
What's that?
Are you saying this is fraudulent?
No, I'm saying it's imagination. They don't know. Even if it's true, it's not science. You can't prove it. That's just lines on paper. You don't know that.
This is probably the worst time to tell you. This is my paper. I made this phylogenetic tree. I did this study. I can tell you for a fact that this is not simply lines of paper. This took a year of research, study, and analysis of DNA. This isn't me just drawing lines on paper. I'm actually quite offended that you've just... That sounds like you're accusing me of fraud.
Well, do you have a delete key? I would delete all those lines. If it's interesting that you've discovered a lot of different varieties of cobras, that's good research. But it doesn't prove they're related to anything. You can't prove any of those lines belong there. Show me
I can show you all the PCR amplification pictures. I can show you all the work that I've done.
Well, the red category, I can't read it from here, but the ones that have the red line in front of them, you think they're ultimately related to the ones that have the yellow lines in front of them.
Yeah.
Do any of the snakes that have the yellow lines, and I can't read the names from here, do any of them ever produce anything other than the same kind of snake?
Well, would you consider a species a different kind?
I think you started with the assumption evolution has happened. Now let's look for the evidence. Why don't you start with the assumption these animals were created? Let's see which ideas the same creator used in all these different animals. Maybe he used a similar idea. Maybe the Porsche now finally puts a cup holder in their cars. I don't know.
But okay, so say we take that example, and we make these phylogenetic trees of all these animals. They all join like this. At what point do we cut it off and say, right, actually, no, those ones aren't related phylogenetically. We have to get rid of those lines because we think that that's where it starts. Where do we put that line?
I would go to the left of each one of the names and draw a line straight down and say everything to the left of this line is imagination, unprovable. Everything to the right of the line is probably science, observable. The cobra is going to produce baby cobras. We don't know that this is related to anything else. And I'm sorry you spent a year on this. A lot of people have done these kind of charts. I mean, you're not the first. Thousands of people have made charts like this. But it is indeed, Adam, nothing but lines on paper. This is not science. This is
I went through the arduous process of all these species that you see on here. I had scale and blood samples for. And I went through the process of extracting or cutting tiny bits of these scales or using tiny bits of these blood samples and mixing them with buffer chemicals, these chemicals that are used in amplification, putting them through a PCR analysis, which uses electromagnetics to move them up. I could show you the pictures. I could show you the pictures of the unsuccessful ones that they didn't amplify. And I got them analyzed. I cut... You get these big, massive maps on Mega 5 where you have all these DNA sequences, all the A, C, T, G, and they line up. And you see where they line up, and you can start to see, right, that one looks like it's a little less similar. And then you make these phylogenetic trees out of that, which is parsimonious. And this tree was made out of 5 different genes, and they all came to this phylogenetic tree. And you can see how likely the majority of these relationships are. I don't see how you can see that that's just lines on paper that I apparently have just made up. I think that's you accusing me of fraud.
Well, I don't know if you did fraudulent or not. Maybe it's just misinformed. Maybe it's just you're.
I took these from scales. I went all the way from the process of having just scales and blood samples, and I made this tree with them.
Did you take the scales from these snakes and analyze the DNA? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes.
Did you break a scale off the snake and analyze the chromosomes or the DNA? Is that how you made this chart? I think I lost him. Adam, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Okay. So if I think I could analyze Microsoft PowerPoint and Microsoft Word and find they have 98% lines that are similar. Okay. That doesn't prove they both came from Morse code. It proves somebody wrote those codes. The same designer wrote the code, and he probably reused some of the same information for snake eyes that are used in monkey eyes or human eyes, because we have 2 eyes, binocular vision, and eyes are complicated. So the same designer used the same pattern over and over because it works. It works great to live in this world. Just like most of the Hondas have 4 tires on them that are round and they're soft and they bounce over bumps. They probably all have a suspension system. That's not proof of a common ancestor. It's proof of a common designer. The purpose of this debate was to demonstrate, does the evidence show common design or common designer or common ancestry? This is lines on paper, Adam. I'm sorry you wasted your time and probably a lot of trees somebody cut down to make the paper you printed it on. But they are just simply lines on paper. You don't know that those are related to anything because they have similar DNA or similar gene code.
Well, in that case, you're free to contact my university where I did this project and say that I'd simply just drawn lines on paper and see if you can get my degree revoked. You mentioned earlier dogs produce only dogs. So what species of dogs do you include in that?
Well, I don't know. I would guess that dog, wolf, coyote are probably related to a common ancestor, and maybe even wolf might have come from the same kind. I would just be taking a guess, but I would guess there were 8,000 original created kinds of animals. Today there are 339 recognized breeds of dogs by the American Kennel Association. And counting all the other varieties in the world, there may be as many as 500 varieties that anybody 5 and over would put in the dog category. That does not prove, the fact that we have these 500 varieties of dogs does not prove dogs are related to watermelons, which is what your religion teaches.
You mentioned when we were looking at my phylogenetic tree that you cut the lines off before the species. So you don't think that species, you included wolves, coyotes, your domestic dogs in what you just said. Was there ever a point where a coyote was not a coyote?
I don't think there's ever a point where a coyote would not be in the dog family. And I don't know that our current classifications, is lineage, kingdom, phylum, family, King Philip came over for Girl Scouts, class, order, family, genus, species. I'm not sure that our classification system, matches God's original design in any features. But if I had to guess, I would put it somewhere around the family level.
But was a coyote ever a non-coyote?
Probably the dog kind diversified, where the coyote is more specialized and recognizable as a coyote, but anybody would still put it in the dog category.
So it wasn't always a coyote?
Well, is a Mini in the car category or the motorcycle category? Car. Okay. Now, is the fact that some creationists cannot always tell you exactly where the kind border is does not prove it didn't happen, and it sure doesn't prove watermelons and dogs are related. Do you believe watermelons and coyotes are related? Adam, if you were to draw lines on paper like you did for this one, with all the animals and all the plants in the world, would they all go back to one common ancestor? Would you have a line on paper connecting a watermelon and a dog?
Well, if you look at phylogenetic studies, everything is related to some degree, and it always seems to match up with morphology. Eventually, very long ago, you'd have the common ancestor of your dogs and your watermelon plants. Yes.
So, okay, just so the audience understands, you believe dogs are related to watermelons if you go back far enough in time. I would like to point out for the court, Your Honor, first of all, we cannot go back in time. Secondly, watermelons always produce watermelons. Always produce dogs. There are no examples, none, that can be used as evidence to say anything other than that. So what you've just demonstrated is your religion. You believe very strongly. You believe dogs are related, but that is not science. It's not even common sense. But you would draw lines on paper connecting a dog and a watermelon. I don't trust your lines on paper connecting the snakes either. Yes, you need to get your money back for your degree.
You said dogs only produce dogs. I'd like to compare that to, say if we, hypothetically, we went back to the times of where you've got your Sarcopterygians. I'm sure you're familiar with Sarcopterygians. And you said to me, okay, there's a Sarcopterygian. A Sarcopterygian only ever produces a Sarcopterygian. And I'd say, yeah, you're right. Pretty fair. Zoom back to modern times, and we've got Sarcopterygians that are humans, giraffes, monkeys, and yet they're still Sarcopterygians. Let's zoom forward a few million years or so, and you've said dogs only produce dogs, and then you've got this subset of dogs that are vastly different. You've got this set of dogs that are vastly different. It's the same thing. It's like saying Sarcopterygians will only ever produce Sarcopterygians. Yes, that's true, and they have, but they've got human Sarcopterygians. You got giraffes, monkeys, all your vertebrates. It's nonsense.
Yeah, I agree. What you just said is nonsense. We can't zoom back or zoom forward, and we don't ever observe this. And you don't know that any animal has produced something other than its kind. I would say if we could go back in time to the creation, we would see animals walking around that everybody would recognize. That's the dog kind. Now, it might have produced a variety of dogs with great diversity, from the Chihuahua to the Great Dane. A, they're still dog. B, most of them would not survive in the wild. Most of them, you have to babysit them to keep them alive. Most of the farmers have spent thousands of years developing crops or animals that are specialized to their particular location. There are plants that grow in drier climate and plants that grow in wetter climate. You can get tomatoes for dry climate and tomatoes for wet climate. You can get tomatoes for high elevation, tomatoes for low elevation. They're still tomato, and they're unlikely to survive in the wild. They would revert back to the native original tomato, but they would never change to something non-tomato. You imagine, SpongeBob style, that the dog and the watermelon are related. I feel sorry for you that they taught you that in school, but it's not true. Adam, God created the kinds. God is going to be the judge one day, and you're not going to be able to stand before him and say, well, I looked at the evidence and it convinced me that watermelons and dogs are related. They're going to laugh with you Judgment Day, Adam. You might want to get ready for that.
Gentlemen, we have just over 1 minute left, about 1 minute and 10 seconds.
So I was going to finish with this one here. The blind snakes I'd like to leave you with. It's effectively blind, but it still has the eyes of a snake that's been covered over by an opaque scale. It's got vestigial pelvic structures. It's got shared derived characteristics, so it's got things that other snakes don't have. So it's a blind snake with eyes of a snake that have diminished over time, but it has features that other snakes don't have. So where does this fit in?
Well, again, you're giving examples of losing something. That's not gaining something.
But it is gaining things. It's got different
Losing
structures to other snakes.
It's not going to turn an amoeba to a whale. You got it all backwards, Adam. Better think about it. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, cheers, Ken. I think we're finished there.
Okay, well, with 30 seconds to remaining, all right, we'll just throw that into the question and answer. Okay, so now we have 2-minute closings from each. So, Adam, when you begin speaking, well, let's see, Kent went first. So, Kent, when you begin speaking, 2 minutes.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I think I've proven my point that he does not have any evidence that any of these creatures have a common ancestor. I think he's demonstrated clearly they may have a common designer, and that's what the Bible teaches. God said they will bring forth after their kind. 10 times in the first chapter of the Bible. Plants will bring forth after their kind. Animals bring forth after their kind. Birds bring forth after their kind. There are no scientifically observable exceptions to what God said so simply in Genesis chapter 1. Then God told Noah to bring them onto the ark after their kind. There's a website called baraminology.com, which is for the Hebrew word baramin, B-A-R-I-M-U-N, baraminology.com, which means kind. They've done studies trying to calculate how many kinds of animals are there on land with nostrils that breathe air, like the Bible says Noah had to take, Genesis 7. And the estimate is somewhere between 5,000 and 8,000 kinds of animals had to be on Noah's ark. Since then, there have been great diversity. There are 8 varieties of bears in the world. They might have had a common ancestor called a bear. That doesn't prove bears are related to watermelons. There are, I think, now 1,000 varieties of apples that have been developed for different climates, different textures, different taste. They're still apple. They will always be apple. Some may not survive in some climates. There are no examples at all for Adam's religion, and it is a religion that he believes watermelons and dogs are related. There are no scientific examples. What he's doing is asking everybody to teach his religion at taxpayer expense and pass it off as science. It's not science, Adam. Sorry. Watch my video series number 4 for more on that, drdino.com.
You have 30 seconds left, Kent, if you want it.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's what bothers me is that people like Adam and others who really strongly believe in evolution, I don't question. He probably really, really believes this. He might really believe these lines he drew on paper. He probably really does. But that doesn't make it science. And they want to force this off on all the other kids to learn. And it's just not common sense. It's not fair. It's certainly not. They're certainly not going to give them any moral foundation for life. If your theory is true and we all came from an amoeba, how do we determine right from wrong on any topic? Is murder right or wrong? Is premarital sex right or wrong? Is sex with your dog right or wrong? Is anything right or wrong? And if you think something is wrong, how on earth are you measuring this with your religion of evolution?
Okay, that's time. So, Adam, I actually got this backwards. Sorry about that, folks. Adam went first, but I guess it's no biggie because nobody's going to forget your closing statement. I don't think. Adam, you have 2 minutes when you begin speaking, sir.
It's no problem at all. Cheers, Neff, and thank you, Kent, as well. It got slightly heated at times, but I think, I'm not here to make enemies. I'm here to make friends, and it's been a pleasure talking to you. Just a couple of things. We were talking about the blind snakes, and I said that it had lost the use of its eyes to a substantial degree, and that it had different features. It had gained different features from other snakes, but you said that they just lost things, which was, but that's by the wayside now. I think it's quite telling how he said that I've just drawn lines on paper when it came to the phylogenetic tree, which, being that I've done it, I know for a fact that that's not true. I spent a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of stressful moments analyzing that DNA to come up with this phylogenetic tree, which it went exactly as I predicted it would. So it landed on my predictions. You said that there would be roughly 8,000 animals. If there were 4 or more types of cobra, like you seem to suggest, that doesn't seem to make sense. And I want to finish on, you seem to argue a lot from common sense. You're saying, oh, you think a dog and a watermelon are related? That sounds ridiculous. Therefore, it didn't happen. Well, go back 1,000 or 2,000 years and stand in what is modern-day London and say to the people in the area, I'm going to travel west, and I'm going to keep traveling west until I come back to London. People would have said, you're insane. But you know what? It may not be common sense. It certainly wasn't at that time, but it was true. And put it this way. If we just followed common sense all the time, science wouldn't exist. there'd be no need for it. Thank you.
All right, now we'll have a closing question and answer session. I think Standing for Truth wants to jump in on this. He's got some questions already loaded, I think.
Yep. It looks like we're just at the hour mark, so I took one question for each debater. It was a very lively debate. Thanks so much, gentlemen. I'll start with Adam's question, and then we'll go with Dr. Hovind's question, and we'll call it a day. So Adam, the question for you would be, what is your best example of a beneficial mutation that is not deleterious and actually adds new information to the genome? Go ahead, Adam.
The mutation that caused the spitting in cobras. I think that's quite a beneficial mutation. It occurred 3 times and developed 3 times in 3 different ways. That seems beneficial to me.
Okay, awesome. Well, I'll go to Dr. Hovind then. Your question that I have here is, how do you explain shared genetic mistakes between various species? For example, the vitamin C gulo pseudogene found in apes and humans. Go ahead, Dr. Hovind.
Well, first, I don't know that we could say it's a genetic mistake. We may have to live in the same environment as some of these other animals. I think we do. We all live on planet Earth. So there may be things that happen, catastrophes that happen that cause a genetic a loss of information, like, for instance, the ability to process or to create vitamin C. Some animals have actually the ability to create their own. It appears from the current research anyway, I don't think we know everything about it yet, but it appears that man has lost this ability from a genetic a change that's in a negative direction. Of the millions of genes in the human gene code, the fact that there's a few broken ones is not surprising, any more than making a copy off of a copy off of a copy off of a copy of any computer program is probably going to introduce some loss of information. Never going to put a gain information in there. So losing the ability to process vitamin C that some animals seem to have is not an example for evolution. And the fact that many creatures may have lost this, if apes have lost it and humans have lost it, does that prove we're related? How on earth could that prove any relationship? Could it be something that got into because of climate changes, temperature changes after Noah's flood? I don't know. Could it be that when there were only 2 apes on the ark, they lost it, or one of them lost it and lost it then? But apes are still producing apes. This vitamin C question is not evidence that humans are related to watermelons. But that's what they incapable of considering anything outside the box. That if there are mistakes in the gene code, I don't think there are. We are a copy off of a copy off of a copy off of a copy of Adam, so the fact that we can still talk at all is amazing. But no, the vitamin C thing is, I think, another example of design. The original must have been really incredible if the 20,000th generation is still capable of functioning at all. I think that's amazing.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate your answers, both of you gentlemen. I've plugged in both the links to your channels, Dr. Hovind, Ken Hovind Official, and you as well, Adam. So whoever's listening, if you guys enjoyed, you want to know more about the debaters, please go take a look at their channels, subscribe. But I want to thank you guys for giving us your time today and joining us for this very lively debate.
Well, thank you for having me. Do it again anytime.
Been a pleasure.
Okay, guys, have a great day.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
We are live this morning on Standing for Truth. I've got a very exciting debate today between 2 men who need no introduction. You guys all know Dr. Ken Hovind. He's been on here many times for interviews and debates. Also, Jim Majors as well. He's no stranger to debates. So today we're debating what's the evidence for biblical creation. I've got Nephilim Free here. I want to thank him. He's going to be moderating this debate. So I'm going to hand it over to him for just a brief introduction, and he's going to go over the format real quick. Neff, it's all yours, man.
Okay, so good morning, gentlemen. We're going to have 8-minute openings, 5-minute rebuttals, and 25-minute discussion, and 4-minute closings. So Jim's going first. They flipped a coin, and Dr. Hovind won the flip, and he decided Jim goes first. So Jim, your 8-minute opening statement. Let me start my timer. 1, 1 second. For such a little application, it starts awfully slow. Okay, there it is. Okay, Jim, when you start speaking, 8 minutes.
Sorry, coffee first. First of all, I'd like to thank Kent for coming to this debate and discussing this very important issue. The book of Genesis, which accounts the biblical creation, it's been traditionally attributed to Moses and narrates the exodus of Israel from Egypt and is traditionally dated around 1400 BCE. The vast majority of modern scholars accept that the accounts in Genesis are not in their original form, but rather they are a later composition. In fact, the Genesis that we know today was formed as late as around 400 BC, which was BCE. My apologies, which is right after the exile of Israel. But it's important before examining these accounts of creation in Genesis chapters 1 and 2. I believe that we need to first discuss another creation myth. It's a Babylonian epic, an epic that's known by Enuma Elish. Enuma Elish means "when on high," and it's the first words of the text. I believe the text dates back to 7th century, and we have references to these gods dating back to the 18th century. The story in the Enuma Elish begins before the formation of heaven and earth. Nothing existed except what they except in their creation myth, the primeval freshwater existed, and it's personified by a god named Apsu, a male god named Apsu. There also existed a primeval saltwater deity, a saltwater ocean deity named Tiamat, a female goddess. I'll be reading in part from a translation of the Enuma Elish, and the story begins. When on high, the heaven had not been named, firm ground below had not been called by name, not but primordial Apsu, their begetter, and Mumu Tiamat, she who bore them all. Okay, so, and it goes on to say, when no gods whatever had been brought into being, uncalled by name, their destinies undetermined, then it was that the gods were formed within them. But these new creations were annoying, apparently, to these early primeval gods. The Enuma Elish says that the divine brothers banded together and that they were disturbing Tiamat as they surged back and forth. And it troubled the mood of Tiamat by their what they call the hilarity in the abode of heaven. And so Apsu opens his mouth and says to Tiamat, he says, "Their ways are verily loathsome unto me. By day I find no relief, nor repose by night. I will destroy, I will wreck their ways, that quiet may be restored. Let us have rest." So these creations are very much disturbing them, and so he has a plan to kill them. Tiamat answers him, kind of trying to counsel him, and says, "Do destroy, my father, the mutinous ways. Then you will have relief by day and rest by night." And Apsu heard this, and his face grew radiant because of the evil he planned against the gods, his sons, the sons of God. So we see here that their decision to kill their creation is due to the ruckus they were causing, for a lack of a better term. But his plans ruined by another god named Ea, spelled E-A. It's a god, the god of earth and water, and he kills Apsu, and which totally ticks off Tiamat. So she gathers up an army and sets out to attack the gods. The gods, who were concerned for their safety, with rightly so, they appoint Marduk, who's another deity, as their leader, and he leads them into war, but only after he sets certain conditions. In the Enuma Elish, he says, "Creator of the gods, destiny of the great gods, if I indeed, as your avenger, am to vanquish Tiamat and save your lives, set up the assembly, proclaim supreme my destiny." So he wants to be notified as the supreme god. He wants to be the top dog. Up until then, he was just a city god, a god of the city. "Let my word instead of you determine the fates. Unalterable shall be what I may bring into being. Neither recall nor change shall be the command of my lips." And eventually, Marduk brings down the mighty Tiamat in battle, and he stands on her carcass. Now, what's said next is very interesting. So far, you may have recognized some other parallels to the creation accounts in Genesis already, and to other creation accounts. But listen closely to this. "He split her like a shellfish into two parts. Half of her he set up and sealed it as sky, pulled down the bar and posted guards. He bade them to allow not her waters to escape. So Marduk is using the clamshell shape of half of Tiamat's carcass to hold back the waters as a firmament. And the holes that were gained in battle are used as an early explanation for rainfall. They were the leaks, so to speak, in the firmament. Now the other half of Tiamat is the land, which holds down the waters which reside below. Sound familiar? Then comes the creation of the Then comes the creation of the heavens and the heavenly bodies. The Enuma Elish reads, "He constructed stations for the great gods." The heavenly bodies were understood early as stations for the great gods. They determined the year by designating the zones, and he set up 3 constellations for each of the 12 months. Interesting. That's what we have today. The moon he caused to shine, the night to him entrusting. Interesting. Now, looking at Genesis, like any other myth, it was written by ancient authors from an ancient time using an ancient understanding of life, our origins, and the cosmos. In this post-exilic time, the identity of Israel was suffering. They no longer had the temple to unite the Israelites, and they were struggling to do just that, to unite their society. And we all have ways of connecting with our own society and attempting to understand the world that we live in. The need to understand these core elements of our existence are as old as time, and it's evident in the multitude of religious texts dating back tens of thousands of years, some of them. People just have a longing to understand where we come from and why we're here. But creating and maintaining an identity is essential to the survival of a civilization, even more so when the culture encounters the attempted destruction of their identity like the Israelites. And in trying to create an identity, the author of Genesis uses Adam as a literary device to explain and account for their turmoil. Just a brief outline. You have the creation, you have the fall of man, and then you have the exile from the garden, and that's something that's very much repeated. The promised land. We see parallels of that and Eden. How everything's just going to be perfect and everything's going to be okay. If you just do this.
1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, so just real quick, Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Okay, 2. And the earth was formless and void. So this formless void is transformed by God over 6 days, according to Kent, into an earth that is ordered and filled. 6 literal days, and 7 times God saw that his creations were good. Each day is a day. It can be interpreted as a certain extended period of time, but since Kent believes that they are literal days, and I appreciate that. That honesty. I'm not going to get into that much further. And again, I think that's another opening statement. So I'm going to go ahead and concede the rest of my time to the opening discussion, or to the open discussion. Sorry.
Okay then. So resetting the timer for Dr. Hovind, 8 minutes when you begin speaking.
Well, thank you so much, Jim. I appreciate that. Looks like I won already because you didn't discuss the biblical creation account. You claimed it was the Babylonian one, and I would disagree. It's not. So I think by default, I already won. We're here to discuss, is there evidence for biblical creation? Evidence is an interesting word. The available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true. In law, the rules of evidence govern the types of evidence that are admissible. There are 15 different types of evidence, and I'll cover that in just a minute. The Bible clearly teaches in the beginning, God created the heaven, and heaven is singular, and the earth. So that's what it claims, and it claims in Exodus 20 in the 10 Commandments, in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is. So here we have a claim by a book claiming that God created the heaven. And we have a claim by Jesus that he's the one who created the heaven, because Jesus is God Almighty in the flesh. He said, have you not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? Matthew 19:4. Same thing in Mark 10:6. That was the beginning of the creation. The Bible clearly teaches that man brought death into the world, whereas evolution teaches death brought man into the world, a complete polar opposite. By man came death, in Adam all die. So the Bible is clearly claiming the creation account was perfect, it was wonderful, it was lovely, and man messed it up. And the Bible clearly teaches that Adam was the first man, and his wife Eve was the mother of all living. Everybody came from Eve, and Adam was 130 when his son was born, and the dates are all given in Genesis chapter 5, and you can make a chart like I've done and use in all my seminars. The Bible clearly teaches the world was created about 4000 BC, plus or minus maybe 50 years. for adjustments in chronology, but that's what it teaches, okay, about 6,000 years ago. Textbook says the earth is billions of years old. Somebody's clearly wrong. So Jesus claimed the creation of Adam was the beginning, which means he was lying or he didn't understand science, or maybe he was right. And there are those who claim maybe the days are periods of time. Like you mentioned, I do not believe that. There are two verses, Psalm 90 and 2 Peter 3, that say a day is like 1,000 years. That was called the day-age theory, introduced in 1820. I do not believe that. It doesn't work for all sorts of reasons. We can bring it up during rebuttal if you'd like. But the grass and trees, according to the Bible account, were made on day 3 and the sun made on day 4. Well, then the trees are going to die if those days are 1,000 years each. So no, it's clearly a literal 24-hour day creation. That's what it says. And I go through all that in my seminar. Okay, let me skip this for sake of time to get into, the Bible warns us that there would be scoffers in the last days who would be willingly ignorant of the creation. They don't understand what was that creation like. They don't understand the flood that overflowed the world, and they sure don't understand the coming judgment of God, the creation, the flood, and the coming judgment of God. Okay, if you find an arrowhead laying in a pile of gravel, what do you conclude? Where's the evidence? Was this man-made or is this naturally occurring? Well, it's made of natural components like rock, but what kind of evidence would show us that somebody created this? Can we look at the biblical creation account? Well, there's analogical evidence, the kind you don't use in court. There's anecdotal evidence, where you make an analogy with something else. There's character reference evidence. There's circumstantial evidence. There's demonstrative evidence. There's digital evidence. Someone left behind a recording or something like that. I think there's digital evidence. I don't know if you've studied the Bible codes, but they're pretty fascinating. Just Google Bible code. There's a lot on the internet, pro and con. Many books have been written on the topic of the signature of God written in the Bible codes. Not only is the Bible written in Hebrew, Old Testament, you can skip certain letters and get another code. Every 13 letters in Deuteronomy chapter 10 gives the phrase, in the bitter sea of Auschwitz. If you skip and go every 22 letters, it gives the name Hitler. They find all kinds of, this. You can study this forever, the biblical codes. Proverbs says it's the glory of God to reveal a thing, or to conceal a thing. For instance, in Deuteronomy 10, Hitler is found at every 22 letter intervals in the Hebrew. Auschwitz is found going backwards at every 13 letters. And you can study all that on yourself. But there are many folks who've studied this and say, the secrets of the Torah are revealed in the skipping of the letters. There's a code written within the code. Rips explained that each code is a case of adding every fourth letter to form a word. Read the code. Every fourth letter says read the code. So this is a code written within the code. I think the Bible has thousands of those. My computer messed up, but the circles are not in the right spot. But in the book of Genesis, every 49 letters says Torah, going one direction. Exodus says Torah every 49 letters. Numbers says Torah every 49 letters going the other direction. And Deuteronomy has the word Torah every 49 letters going the other direction. And the book of Leviticus, the middle of those 5 books, has the word God in Hebrew. So Genesis, Exodus point one way toward God. Numbers, Deuteronomy point the other way toward God. Just the Bible codes. I think that would be digital evidence that possibly somebody wrote this who's way beyond our intelligence. I don't think you could find a human today that could write a book. You couldn't get a computer to write a book like that. There is direct evidence for the creation. There's documentary evidence. We have a document. It says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. So the Bible, it would be documentary evidence. Now, whether it's true or not is a different story. But here we have a Bible claiming that God did it. There's forensic evidence. This is what you guys would count as your fossil evidence. I point out no fossil counts in an honest court of law for any evidence for evolution. All you know is the creature died. You don't know it had any children. You sure couldn't prove it had children that lived, and you certainly couldn't prove it had children that lived that were different. No animal today produces any other kind of animal. There is no forensic evidence for any animal changing to anything else. The Bible says they will always bring forth after their kind. I think the forensic evidence is clearly in favor of the Bible being true. That's all any farmer in the planet has ever observed in human history. Cows produce cows, dogs produce dogs, without exception. There is hearsay evidence. There is physical evidence. I think if you find an arrowhead, you would say, wow, this is physical evidence that somebody made this. Now, who made it? Don't know. When did he make it? I don't know. We can study that out. But somebody made it. That's obvious. There's prima facie evidence. There is statistical evidence. There is testimonial evidence. There's many different kinds of evidence. I would point out, Jim, that I think the overwhelming evidence is that the creation account even though other accounts were written first, like the Gilgamesh epic, not Gilgamesh, but the Babylonian story, they may have been written first, but Moses didn't rely on those at all. Moses got direct inspiration from God. You've not demonstrated that he copied those. If there are similarities between Moses' account and Babylonian account, it could be because the sons of Noah were spreading this story to their children and grandchildren. And of course, there are going to be similarities, maybe a little perverting with time. But sure, there are similarities in the creation stories. We've got a boot camp coming up next month. Come on down, June 14, 15, 16, where people will be speaking about that very topic. Paul Abramson speaking on the 300 plus flood legends that have been found around the world. Of course, there would be flood legends. People would talk about that for a long time after the real flood in the days of Noah. So I don't think you've demonstrated that Moses copied from the Babylonian one. It could be that the Babylonian one is a perversion of the original story, and Moses got it exactly dead center right, inspired by God, probably from eyewitness accounts that he collected. He was going to be Pharaoh of Egypt, had access to the best library in the world. He probably had the original accounts that these all got twisted from. I think you've got it backwards, claiming he copied from Babylon. I think Babylon's a perversion of the real truth. Thank you so much.
All right, that concludes Dr. Hovind's opening statement. Jim, you're going to have your 5-minute rebuttal, and Dr. Hovind has his 5-minute rebuttal. So, Jim, when you begin speaking, you have 5 minutes to rebut what Dr. Hovind has said.
Jim's on mute. Jim, if you just want to unmute yourself there. Sorry, man.
Sorry about that. Okay, thank you so much, Kent.
That's okay.
Okay, I agree with Kent that cows do not produce cows, or cows produce cows and dogs produce dogs. You don't see a non-cow coming from a cow, and you don't see a non-dog coming from a dog. And I agree 100%. And that is not what science claims, but I'm not debating evolution today. We're debating whether or not the biblical creation account is true, whether or not there's evidence for that. And I still argue that there's not. Kent mentioned for a moment that there was prima facie evidence, or maybe he was just saying that was the type of evidence. I'm not sure whether he was claiming or not there's prima facie evidence for the biblical creation, but I'd be interested in hearing it if he does believe that. By Kent saying that, Moses didn't copy from Babylonian and everything like that, sure. That's a good possibility, because the things that he posts that he's writing in there, the things that are written in the creation account are something that's congruent with Bronze Age cosmology, with the firmament and things like that. It was an ancient understanding of how the world worked. So no, maybe he didn't copy from that, but the fact that it was written before that, Moses dying in 1500 BCE, so we're talking, gosh, 16,000 years plus before that. The earliest mention of the Babylonian gods. So either he would be saying that God appeared to two different people, that he appeared to somebody else first who recorded the texts that are mentioned in the 7th century copy of the Enuma Elish that we found, or he's saying that it's like a brutal cycle, or maybe it's like I said in my opening statement, and it's that society's attempt at creating an identity for themselves, at taking what they know or what they thought they know about how our cosmos works and how our universe works, and applying that, adding in their own theology to further give them credibility in holding that belief, give them justification for holding it, and say, look, this is how the world works, and this God did it. And it was a way of closing the gaps in our understanding. And I think that Kent would agree with me that as time has gone on, as time has gone on, we can see clearly in the history of religion how the gaps in our understanding of the universe close, and also paralleled with that in an equal ratio, we also see a decline in the definition of God, of who God is. God's powers are limited more and more with the more that we understand how our universe works and why we're here. How much time do I have left?
You've got 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Okay, and I want to address Kent's claim of kinds. I've seen Kent make this claim several times. It's something that truly bothers me, because for one, there's no evidence that we come from kinds, but the way that Kent describes kinds, things being produced from something else, and I believe that he accepts the evidence for natural selection and for deviations um, in physiology as due to extreme pressures from environments. But there's no scientific evidence that everything evolves from a certain kind. I believe what you're trying to use is the scientific term speciation, which I would agree with you there with speciation. But eventually, you through speciation, you get an animal that can no longer reproduce with its original form, with whatever it came from. And then you have to explain, well, why is that? If they are of the same kind, then why can't they reproduce? Maybe it's something entropic. Maybe that's what you're trying to claim. I don't know. I'll wait for that. With that being said, I will concede the rest of my time. I just want to also ask again for that prima facie evidence, or for you to clarify on what you meant by that. Thank you.
Okay, so you had 40 seconds left. Okay, Dr. Hovind, you have 5 minutes to rebut.
And then, okay, go ahead. I just want to make sure Dr. Hovind was unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Well, let's see, several things. I would say Moses did not copy from the Babylonians. The Babylonians probably had a twisted version of an original story handed down from Grandpa, and Moses had the right one. So you haven't demonstrated that you proved that he copied it, even though he wrote it later. If any cop will tell you, you can go to an accident scene, that get 5 witnesses. The first one may or may not be correct, the first one to tell the story. So you asked about kinds. The Bible says very clearly 10 times in the first chapter, they will bring forth after their kind. And 10 more times in the flood story. Variations certainly happen, as you mentioned, but they have severe limits. Anybody knows that. Farmers breed for bigger pigs all the time, but they're never going to get a pig as big as Texas. There are limits. Roaches become resistant to pesticides. They will never become resistant to a sledgehammer. There are limits to the variations. I do not believe kinds equals species. I don't think our modern classification system by Carolus Linnaeus has anything to do with biblical kinds. It may or may not match in some places with species. It may match with genus. It may match with family. But the kind is clear. These are the same kind of animal. They're tigers, okay? Animals always produce the same kind. That's not evolution. The information for that variety has to already be in the gene code. New information is never added. Dogs don't become pink or learn to fly because of the variations. They're still dog. And the gene pool of the new variety is always more limited and generally less likely to survive. The Chihuahuas cannot produce Great Danes, but Chihuahuas and Great Danes came from a common ancestor. And Chihuahuas wouldn't last in the real world, okay? There are varieties of corn, hundreds of varieties of corn. Where I grew up in Illinois, they got them all numbered when you drive down the cornfield. But they're still corn. Some have sweeter taste, some have more disease resistant, some grow in drier soil, wetter soil. It's still corn. You're never going to get a whale, a hamster, or a tomato to grow on your corn stalk. There are varieties of ear shapes and nose shapes in the world. No question, there's still an ear. All kinds of varieties of eyes, varieties of foot shapes. There's still a foot. How many varieties of human hands are there? Quite a few. Varieties of human lips. There's still a lip. 339 recognized breeds of dogs, but they're still a dog. So that is not evidence for evolution at all. The Bible says they will always bring forth after their kind. And the topic of this debate is there evidence for biblical creation? The biblical account says they're going to bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever observed. So in a court of law, the judge would have to say, yep, there is evidence that animals always bring forth after their kind. There may be ring species. You go around Grand Canyon and get the Kaibab squirrel and the Abert squirrel. They're still a squirrel. Still a squirrel. No exceptions. You may get animals that are isolated, genetically isolated for a while, and they develop unusual traits. Nature selected that trait to survive, like the wolves survive better up in Alaska, and the dingoes survive better in Australia, where it's hot. They're still dog. They have miniature horses, little bitty horses, and big horses today, but they're still a horse. Horses, zebras, and donkeys, and may have come from a common ancestor. I don't know. But they're still obviously, to a third grader, they're still obviously the same kind of animal. But you guys, because we cannot define exactly where the word kind is in every situation, I think that would be a valuable field of research, But Therefore, because the exact definition can't be given, that's supposed to prove that horses are related to mosquitoes, which is what you guys teach. Just because we can't name is a zebra and a quagga the same kind? Probably, I don't know. But see, I'm not demanding that my theory be taught in the school system. You guys are demanding that your religion of evolution be taught in the school system, so the burden of proof's on you, not me. I think a tiger and a lion may be the same biblical original kind. They can no longer reproduce, but they originally could. They could bring forth after their kind. There's hundreds of varieties of cows, and we go through this in my seminar, part 4.
1 minute.
Sure. 300 varieties, I don't know how many varieties of chickens there are. You mentioned about that in the opening before we went on camera. Yeah, there's a lot of chickens, and they might have had a common ancestor called a chicken. There are 8 varieties of bears in the world. They might have had a common ancestor. It would have been a bear. This is not proof that bears are related to mosquitoes and tomatoes. I don't understand how anybody with half a brain can believe bears and mosquitoes are related if I draw lines on paper back to a common ancestor. The line on paper is not evidence. The Bible says they will bring forth after their kind. And I think that's all we've ever observed. That's all we have scientific evidence for. So I think I won the debate. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Well, that concludes the rebuttal period. Now we have a 25-minute discussion period coming up. So let me set my timer for that, and the two of you can have open discussion about the subject. What's the evidence for biblical creation? So I'm going to start the timer. 25 minutes for discussion. Have at it.
Okay, thanks, Ken. Do you mind if I go first?
Please do.
Great. So I want to correct something that you made in your claim. Tigers and lions can reproduce. It's known as ligers, or they're called tigans or tigans, I believe.
Tigons or ligers. Depends which one is the male. Right.
Correct. And in fact, there has been evidence, I believe, of a female liger reproducing with a male lion or a male tiger. That may be wrong. But so I guess I would have to see what that taxonomy looks like, because whenever you say kinds, that's very vague, and I heard a lot of mites in there. So I mean, do you have a working taxonomy that fits with the model of the known species in the world?
Well, I don't think anybody would argue a tiger and a lion are both in the cat family.
Sure, I agree.
Retractable claws. You know, dogs don't have retractable claws. Cats do. I think all cats do. I don't know.
Yes,
but
I believe so.
To look at this tiger and lion situation and say they can reproduce. Okay, they may be divergent from an original created kind that was somewhere between the two. I don't know how many kinds of cats God made in the Garden of Eden. Doesn't matter to me. There might have been 50 varieties of birds that he made, and they've now diversified into thousands of varieties of birds. They're still bird, or in this case, they're still cat. Lion, tiger, and jaguar, and leopards are still the same kind of animal, a cat.
But in Genesis, when it's talking about the kinds, it actually lists different birds as after their kind. Is he talking about birds in general, or those specific types of birds? Like I know you have an argument about the woodpecker. Do you believe that the woodpecker is a kind all of its own?
I don't know how many varieties of woodpeckers there are. Quite a few, actually, varieties of woodpeckers. There's the red-headed woodpecker.
Sure.
I'm not an expert on birds, but let's assume, pick a number and say God created 50 kinds of birds.
Okay.
I don't think woodpeckers are ancestral, have an ancestor common with eagles or hummingbirds. That would just be a guess on my part. This is called baraminology. There's a website, baraminology.com. Baramin is the Hebrew word for kind. Baraminology.com is a group of folks trying to solve exactly this. How many kinds of animals did Noah take on the ark?
So,
of course, Noah is not required to take insects or fish, only animals on land in whose nostrils was the breath of life. But their current guess is about 8,000 kinds of animals had to go onto the ark. This would exclude anything in the water, because they have plenty of water outside. So how many kinds of bird? Is a woodpecker the same kind as an eagle? I'd say probably not. But
sure.
keep in mind, I am not asking my theory to be taught in school at taxpayer expense. You guys who believe woodpeckers and mosquitoes and tomatoes are related, you believe a woodpecker is related to a tomato, don't you? If you go back far enough?
I believe that there are DNA similarities. I wouldn't say that they're related necessarily. I think that would be a gross misrepresentation of what relation is.
If I can show you a chart from the textbooks, and there are thousands of them, showing birds and mosquitoes and tomatoes going back with lines to a common ancestor that was single-celled. That is what the books teach. I think you have to admit that. So at least the textbooks teach birds, mosquitoes, and tomatoes have a common ancestor. Somewhere way back there, long ago and far away. That's not science. That's nonsense.
So looking at your claim, you're talking about woodpeckers and eagles and storks, and we can name a variety of birds that can't necessarily interbreed and that are very much different. Flamingos, ostriches. Prima facie, looking at a hummingbird, looking at an eagle, looking at a hawk, looking at them all side by side, prima facie, without any text, whether it be a textbook or a Bible, wouldn't you agree that they likely have a common ancestor?
No. The fact that there are similarities, i.e. they have feathers, just birds that have feathers, there are at least two basic types, those that can fly and those that can't.
Sure, I'm referring to more like bone structure. I mean, when you take like an eagle and a hummingbird, for example, the hummingbird has a longer beak for accessing nectar, and the eagle, it has talons and a sharp beak for ripping apart its prey. But you take away the feathers, you take away the meat, and you just look at the bones and the bone structures, and there's an incredible amount of similarities there. So did God create different kinds that looked alike?
Well, I think if you look at all the cars built by General Motors or say Chevrolet, and if you take away the paint, take away the body, take away the electrical, I think you find the frame of many of them is probably identical.
Right.
There are some that come down the line and they use the exact same frame to build a 2-door or a 4-door or a hatchback. That's proof of a common designer. That's an engineering feat, not ancestral. So somebody engineered it where the same frame can supply, 2-door, 4-door, hatchback, pickup maybe. But
could an intelligent designer not have created simple organisms that would have been able to evolve a frame, so to speak, that evolved into different hatchbacks or sedans or coupes or whatever?
Well, there's no evidence of any animal changing to any other kind. So that would be, there's no evidence of it.
There's millions of transitional fossils, but I mean, I really don't want to get into evolution. I would rather stay on the creation claim in Genesis.
I think the creator of the kinds gave us overwhelming evidence that it had to be created. He used the same frame for the birds. Generally, they have a similar shoulder joint and hip joint, okay? But he used a completely different idea for insects. They have the skeleton on the outside, exoskeleton. And so he gave it so that there's so much evidence that you'd have to be a fool to not see there's a designer here. He can design animals that can live with the skeleton on the outside or skeleton on the inside. Are there cars that have the frame on the outside, like a unibody? Well, yeah, actually there are. But again, that's a design, an engineering feat, not ancestral.
Well, I'll agree with you that it's a design feat in that it suits a purpose. Like, for example, a roll cage in NASCAR, it has a purpose. It's not in every car, but it's in NASCAR because if the car flips, you want to protect the driver. And I mean, all I'm seeing in exoskeletons and things of that nature, things used for both defense and offense, are just attributes that are attained through the pressures of their environment that they change and adapt to.
So you think the exoskeleton came as a result of pressures from the environment? In other words, the insect developed this to prevent himself from being eaten.
I'm not saying that that's why it prevented it, but I'm saying that the ones who did produce it, who did have an exoskeleton, that they were the ones who were more suitable to survive within their environment.
And you realize, of course, what you're stating is not based on evidence. It's based on a theoretical belief that there's nobody's ever seen any animal start to gradually produce an exoskeleton.
Well, sure, and we've never seen a star born. We've never seen a star's life cycle, but we have looked at multiple stars, and we have seen multiple stages of growth and death within stars that we have been able to make an amalgamation and a better understanding of the life cycle of the star, even though we haven't observed the full life cycle of a star with the human eye.
Well, you're starting with your religious belief that stars do indeed go through a cycle and are born and die. I think
that's not a religious belief, Kent.
I think it is. Okay. Suppose I had a belief that cars came from slowly evolved. I could show you evidence that there are one-wheeled vehicles out there called unicycles. I could show you evidence that there are two-wheeled vehicles, bicycles, motorcycles. I could show you and bring in physical evidence there are three-wheeled vehicles. I could actually arrange them in order: one-wheel, two-wheel, three-wheel, four-wheeler. Does that prove that's how it happened? No, not at all.
Not.
And you guys arranging these things in order that you already think it happened, that's where the problem is. You're doing exactly like I would be if I arranged the vehicles in order from 1, 2, 3, 4 wheel. That's not science.
If you group them by the wheel, but you are grouping them by kinds, and that is not science, because there's no scientific evidence to support your claim of kinds.
There is overwhelming scientific observable evidence that dogs produce dogs, and that's it. Never an exception.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And the evolutionary model actually supports that. You don't see a non-dog coming from a dog in the evolutionary model, unless you're speaking in extreme hyperbole. Unless you're speaking in hyperbole.
Think what you just said. Dogs will always produce dogs. However, going back in time, which we cannot do, but if you could go back in time, the dog came from an amoeba or a single-celled creature, which was certainly a non-dog. So somewhere along the line, the amoeba produced a non-amoeba, and the amoeba, you think, turned into both a dog and a mosquito, because you have lines on paper connecting them. Then somewhere, even though today mosquitoes only produce mosquitoes and dogs only produce dogs, you in your imagination think dogs and mosquitoes are related, so it had to come from something that was non-amoeba or bacteria. So why could it could happen in the past, but it can't happen today? So we can't observe it, or it's not science.
So we don't see a non-dog coming from a dog. We don't see a dog coming from a non-dog. And you say there's no reason to believe that, because we can't go back in time to observe that. So what I want to know is why you feel so confident in the claim that men came from mud and the breath of a deity, when you can't go back, and there's no evidence that we came from mud. There's no scientific evidence to support that.
Well, General Motors makes all their cars out of natural components that come right out of the ground. They take iron ore, melt it down, make the iron. They add a little nickel or other elements to it, depending on what kind of steel they want. So you could argue that a car is made of 100% natural components, but it had a designer to do it. The mud didn't turn itself into a car, but they took the elements out of the dirt or the mud or the rock. So to say that...
How do you know that?
Well, we know it because we observe it. We did not observe God create man.
We've never observed man coming from mud. Never.
No, we do observe cars coming from natural components. We can observe them digging out the iron ore, melting it down, making the iron, forging it into shape. Every step of a car production can be observed. We do not observe God making man from the mud. I agree. That's why it's a belief. You do not observe a mosquito and a dog coming from a common ancestor. That's why it's a belief. But it's taught in the textbooks, and we're all paying for that religion to be taught. This one says animals, fungi, and plants have a common ancestor. But that's not science. That's
but automobiles do not
reproduce
that's a fallacy, I believe. I mean, because we're not talking about something that can reproduce. We're talking about something that does have a designer, but it's designed to suit a purpose. It's designed to suit a need to fill a slot, so to speak. And your creation account is nothing more than that. It is a creation, a design to fill a spot, and that spot is solidifying the identity of ancient Israelites, of ancient Canaanites, of ancient Babylonians, depending on which creation myth that you want to read.
Well, sure, you can believe that. This is straight from one of the textbooks used today. It says animals, fungi, and plants have a common ancestor. Do you believe fungus and elephants and tomatoes are related, have a common ancestor? That's what we're all paying for this to go in the textbooks.
So when you say believe, do I just believe that? No, but do I accept that other people have done the research, and do I accept the evidence? Then yes, I do. And I would like to add that I find it much more plausible than to say that God did it, and he created us from mud, and that plants lived for an entire day in sub-zero temperatures without a sun.
Well, you brought up several topics that need to be addressed there, but you guys keep wanting to use the word accept. You accept evolution. You have to believe evolution. You guys keep trying to sneak that in. You have to accept truth. You do not have to, but you have to believe that mosquitoes are related.
This textbook, you can believe it, but there's evidence for that belief. There's justification to believe that.
Okay, I think there's evidence to prove dogs always produce dogs and cows always produce cows. That's where the evidence lies.
Do you
Now,
believe there's
anything-
evidence that man was created from mud?
No, I think we're made out of natural elements. I think you could find all the elements for man's body in the mud.
So
But-
you're
but I can't-
interpreting that part allegorically because it doesn't suit your narrative.
I'm saying there is a narrative. There's a book that says God did it. I don't know of a better answer, but
Sure.
I'm not
And
demanding.
you're interpreting part of it literally and part of it allegorically to fix whatever gaps you have in your understanding.
Well, no, you guys are one of the ones with all the gaps in the understanding. We observe cows produce cows, dogs produce
Of
dogs.
course you do. That's okay. It's okay to have gaps, Ken.
Well, then call it. Then stop saying you accept it. Admit you believe it. It's a belief. It's a
Sure,
religion
okay, yeah,
on your
sure.
part.
Okay, I believe it, but I have justification for my belief.
I have justification for my belief. Nobody's ever seen a cow produce a non-cow. Therefore, somebody must have made the original cow.
You do have justification for your own belief, for your belief, but your belief itself does not have justification to be believed by anybody who would, other than people who would just accept it on faith.
Well, I think you need to look in the mirror. Jim, you're the one who has a belief that is not based on any scientific evidence. This textbook shows all the bats in the world are related to the horses and are related to the mice. They put them all together to draw. What they draw lines on paper is all they do. On the outside
No,
of the
that's not
circle,
all they do, Kent. No, the current working evolutionary model has been used for many things, from developing antibiotics to discovering how bacteria works. The current evolutionary model works every day in laboratories, and we make new discoveries because we operate under the assumption that we evolve.
well, the same laboratories could use the assumption that, wow, a designer made these creatures out of the same 92 elements out of the ground. Maybe there are antibiotics that can be used because they have a common ancestor, common designer.
And we'd be wasting our time because scientists would be trying to figure out what kind of mud God used and what his breath contained, what the atmospheric contents of his breath were. And that's absurd because there's no need to go to that when there's already a working model. Now, if you want to debunk the working model and you want to show inconsistencies, then I would encourage you to accept your Nobel Prize.
Well, I think if you went to North Korea, you would not find any opposition to the idea of communism.
Sure.
I think anybody
Well,
who
no,
opposes
actually, I disagree. If you go into the individual homes that are being oppressed, I'm sure that there would be some.
if anyone dares to speak out against communism, they end up, executed or down the bottom of the Pacific Ocean someplace.
Right. Excommunicated
Hassle.
for heresy, so to speak.
I think we have a very similar, not quite as severe, but same thing with those who oppose evolution in the academic circles. It wasn't this way 200 years ago. But evolution religion has slowly taken over our school system, where now if you dare to oppose it, you don't get published, you don't get promoted, you actually get fired. Watch the movie Expelled to see those who say, look, I don't think evolution works. They'll get fired from their job.
Sure, because we're talking about the separation of church and state. People who make these assumptions under theological presuppositions do not need to be teaching in the public school system. They do not need to be funded by our government, which clearly states that there needs to be a separation between theology and government.
Thank you. I would point out those who believe mosquitoes and tomatoes are related, regardless of how much time you want to give them, should not be allowed to teach that to children.
I don't believe that people should be allowed to teach anything that cannot be demonstrated. I don't believe people should be allowed to teach anything that there's not evidence to believe that, such as God created man and then later created woman from his side. I think it's totally absurd. And again, there's no evidence that women were made from man. I mean, we can go into the different creation accounts. We can go into authorship and everything like that. I don't think it's necessary, but I do encourage you to read the difference in accounts as far as to when God made woman between the account in Genesis 1 and the account in Genesis 2.
Yeah, I could not prove scientifically that woman was made from a rib from man. I think we can show that there are obvious structural similarities, and digestive tract is about identical, and there are thousands of identical systems between man and women. Praise God for the differences too, but there are obviously some similarities. Again, I would say that may be an indication of a common designer, just like the Ford, just like the 2-door and the 4-door and the hatchback have same frame, same electrical system, same paint job. It doesn't prove common ancestors.
You just said that you had evidence that women was created from a rib. Can you?
I cannot prove that. I can't prove that scientifically. That's what the text says. Oh, but by the way, you can't disprove that either.
Well, I mean, I can't disprove that women wasn't made by scrunching up some silk and wrapping it in duct tape.
That's not what the text says. The text says the woman was made from man's rib.
Sure.
The purpose of this debate is the
taken from his
evidence of the biblical creation. Do you have any evidence to counter that? Forget the duct tape. The Bible says Eve was made from a rib. By the way, there's only one bone in the human body that'll grow back if you take it out, and that's your rib.
Well, I would like to clarify, to point out that you said that there is no evidence that a woman was created from a rib. So I'm sure you've heard this saying, that which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So there's no reason for me to try to disprove it, because you haven't in any way proved that women came from a rib.
Okay, that which has no evidence can be dismissed. There is no evidence a dog came from anything other than a dog. Not going forward.
Yes, there is.
Produce dogs in the future. You think in the past a dog came from a non-dog. There's no evidence of a dog ever coming from a non-dog. We can dismiss the whole evolution theory. There is no evidence of any dog coming from a non-dog in the past.
There's no evidence of the 6,000-year-old Earth, Ken.
That's what you're changing topics now. You're diverging, okay?
No, I'm talking about claims versus evidence for the claims. And I would argue that I have much more evidence. Now, while it's not complete, while it is, yes, it is a theory, but it is a working theory. There is truth within the theory. If anything in there conflicts with what we know to be true, then it's thrown out. It's no longer considered a theory, Kent, like gravity.
Yay. Well, then throw it out, because we've only seen dogs produce dogs, and you think dogs and mosquitoes have a common ancestor. Throw that theory out, son. That's not science.
Yeah, there is genetical information. There's genetical data that ties us all together. Do you deny that?
We don't. Well, that could be a common design. I think the Fords and the Chevys are both made out of steel. Comes on from the same dirt. Doesn't prove they're
yes, and they're also not living beings. So I think that's a false representation.
Well, you're giving a false representation, saying, "Wow, look, we don't see dogs always produce dogs in the future, but in the past, you think it was different." That's not science. That's a religion. You believe dogs came from something single-celled. You believe that single-celled creature produced something that was ultimately turned into a dog. This is a religious belief, Jim. This is not science. And I wish you guys would.
And what do you believe? What do you believe? Where do you believe the animals came from? Where do you believe man came from?
I don't see any other option than to say there must be a designer that made this. If I walked into a town that was deserted out west, John Wayne, a deserted desert town, a cowboy town, I look at these buildings, say, wow, there's nobody here, but I think somebody built these buildings. I could walk into a town, I could find an arrowhead and say, I think somebody made this. I don't know who, I don't know when, but somebody made it. I think you can look at a mosquito under a microscope and say, wow, this has amazing design, digestive system. It can fly, for heaven's sake. That's complicated. It can reproduce. You talk about a complicated system. Reproduction is mind-bogglingly complex in all the things that have to happen just right. Any system, the eyes, of the smelling system is so complex, I would say it's logical to say there's a designer. Now, who is that designer? Is it Allah, Buddha, Jehovah? That becomes a different set of arguments. But to get over hurdle number one, somebody designed the mosquito.
Okay, so you believe that this was all designed and it was done by a creator, and it is centered around us, I believe. I believe that you believe that humans and the God of the Bible have a unique connection, correct?
Oh, yeah, I believe there's three different kinds of life. I think if
that is the case, then why is it that out of all, my apologies, out of the entire electromagnetic spectrum, humans can only see less than 0.004 of it. It's like 0.0035% of the entire electromagnetic spectrum.
Right.
Humans, for example, in wavelength reception, humans can only recept somewhere between 380 to 740 nanometers. But you then have beings like the mantis shrimp, who I don't believe are hoping for salvation, or that they were created for any divine purpose, and yet their wavelength reception is much better than ours, 300 to 720, so a much wider range of wavelength reception. So there's so much that is created that is not for us. In Genesis 1, it tells us that these stars were made to be signs for planting crops and signs for recognizing the changes of the seasons. And some would argue that it's the zodiac. But
2 minutes, gentlemen.
They were created for that reason, yet we know for a fact that there are stars in our universe that not only have we not seen with the naked eye, but we will probably never see.
And how do you know that for a fact?
Well, are you familiar with the term the universe horizon, or the horizon effect?
Yeah, yes, I understand. I believe you're probably true, but you don't know that that's correct. I'm just pointing out this is a belief. I believe the same thing.
Okay, yes, I don't know in an epistemological sense, as in it hasn't been demonstrated to be completely true. Like I'm not holding it in my hands. You're right. There is no conclusive study, but at the same time, I have justification to believe that, and there's no reason for me to say, well, God created these stars for humans, and well, this has to be all there is because the Bible says so.
Okay, I have justification. If I walk into a deserted cowboy town out west, I would have justification for believing somebody made this. Even
Yes,
though
and you can find out who. You can find out who through archaeology. You can find out through experimenting from the past, from testing.
Okay, let's allow Dr. Hovind just to have equal time with response there. Go ahead, Dr. Hovind. Finish your sentence.
The buildings in this cowboy town are made out of wood and probably nails, which are made from iron. Those are natural components. We can see trees growing all over, but we never see wood cut into those shapes and nailed together in that way. It would be logical to say somebody built this building or made this town, laid it out in a street down the middle, and buildings on the side. Maybe there's a reason for that, traffic flow. I think we can study the human body or the body of a mosquito or a star and say there's a reason for this. If you'd rather be a mantis shrimp to get their eyes, that's up to you. Go ahead and swap eyes if you'd like. But I think maybe the reason we see a small part of the spectrum is that God's got a big surprise for us when we go to heaven. Hey, guys, new eyes, you can see the whole thing. You can now see the sounds. Whoa, that'll be cool. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to going there. I would like you to come too, Jim. Would you like to come?
It would be cool, Kent. I do not disagree with you. It would be cool to go to an afterlife where I don't hurt anymore, where my senses are enhanced, where I didn't have to worry about anything, where I could see my loved ones, I could meet my family, I could experience all this peace. But
that's time, gentlemen.
But
it's available.
There's no evidence you can have that is true.
It is true. I've got it already.
Okay, so now, gentlemen, we have 4-minute closings, and so Jim started first, so he does his closing first, and so let me reset my timer for 4 minutes. It's not responding too well. Here we go. Okay, Jim, 4 minutes when you start speaking.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to point out that, as usual, Kent has not given evidence for his claim. He's only given evidence against other claims. And to me, that is very disingenuous, especially whenever he claims to have a belief and he claims to have a monopoly on the truth. Not just a truth, but the truth. And again, I would ask the question, why did God create stars that his creation would never see? Why did God create colors that his creation would never see? Not just any creation, though, but his special creation. God saw that it was very good. This was something that was special to God. God created humans for a reason, and the early understanding in the ancient Near East was that the creators made this God for us to experience, for us to enjoy. Yet we have a light and a heat source that gives us cancer. We have plants that poison us. We have viruses and bacteria and molds and things that contaminate our bodies and kill us. We have so many illnesses that take children not only in the womb but at early ages for apparently no reason. And for Kent to say that there is a reason that we were created, he would have to also say that there is a reason for all of these horrible things that we experience that are supposedly products of a creator, yet do his creation no good. I will say again that I don't need evolution to disprove creation, and neither does anybody else. Creation can be disproven all on its own, and people like Kent Hovind have set up a false dichotomy to where it's one or the other, and that's just not the case, because he's leaving out things like Marduk and Tiamat, and how Tiamat's body was carved into half and was made into the firmament. He's denying these obvious parallels to theology and claiming that his is true solely because he has so much invested in it. I thank everybody for listening and for watching. Thank you, Kent, for showing up. Thank you, Standing for Truth, for having me. Nephilim Free, thank you for moderating. I had a really great time.
You got a minute and 40 seconds.
A minute and 40 seconds. I can sing a little ditty, maybe. No, I think that's okay. I'll let Kent close.
Okay, then I'll reset the timer for Kent for 4 minutes when you start speaking, Kent.
Well, okay. Well, thank you so much, Jim, for doing this. I know it's got to be difficult to try to defend the idea that we all came from a rock for no reason, and the idea that we go nowhere when it's over with. I would love to have you have the peace and assurance that you can indeed know. As far as why there are colors we cannot see, there are two options, I think, obvious from the creation viewpoint. A, maybe originally they could, and they lost it due to their sin. Or maybe someday we will gain it again, or maybe both are true. So it is interesting to contemplate the idea that maybe the whole electromagnetic spectrum was created for us, and right now we get just a limited part of it, okay? Is there evidence for biblical creation? Yes, I think there's overwhelming evidence. There had to be a creator, like walking into the cowboy town or finding an arrowhead. Somebody made this. Now, finding out who and why and when is a different story, but first hurdle you've got to get over, Jim, there's a God. And it's not you, and it's not Charlie Darwin, and it's not a religious theory like evolution. We never see any plant or animal produce anything other than what is obviously the same kind, and that's a common use word, a kind. Is a Chevy and a Ford pickup truck the same kind of vehicle? Yeah. Okay, anyway, Bible says in Romans chapter 1, for the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness, because that which may be known of God is manifest. You could know. You could find an arrowhead and say, somebody made this. Unless you wanted to believe it happened by erosion or exfoliation or thermal expansion of the rock. But no, somebody made it. If you find a building, a Western town, somebody made it. Period. It's end of story. It's common sense. When you look at under a microscope and see a cell, you say, somebody made this. This is amazing design. One cell is more complicated than the space shuttle, most complex machine built by man that I'm aware of. God has showed it unto them. Next verse says, for the invisible things of him, God is invisible. Apparently, God is outside of time, space, matter, not affected by them. This is not 2019 in heaven. God's not even affected by time. Anyway, the invisible things from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made. I can look at things that are made. I can look at this Snapple bottle and say, wow, this guy, whoever made this, pretty smart. They put a label on there so I can tell what's on the inside without having to open it. They put a lid for it so it doesn't spill when you tip it over. Wow, it fits the human hand pretty good. I think this must have been designed by somebody who was thinking. Okay, not a problem. I can look at the plants and say, wow, I can eat that plant, and that plant provides vitamins that my body needs. How did the plant get stuff that I need? I could say, wow, somebody must have designed the food to be eaten by humans. They glorified him not as God, it says in verse 21. Neither were thankful. Jim, you haven't glorified God for his creation. I think you should. They became vain in their imagination, and their foolish heart was darkened. I think it is foolish to believe that a mosquito and a dog have a common ancestor. I think that's foolish.
1 minute.
Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. What has happened in the last 150 years? This crazy religion of evolution has taken over our school system and our government, just like the crazy system of communism has taken over quite a few countries, and the crazy teachings of Islam has taken over some countries. And if you dare to stand up and oppose Islam in a Muslim country, they'll cut your head off. If you dare to stand up and oppose communism in a communist country, you'll be in Siberia. If you dare to stand up and oppose evolution in our public school system, you'll be in academic Siberia. And praise God, they don't pay my salary. I'm not afraid of them. I'm not frightened by them at all. And I'll do 1,000 of these debates if I have to. I'll do one every day. The Bible has never been disproven. Is there scientific evidence for their creator? Well, is there scientific evidence an arrowhead was man-made? Yeah. I think it's intuitive. Somebody made it. I think the creation account is intuitive. Somebody made it. You're going to stand before him, Jeff. Come on, do a credential, and I'll give you I'll introduce you to Jesus.
That's time. All right, so that concludes the closing statements. Now, let me ask, standing for truth, are you there, brother? Are we going to have a question and answer session, or is this going to conclude the debate?
No, it looks like we just reached the hour mark. I've got 2 questions that I can ask really quick. Thanks for the lively debate, guys. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Dr. Hovind, for doing this. It was very fun, very profitable. First question that I have for Dr. Hovind. What is the best evidence for a 6,000-year-old Earth? Go ahead.
Well, I had a debate on this very topic a couple days ago, and it's all up on our YouTube channel, Kent Hovind Official. That was the title of the debate. What's the best evidence for 6,000? The Bible clearly teaches about 6,000. Just add up the dates. So we have documentary evidence that is 6,000 years old. Just like I could find documentary evidence that the property I live on was occupied by humans for the last 300 years. I could probably go back in the county records and find, oh, there was a house here by a farmer here 150 years ago. Oh, okay. We find a few bricks up at the top on the North 40. There's some physical evidence that there used to be a house up there. Okay. Now, there is documentary evidence. The Bible is certainly a document, and it clearly teaches about 6,000. As far as scientific evidence, I think there's overwhelming scientific evidence the Earth and Moon and the whole system cannot be billions. I'm not aware of any that shows clearly 6,000 from the scientific, but I'm aware of some scientific evidence that shows clearly it can't be 4.5 billion, way less than probably a few million. The population of the Earth, the cooling down of the Earth, the slowing spin of the Earth, the recession of the Moon. I covered all that in the last debate up on Kent Hovind Official. Is there evidence for the Earth being 6,000 years old? Yes. The Bible clearly says 6,000, or it clearly indicates by adding up the dates, 6,000. That's a document that has never been disproven. So I'm going to stand on that one. Okay.
Okay, I appreciate that answer, Dr. Hovind. And then the other question would be for you, Jim. This one is from Caustic Soda. The question he asks is, numbers are objective. Every civilization that ever existed has always agreed 2 is a multiple of 1 thing. So is there an objective reality?
Yeah, so and it's a little bit of a controversial view that I have, so I'm probably gonna get torn up for this, but I do believe that there is an objective reality in that, say, hate, for example. I can hate somebody. I have the potential, the ability to hate somebody, but I currently don't hate anybody right now, in case anybody is wondering. While I don't hate, it's not a part of my reality. It is part of my objective reality. So I believe that the objective reality is something that grows with experience, that grows with our knowledge, that grows with our exposure to new things and new information. So I believe that objective reality can be reached, but is never anything in the present. Does that make sense?
Awesome. Okay, well, I appreciate that response there, Jim. Guys, once again, great debate. Hopefully we can do it again sometime in the future. And everybody have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Hey guys, this is Standing for Truth. We are live. I want to thank you for joining us this afternoon. We're going to have a blast today. I've been looking forward to this. This is the much anticipated second debate between Taylor, aka Snake Was Right, and Dr. Kent Hovind. So I want to start off by thanking both these men for taking time out of their busy schedules to join us and give us this great debate. Today's debate will be on whether or not evolutionary mechanisms have limits. So I've got Matt Mann here, who everybody is, I'm sure, is familiar with, who will be co-moderating with me and just making sure this debate goes nice and smooth. So I'm going to hand it over to Matt to go over the format, introduce our debaters, and we will begin with Taylor. So go ahead, Matt.
All right. A lot of you probably know Taylor. He's debated Kent Hovind in the past. He goes by Snake Was Right. That is the name of his channel. He can send you a link to this after. And Kent Hovind probably needs no introduction. He's going to be the one who is going to be going second on this debate. We're going to be having 8-minute openings with a 5-minute rebuttal each, with a 22-minute discussion each, and then a 3-minute closing for each person with a 6-minute Q&A. So that was, I'm going to be giving 30-second warnings, so just listen for the sound. And that way I don't have to interrupt and butt in to say you have 30 seconds left. So I guess Snake is going first on this. And sure. I'll probably, I think Standing is going to be controlling the volume.
Yes, go ahead there, Snake. Start whenever you are ready. We'll start the timer on your first word. Go ahead.
All right, so I'll just explain my channel name real quick first. I call it Snake Was Right. Not as any claim that I am correct or anything like that. It's just a reference to the biblical serpent, and my belief that knowledge of good and evil was actually a good thing and not a bad thing that would result. Well, actually, no matter how bad it is, the truth is important to know, even if there are bad consequences. So I think in that instance, the snake was right. And so the biblical serpent is one of my literary heroes. And yeah, so we'll just jump into the science. I'm studying biology, molecular biology at CU Boulder in Colorado. And the topic today is about whether the mechanisms of evolution have a limit. And so we've gotten to this point over the history of creation where they're essentially backed into a corner, it seems, with because they have been forced to accept microevolution but not macroevolution, and so they do accept all the mechanisms that lead to variation within kind, they say, but it remains to be seen what the limit of a kind is or where they draw that line. And I would love to discuss that. Clearly, there are limits, but it doesn't seem like they're defined by the creationist side. It seems that they just claim that the limit is a kind. And to a biologist, that doesn't really make sense because we know that the limit would be in the basically at the molecular level. You can't just break the laws of physics or chemistry. That's essentially the limit. So I think that we should just get into discussing some of those mechanisms. I think I'm going to give away most of my time here in favor of just discussion, but we'll go over some of the mechanisms just to get us started. Basically, I've heard Kent before talk about how the evolutionary process is just a selection process. It cannot create. It's not a creative process. And he gives the example that sticks in my mind is with the tallness, basically, out of a population. So he'll say things like, and correct me if I'm wrong or misrepresenting, that you can get certain traits that out of the population that already exist to basically get exaggerated. So in his example, he would say that evolution or microevolution can select for the tallest people in a population, but it cannot create new features. So I would like to correct that because it seems that this way of looking at things ignores the mutation. Mutation does create things. It creates variation. And so evolution is not just a selective process. It creates differences, and then the selection process kicks in. And we can also talk about SFT. He and I have had several discussions about the limits of evolution in the sense that he believes in the genomic decay accumulation or accumulation of deleterious mutations. And there are several mechanisms to that counterbalance that as well. I suspect that we'll be talking more about how do mutations actually create steps towards different kinds, but I think we should start off hearing what Kent defines as a kind, because last time we talked, I showed him the ring species, and according to his definition, according to my understanding of his definition, a kind is that which brings forth. And so I gave him an example of several salamander species which can bring forth with each other until, except for two of the species that can't bring forth with each other. So therefore, they are not the same kind, and yet he is still able to recognize that they are all salamanders based on their phenotype and I'm assuming their genotype. So it would seem that we're actually not word definition that has anything to do with reproduction and more based on anatomical features. So I think I will concede the rest of my time at that.
Okay, you stopped 3 minutes early, so I guess we can move that into Q&A for later. All right, and Kent, whenever you're ready.
All right. I guess we got 8 minutes for the opening. If I get my timer here. Thank you so much. And it's Taylor, I appreciate you trying to defend what you believe. I think we'll be able to get you converted if you're honest and open, and you become an independent Baptist one of these days, and a Bible believer. So the debate topic is: do the proposed mechanisms of evolution have any limits? We have to define some of these words. First of all, what are the mechanisms? So just the word mechanism has to do with a machine. Anybody would tell you any machine has to have a designer. There are no machines anywhere that I'm aware of that came without a designer of some kind. Whether they're natural machines like trees that can pump water up to the leaves, which is amazing that they can, without having a heart or a pump, they can draw water up with capillary action and with root pressure and with transpiration, can get water 350 feet in the air off the ground. I mean, that's quite a pump to pump. And it's an amazing mechanism that allows trees to do that. There are quite a few mechanisms in the biological world, like your heart would be considered a mechanism to be able to pump blood around your body, which is stunning in its complexity. Ask any heart surgeon, how stunning, how amazing is the heart? And I think anybody with one eye and half a brain would tell you it's beyond comprehension in its complexity. So we have lots of mechanisms in our shop, for instance, which I'm in the shop now, next to our shop. We have all kinds of tools to work on these mechanisms because they don't fix themselves. So what is the mechanism for evolution? And this word evolution has to be carefully defined. This seems to be where Taylor is hung up on what exactly, they'll say, he said, for instance, that the creationists, assuming he's meaning me, are backed into a corner by accepting microevolution. Absolutely not. I accept the obvious fact that animals can produce a variety. There is no question. There are, I think, 60 recognized breeds of chickens now that probably had a common ancestor called a chicken. So certainly there are variations within the kind. I don't think we should call it microevolution. I have always said for 30 years now, I think it's a lousy term. However, that's the term they use, so I'll explain it. But microevolution is a variation of the same kind of animal. Like we talked about taller people and shorter people. Sure, that's a variation of people. There are no exceptions where any human has ever produced anything other than a human. Or no dog's ever produced anything other than a dog. And the evolutionists, I'm stunned now that they don't see the stupidity of what they're saying. They're saying, of course, evolution predicts dogs will always produce dogs. I say, wait a minute. You believe somewhere in the past something non-dog produced a dog. I mean, if it came from an amoeba, hello, that's a non-dog. So why can it happen in the past? It can't happen where we can watch it and observe it. Science deals with things we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Evolution is none of those. So does it have any limits? Well, here is what the Wikipedia or Berkeley University's just on internet today. I said, what is the mechanism of evolution? They said, well, there are 4 mechanisms, 4 things that make it happen. One is mutation, then migration or gene flow, then genetic drift, and natural selection as mechanisms of change, from khanacademy.org. How variation, differential reproduction, and hereditary result in evolution by natural selection. Here it is from bifi.es, NUCTUNT. I don't know if you can read my screen there or not, but what are the 4 mechanisms of evolution? Allele frequencies in a population may change due to 4 fundamental forces of evolution: natural selection, genetic drift, mutations, and gene flow, the same one given on the Berkeley website. This seems to be the teaching is you guys believe that your fairy tale, your religion of evolution will somehow be true because of these 4 things. I would start off and concede right away, natural selection works. It is natural, and it's a selection process. It's not a creation process. Your argument a minute ago that the mutation provides the new material, and now natural selection can act on it. I think we can demonstrate that has never been observed. Never. That is a religion. It's SpongeBob imagination stuff. And if you want to believe it, fine. But don't force that on all the kids to learn that stuff, these innocent minds that are going thinking they're going to learn science, and instead they learn a religion of evolution. I agree natural selection works, but it selects. That's all it does. And I've given the illustration, and nobody's ever refuted it. If I decided I want to select a population of people over 7 feet tall, so I go through and I kill everybody in the world who's under 7 feet tall. Only those who are 7 and over can reproduce now because they're the only ones alive. And many of their children will grow up to be very tall. But if they don't, we kill them, okay? After 5 or 6 or 10 generations of doing that, we would have a whole population of people over 7 feet tall. No question, that can be done. That's what farmers do. They select for cows that give more milk. And after about 8 or 10 generations, all the cows give more milk than normal. However, the cows are weaker. They couldn't survive in the wild, but the farmer does have a herd of cows that gives more milk or more beef or more heat resistance or whatever they're selecting for. That's artificial selection, but it's the same concept. Nature would select certain animals to survive in certain environments, just by either by temperature. For example, the dogs in Alaska generally have long hair and have thicker bodies and shorter legs to conserve heat. Whereas the dogs in the dingoes in Australia have real thin hair, have skinny bodies, long legs to get away from the desert, and they get rid of the heat faster. The dingoes can handle the heat, but they could never handle Alaska. They'd freeze first winter. And the wolves and the huskies up in Alaska would die of heat stroke in the Australian outback desert. So nature has selected those two varieties of dogs to survive in that particular environment. That's not a creative process. The dogs already had hair. It just decided, is it going to be long hair or short hair? It didn't create a furnace or a heating system or a coal burning stove. It's just hair. So all it did, nature selected long hair or short hair, and that happens. I agree. But that's where it stops. It's not a creative process at all. Mutations now, if you think mutations are going to help, I think you're dreaming. No mutation has ever been observed that makes the creature better off. I use the illustration. Well, the textbooks are going to say natural selection is observed. Of course, natural selection is observed. Nature selects. We could select dogs to get them smaller and smaller and smaller, and eventually end up with a completely useless dog like a Chihuahua. But it's still a dog. Still in the, what kind is yours? A Yorkie? Yorkie. You have the Chihuahua, okay. How long would that last in the woods, in nature? 30 minutes, right? Okay, man has selected smaller and smaller dogs to have them for a lap dog or a companion or whatever. They will never get a dog as small as a flea. There is a limit. There are animals as small as a flea, like a flea. They'll never get a dog as big as an elephant, even though there are mammals as big as an elephant, like an elephant. So nature selects, but it's always the same kind. But in the evolution fairy tale, they say the first true cells slowly evolved into humans. The protozoa gradually became a human.
Time.
If the protozoa, time's up. Anyway, I think natural selection works, but that's all it does is select. It doesn't create a thing. Okay, sorry about that.
Would you be able to, in between this, zoom the camera back that we can't see your screen all the way?
Oh, Steve, did you hear that? Zoom the camera back. They can't see the screen all the way.
I'm pretty sure they can.
No,
I can't. Right there.
there we go. Okay, looks good. Looks perfect.
Okay. All right.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that opening, Dr. Hovind and Taylor. So now we're going to move into the rebuttal period with Taylor. I believe is it 5 minutes there, Matt?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Taylor.
Okay, so you are correct when you say natural selection only selects, but natural selection is not the entire process of evolution. In fact, the clip you showed up there said, quote, mutations are the ultimate source for new alleles in the population. So it seems like you are ignoring the effects that mutations have based on some nebulous wording of adding information. And you say, we have never observed mutation adding information, and that's just patently untrue. It's called a duplication event, and we observe them all the time. Now, this is new physical information, even just like if you have two identical chairs and you add a third, that is new, and that is a new chair. And then if you start changing the parts of the chair, that is a different chair. So that's exactly what happens in mutation. Some genes are duplicated and then changed. Some genes are just duplicated. Some genes that exist are not duplicated and changed. And these are all examples of different information. Now, I suspect that Kent is going to go in and say that this is not an example of new information because of the way he defines information. And I don't know how else to explain it, but if you change the sequence of something, the information is different. And if you add more of it, that is adding information. It doesn't matter. You can 10,000 Bibles. If you add one more Bible, that's adding another Bible. That's adding information. Now, it's not new information, and that's where mutation comes in. Mutations are adding new information because they are altering the sequence of information. I suspect we will have a nice back and forth about that, but that's my correction so far. And I still notice you haven't really defined a kind. Is it based on reproduction or is it based on body type? And you seem to be indicating the latter because you say, when you're talking about size of an animal, you say that's where it stops. I'm not sure how you know that's when it stops, other than you just kind of feel like it. So, like, the question I would pose to you, couldn't a dog, for example, become bear-like? Or and to illustrate this, I would ask also, if one type of dog could no longer reproduce with the other types of dogs, does this indicate a big enough change in kind to equal macroevolution? It seems like you don't want to define your goalposts so that we can't meet them. So you just say it stops at kind. You don't define kind. But then the reason I say you've been backed into a corner is because you've already admitted that these changes occur at the genetic level, which produce a change in the phenotypes. And this is going to be a major sticking point for me. Natural selection only selects. But when you say that, you are ignoring the effects of mutation. So mutations will produce different alleles. So you have different information to select from. Different information is being for each selection event. This is not just selection. It is an interaction between selection and differentiation. And therefore, that's where complexity emerges. And it seems almost intelligent because it is selecting, but it's selecting the best configurations. And it was also claimed that there are no beneficial mutations at all, and that's simply false. The best example of that is with drug-resistant bacteria. And before you get to the claim that in a new gene that confers drug resistance to the bacteria, it's been claimed by creationists that this then inherently lowers the fitness of the bacteria natural environment. I have several experiments here that witness mutations fixing essentially that lower fitness conferred by the drug resistance, and we also witness the staph, for example, is actually surviving better in its wild population after evolving a drug resistance. So those claims are all simply false, and we have direct observation of that both in the wild and the laboratory. So I think we should discuss more on what information means. Did you say time? Okay.
Yeah. All right. And I'll start the time when you start talking, Ken.
All right. Well, thank you so much. He's got several things on the table here. If a dog can no longer produce with another dog, probably I would guess there are mechanical limits where the Chihuahua cannot reproduce with the Great Dane. Maybe there aren't. I don't know. But it's still a dog, and I think it's intuitive, but obviously it's still a dog. And you said I don't define kind. Well, the Bible says in the original creation, those that could, the kinds would bring forth. And so I don't know that there can't be variations that would make them incapable of bringing forth, like, for instance, the dogs with the Chihuahua and the Great Dane. But it's still obviously a dog. I would point out, though, Taylor, that I'm not asking for my belief to be taught at taxpayer expense in the schools. You guys are demanding that everybody pay for your religion to be taught. You guys should go start private schools and teach evolution to anybody that wants to pay and come learn it and get it out of the public schools. It's not science. Nobody's ever seen it. You said the best example you know of is drug-resistant bacteria. For heaven's sake, son, it's still a bacteria. Do you think that process of a bacteria becoming resistant to drugs, it's still a bacteria, do you think that process could turn a bacteria to an elephant or a whale or a human? I cannot comprehend how somebody cannot see the folly of that belief that this variation within a bacteria is going to produce a whale out of the bacteria if we give it enough time. I know you guys count on this, billions of years being the solution to everything. And I cover many ways in my seminar to take away the billions of years. It cannot be billions of years old, but that's not this debate. Are the mechanisms that are supposedly driving evolution, are they limited? Of course they're limited. They're limited physically, obviously. They're never going to get an elephant as big as Texas or the United States. There are physical limits there. I think every evolutionist I've talked to would admit that. Of course, there are some limits. They don't like to go there because they know it's starting to paint them into a corner. Are there limits based on size? Are there limits based upon food availability? Are there limits based upon heat resistance, heat tolerance, let's say? Sure. The dogs, if you took all the dogs in the world, turned them loose into Alaska, go back in 5 years, the only survivors are the husky type body, thick fur, etc. Nature selected them to survive. But they're never going to survive at 200 below zero. Nothing would survive. There are limits. They might be able to survive at 40 below zero, Alaska temperatures, but they're not going to survive at 200 or 300 or 400 below zero Fahrenheit. They're not going to happen. There are limits. The dingoes in Australia can survive at 130 degrees. It's pretty amazing. But they can't survive at 500 degrees or 10,000 degrees or 2 trillion degrees. There is a limit. So there are limits to all these things that I think are just obvious to anybody. Secondly, I would point out, science deals with things we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Nobody observes or has ever observed a bacteria produce a non-bacteria. The bacteria that is resistant to drugs is still a bacteria that didn't change into any other life form. So the variations happen, but they're limited by all sorts of things. They're limited by genetics. No new information is ever added. You said if you had 10,000 Bibles and added another Bible, you now have more Bibles. Yeah, but you don't have any new information. Then you say mutations are going to fix this. That's like saying if I type out a sentence enough times and make typographical errors, my typos are going to make it into a sentence with totally new meaning and typos destroy, typographical errors destroy. There are no mutations you can point to that have added information that is useful. You're counting on typographical errors in the gene code, which is incredibly complex to start with. You're counting on some kind of errors in gene transmission to create something new. I know it sounds good, and I guess theoretically it might even be possible, but it's never happened. It's not observed. It's not science. It's SpongeBob imagination stuff. And I really enjoyed listening to you guys tell about your imagination, but that's not science. I'm sorry. Staph surviving better, it's still staph, okay? So ring species, the chameleons or whatever it was that went around California are still a chameleon or still a lizard or still the same kind of animal. To a 5-year-old, they could tell you. Now, they may not be reproducing now. Okay, big deal. They're still the same kind of animal. Everybody knows that. That process of ring species is not going to turn a bacteria to a whale or an elephant or a mosquito. You're dreaming. And that's okay. I appreciate you dreaming. Stop making everybody pay for that dream to be taught in the schools. Let's see. There. Okay? My time's up. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to the discussion period, 22 minutes, and it'll be a back and forth, and try to make it equal time between you guys and keep it calm. All right, I'll start the timer when you guys begin. Snake, you're paused. Snake, you're muted.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do
Sorry.
that. So he says that staff is still staff, and yes, but I think you're mixing goalposts here. So the goalpost I was addressing there was that it evolved a beneficial gene, not to demonstrate that bacteria has evolved into something else, but that it has evolved a beneficial gene. So maybe we should stick with that goalpost.
Well, I know you're anxious to get this word evolved into the sentence. Staff evolved a beneficial gene. Do you mean there was a mutation? Something went wrong in the genetic code and it happens to be beneficial? The staff didn't make this decision on its own, did it?
If it's beneficial, then it's not wrong.
Okay, so the staff has become resistant to a certain... what exactly happened with the staff that you think was beneficial?
It is drug resistant.
And is it indeed stronger in the regular population of other like kinds?
Yes, it is flourishing in hospitals, and it's a really bad problem because it is flourishing more than the non-resistant staff.
So if it's flourishing in hospitals, where of course they have all kinds of antibiotics and stuff going around, are you trying to claim that it would then be flourishing in the wild? Hospitals
That is the wild.
The hospital is the wild?
Yes. A human body is the wild for pathogens.
So you don't think you have a limited environment there with using the hospital as your example? And
that's the environment. That's the environment it lives in, human bodies. And it spreads very quickly inside of human buildings where there is close human contact.
So the staff becoming resistant to drugs that treat it is evidence enough for you that elephants and mosquitoes are related.
No, that's different. You see, you're mixing the goalposts here. It's evidence.
Yes,
you are. Yes, you are. It's evidence that there are beneficial mutations.
And this, what you said, was the best one you could point to.
It's a very easy one. I can point to other ones.
All right,
I can point to ones where we've actually isolated the mutation that makes it back fitness and higher fitness in the wild.
So what are examples besides the staff, which is not in the wild, it's in the hospital? It has a higher fitness in a hospital in human bodies that are in the hospital, where they have all kinds of bacteria and drug killing stuff going around. What is an example of something out in the natural world that has added information and made it better?
Well, what do you consider the natural world? Because the drug-resistant staph is actually spread outside of hospitals too.
Okay, would you agree that farmers all over the world, for the recorded history of the world, we have actual recorded history back maybe 4,000, 5,000 years. Do you think every farmer has ever observed cows produce cows? Has anybody seen it produce anything other than a cow? We have a bunch of cows, a herd of cows across the fence here. They produce cows. No exceptions.
So are we moving on from the goalpost of beneficial mutations? Are you admitting that beneficial mutations can happen?
No, I'm not admitting that at all. I know you keep mentioning that phrase, moving the goalpost. You guys want to move the goalpost all the time. I think the goalpost is very clear. The Bible, which came way before Charles Darwin or anybody else, said the animals will bring forth after their kind. And every farmer will tell you when he crossbreeds cows, he gets cows. It's not moving the goalpost. A cow is a cow. You might give a cow that gives more milk or more beef or heat resistance, but it's still a cow. And you can get race horses that are faster than other horses. Okay, still a horse. You're never going to turn a horse to a cow, let alone get a horse from a bacteria.
We're focusing on the mechanisms of change and evolution, and you claimed that there is no such thing as a beneficial mutation. So I'm just focusing on that goalpost alone right now.
Okay. So the beneficial mutation you want to point to is staph has become resistant to the drugs in the hospital, and therefore that is evidence enough that there is new information, you claim. I'll have to analyze that. Exactly what was different in the gene code. Is indeed the staph more viral, more lively, more likely to survive in the wild? I'm going to say I doubt that. Not in the hospital maybe, but not out in nature in the wild.
Is this drug-resistant staph found any place outside of the hospital?
Yes. It's contracted by sports players quite frequently, in locker rooms and things like that. Close human contact.
Close human contact in locker rooms. Okay.
That is the wild environment of a pathogen that lives in human bodies. Is a human body.
Yeah.
And so places where humans interact is going to spread that.
And so this is still, you agree it's still a single-celled creature, a bacteria, right? Single-celled.
Yeah. And no other kind of phylum or genus has ever come from bacteria. That no one thinks that bacteria have evolved into eukaryotes or anything like that.
I think I can show you where the textbooks have pictures by the thousands of humans and whales and mosquitoes and all of them. They draw lines on paper back to a common ancestor, which is a single-celled protista or
not a bacteria.
Okay, a protista then. It's still a single. Are there any two-celled organisms in the world that you're aware of?
Yeah.
There are?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like some of those for my science center here. Would you send them out, please?
They found them in algae. They found single, double cell, triple cell, pretty much every number up to hundreds. And then we've observed them in the lab evolving new traits and specifically evolving multicellularity.
And you're claiming they found 2 or 3 or multi-celled creatures in the lab, right?
They found single-celled algae in the wild. And subjected them to selection pressures like predators, and they evolved multicellularity.
I'll have to investigate that. I'm going to say right now, I doubt that seriously. It might be a colony or cooperation, but it's not a two-celled organism. But to go from an amoeba or a single-celled organism to something like a whale or an elephant is going to require a whole lot more than just a cooperation of cells.
That never happens. No one thinks that happens.
It never happens. Great, you're a creationist. They had to be created.
No protist has ever produced a whale.
Do you think, I just showed you the picture where they say the protists came from the whales. Here, I'll show you again. This is straight from the textbooks here.
You're taking it far too literally. It's not born straight from that. There are millions of intermediate steps between them.
Well, I know you imagine that there are. You believe that there are and you imagine it, but that's not safe. Here we go. Here's a textbook used by the kids in public school. Protista, single-celled, slowly turned to biology teacher. Not slowly. Well, yeah, they would say, if it happened quickly, we would all recognize it as a fairy tale. But because they say it happens slowly, then it becomes science. You guys think that millions of years is going to help. You think this example you have of a single-celled creature becoming resistant to drugs is going to help. This is what they are teaching. This is my objection, Taylor. None of this is science. This is lines on paper. This is imagination. This is, I hope it's true. I think it's true. I wish it was true. It's not observed. They're saying frogs and birds are related because they drew a line on paper. Do you believe frogs and birds are related?
Yes, but not because of lines on the paper. That's a summation of the data, and you're confusing that with the actual data.
So what is the actual data that would make you think a frog and a bird are related? They got them right next to each other here.
Well, you've already admitted 90% of my argument, which is that things can variate within their kind. And so a dog is just a variation of a mammal.
A dog is a variation of a mammal. Now, they're having a frog, a bird, and a fish coming off the same line. So could you recognize, if I handed you a frog and a bird, would you be able to tell the difference?
Yeah. And if you handed me a dinosaur and a bird, they would look very similar. In fact, they have almost identical biochemistry. They have the same type of feet. They have proven that hairs and scales and feathers all develop from the same developmental, they're called placodes. And they are all made of the same material, and they all develop from the same things.
They're all made of keratin. I'm familiar with that. Scales and hair and feathers made of keratin.
So a station can produce a different type of being.
Well, keratin is a great building product to build things out of. There's a whole lot of stuff made out of iron. Battleships are made out of iron, so are forks. You think battleships and forks are related?
No, because they can't reproduce. They can't have sex with each other and make more.
Adding reproduction makes it a trillion times more complicated, not less complicated. Just because a battleship and a Ford and an automobile are all made out of iron does not prove any relationship. It proves a common building material. The designer who designed the bird and who have feathers, which are made out of a feather, is complicated. Look at one under the magnifying glass. It's made of keratin, a great building product. So are scales, so are hairs, I understand. But you're saying that proves a relationship. No, it proves a common designer. Somebody used the same building material to build it. That's all.
It doesn't prove either way, but what it does demonstrate is that slight changes between them can lead to the differences that we actually see. And there's no indication that, see, you can't point to a difference between a creation event and a variation event. Are there millions and millions of different creation events? Because there are different types of bird feet and there are different types of bird feathers. What's the difference between a bird that has adapted from another bird and all the different bird types that God has supposedly created specially?
Yeah, I don't know how many kinds of birds God made. It might have been 100 kinds of birds. And today they've diversified into 5,000 varieties of birds.
How can you tell the difference between a diversification and a creation?
That's a hard one. And I'm not asking for my theory to be taught at public expense. But I think there are people working on that. I think most of it's intuitive to a 5-year-old. If you put a Chihuahua and a Great Dane, they would say it's the same kind of animal. If you put a Chihuahua and a banana, they would say it's not.
We don't ask 5-year-olds for their opinions on complex science, though.
No, but that's where they teach it to the 5-year-olds, that they put stuff like this in their books, and the kid sees the picture and thinks a frog and a bird are related, came from an amoeba or protista. This is the propaganda machine you guys are running, and I think it's evil, absolutely evil. You're destroying the faith of young children by this stupidity and these lies. There is no proof any bird has ever produced a non-bird or came from a non-bird. There is no evidence any frog has ever come from a non-frog. None. You can believe it if you want, but it's not science.
Most Christians believe in evolution, and most people who believe and study evolution are Christians. So there is no assault on the faith at all.
Well, the majority opinion means nothing. That's obviously a logical fallacy. We don't care. The majority opinion in the South thought slavery was fine 150 years ago.
Right, but what I'm saying is that Christians can believe in evolution. Teaching evolution does not destroy Christians, does not destroy faith in Christianity.
Well, they're certainly not a Bible-believing Christian. The Bible clearly teaches God made everything in 6 days. Do you believe everything was created in 6 days?
Well, everyone has different interpretations. Some people believe some parts of the Bible are literal, and they believe that other parts are metaphorical, and there are stories that contain lessons that aren't meant to be literal, and that is a lot of Christians. And that's a typical Christian belief.
Yeah. Tell them to give me a call. I'll be glad to straighten them out, because they're certainly not following what the Bible says. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. Matthew 19:4, Mark 10:6. Was Jesus lying? Was he mistaken? Was he stupid? Or could he have been right? Was the creation of Adam the beginning? That's what Jesus said.
I don't know, but would a Christian say that it's important to believe that part, or to believe that Jesus is their personal savior?
Well, they would have a different Jesus than I have. The Mexican baseball player's named Jesus. Just because, if there's someone says Jesus claimed the creation of Adam was the beginning. So if they don't believe that part, why should they believe the part where he said, I can, forgive your sins and take you to heaven? What would
because they still believe in the teachings of Jesus that are love and forgiveness, and that he is the divine Son of God. Those are the important parts of Christianity.
Well, I think there's a lot more to it than that. If you could find, is there any book then that the Christians are supposed to follow? We're getting way off topic.
Well, that's why there's so many Christian sects, because they disagree on slight details, but they're all still Christians.
I know they should call me, because I'm the only one that's right on all that stuff, and they should. I'll straighten them out.
The only one.
And I think that's a good point to end that topic off. If we want to go back to the topic of the mechanisms, go ahead, gentlemen.
So I have another paper, talking about antibiotic resistance, and also detailing the mutations that happened after that mutation, which also raised its fitness levels. If you want to go into the actual experiments. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Yes. Are you asking me a question? No.
Yeah, do you want to go into that level of detail or talk about the definition of kinds? Because I still have a bone to pick with that, or new information I think would be probably the most productive.
I think you guys are frantically searching for anything to offer, scientific support for your religion. You believe whales and tomatoes are related. You really believe that. That's okay. I don't care. You believe birds and frogs are related, and they came from a protista. I know you believe that. You believe it very strongly, and you're looking for evidence of that. And the best evidence you've been able to come up with is a single-celled creature becoming resistant to some kind of bacteria, some kind of antibiotic, some kind of drug.
Well, that's a misrepresentation of what I used that for. I used that to address your claim that there are no beneficial mutations.
So you believe that one beneficial, what you think is a beneficial mutation, that added, let's see, what were your words here? It raised the fitness level. Let's take an organism most people would be more familiar with, like the human body. Probably everybody listening has one of those. What can you give of an example of anything that has raised the fitness level through mutations in humans?
The ability to drink milk. Some humans do not have this gene, and humans that live in places with high elevation with cows, they've all evolved this gene.
So the people who live in high elevations with cows have evolved the ability to drink milk. Is that what you're saying?
Whereas other humans have not.
Well, I was born and raised at low elevation, Illinois, which is only like 800 feet above sea level, and I love milk. I've been drinking it all my life. So
yeah, but we're talking about evolutionary history, not modern day humans.
So you believe humans evolved the ability to drink milk? Is that what you're saying?
Some humans do not have this gene that creates an enzyme that can digest milk.
I'm familiar with that. And so the ability to drink milk or not, to digest milk or not, after being weaned, okay, you're claiming that's a mutation, and that it's a beneficial mutation. Is that an example?
Yeah.
So what did it add?
There are also humans who have HIV-resistant genes.
HIV-resistant gene from sickle cell anemia, are you talking about?
No.
So
that would be for malaria.
Oh, yeah, malaria, okay. So a detrimental disease like sickle cell anemia or malaria or any of them, if somebody has a resistance to that disease, that's evidence of a mutation that may humans come from non-humans, became from a protista?
Well, it is a difference in the biochemistry, and as far as we know, biochemistry is determined by your genes. And this gene has been isolated.
We've got 5 minutes left for the discussion, guys. 5 minutes. Thanks.
All right. And the genes that you're talking about, are they themselves like complex, or are they simple? Is a gene simple or is it complex?
It's a difference in a single protein, I believe. It doesn't really matter if it's complex or simple. It's new information either way.
So if a computer code, let's say Microsoft PowerPoint, has how many lines of code? Steve, how many lines of code in Microsoft PowerPoint? Hundreds of thousands, okay? If we had a change in one of those lines of code, if something happened, my computer was zapped or x-rayed or something like that, and it upset the code of Microsoft PowerPoint. The chances of that being a beneficial change are, I'd say, real close to zero. Certainly, there would be billions of times more likely to be negative.
All you need is one that works. As long as it's above zero, then that will be selected for. All the ones that don't work can just get thrown in the trash. And they actually have designed computer programs that do this to them. They become more efficient.
Well, I'm sure you realize this line of thinking leads straight to Adolf Hitler. Let's find the more advanced ones and throw the other ones in the trash. The ones that don't have this beneficial mutation.
But we don't do that. We're just studying how nature does that.
Sure. Well, the title was, do the mechanisms of evolution have limits? I think they do. The ones you mentioned, the best ones you could come up with, are still a protista or a bacteria. They're limited, obviously. It didn't change to any other obvious kind of creature. Now, you believe that this change that happened, this resistance to drugs, can somehow accumulate to make that eventually, over millions of years, turn into an elephant or a mosquito or a butterfly. That's not science. I'm trying to get you to see it. I don't understand why you don't.
I understand what you're saying, but
really,
yeah, that's not a limit. That's just a change. So the limit would be, is there the accumulation of those small changes? So like, is a change between a single-celled organism, a single-celled algae, and a multicellular algae, does that meet your criteria for a change from one organism to the other, one kind?
I guess I'd have to have it shown to me that this two-celled algae is actually not just cooperation between two cells, a colony, rather than an actual new creature.
Well, the two-celled ones are, but then there are multicellular ones that evolved from the two cells.
I think you'd find most biologists would strongly disagree with you on what you just said. Now, you believe that, somebody may have taught you that, but even that, with a cell, which is incredibly complex, learning to work together with another cell is designed beyond comprehension. I mean, that takes brain power. That just doesn't happen. That's like getting two computers to work with each other, solving a problem. I suppose that could be done. Multiple computers.
I could claim that. But just theoretically, if that could be demonstrated, would that satisfy your goalpost?
I think if we could demonstrate that two cells have accumulated, or two individual cells have bonded to become a two-celled creature, that would be interesting. I'd like to study that out. Is it then going to survive? I don't think there are any examples of it where it survives in nature, or it even happens in nature. They might force it to happen in a laboratory someplace. I suppose you could weld the front end off a motorcycle on the back end of a car and make a tricycle out of it. It took a designer to do that. So I don't think that the title of the debate was, do the mechanisms of evolution have limits? I think I've clearly demonstrated, and you've clearly demonstrated, yes, they have limits. You've not shown any idea or even a theory how a protista can turn to a human. You show a protista becoming a protista resistant to drugs. I know you believe these small changes will accumulate, but if only one change out of a billion is beneficial, those other billion have to die. Now that one beneficial one has to get another beneficial one.
That's why it's slow.
That's why that's why you got to
observe that. We observe that. You admit that. We've proven it in the labs, and you just don't like the time scale.
I don't like the time scale or the mechanism. It doesn't work. It doesn't happen. We don't see accumulation of these mutations. We don't see it. Every farmer will tell you they try to accumulate the mutations where their cows produce more milk or more beef. They try. They select. They artificially select for this, which is much faster than natural selection. They artificially select, trying to get, let's take a dog, a smaller dog, okay? But they still get a dog.
But they're not trying to get they're not trying to make it not a cow.
Okay, could you, with artificial selection, crossbreed dogs and get a non-dog? Do you think you'll ever be able to get a non-dog from any amount of time? Could you turn a dog to a cat?
Closing.
Okay, guys, awesome back and forth. Thanks so much, Dr. Hovind. Thanks so much, Taylor. That was a blast. What we're going to do now is move into the quick closing statements, just to sum everything up. I think because Snake started, we'll start with you, then Dr. Hovind. Then we've got time. Let me see here for a 10-minute Q&A. So go ahead there, Snake.
Okay, how much do I have?
3 minutes.
Okay. So real quick, the reason evolution is taught in schools is because we actually, or the scientific body, scientists who deal in the mainstream science, actually produce cures, and creationism does not. So even if we're wrong, that's the reason it's taught. And I started out this debate saying, of course, there are limits. That you can't just keep increasing the size of a thing infinitely. But what I wanted to focus on was the fact that even creationists accept that there are small changes, and these do accumulate, and they do accumulate beneficially. And so it doesn't matter how many bad mutations you get, because those will just die. What matters is the beneficial ones, and those are the ones that stick around. And I have demonstrated that there are beneficial mutations, even though I suspect Kent will go back to just saying that there are none. So all you need is, so what is the limit of the changes in biochemistry? We do observe that there are changes to the biochemistry in cells, specifically asking about whether a single cell to a multicellular, if that could be demonstrated, would that meet Kent's goalposts? And he did not want to answer yes or no. I suspect so he can, because that would satisfy what he's asking, but his faith would prevent him from actually accepting it. So what happens there is a single gene changing the way that the different cells communicate with each other. And that's been observed in an experiment. So my question is, what is the limit to these small biochemical changes, which, if they did over millions of years, would produce very different organisms, even if you're going to call them all the same kind, which scientists kind of do. We call them all eukaryotes if we're talking about, you know, what is the limit there? He just kind of says, of course there's a limit. And the limit is the kind. I'm not seeing any mechanism for that change or for that limit, because each generation produces different information, which is then selected for against in different ways according to the environment. And it doesn't matter if it's artificial or not. And I think you're kind of blurring the lines there between artificial and natural when humans inhabit these artificial spaces, and then we also have pathogens that infect us. Well, is that a natural or is that an artificial environment? Well, that's what they live in.
Did he say time?
All right. Yeah, that was time.
Well, good. Well, thank you for doing this. The reason communism is taught in North Korean schools is because everybody believes in it, and anybody who doesn't believe in it doesn't have a right to live. I mean, so of course it has to be true because all the teachers are teaching it, and all the universities believe it, all the books, everything published in the newspaper supports communism. That's proof that communism works, I mean, because everybody believes in it in North Korea. You know, the reason Islam is taught and that Muhammad was a prophet, the reason that's taught in Iran is because everybody believes it, therefore it has to be true. So everybody should be forced to teach that, you know, Islam in the Iranian schools because it has to be true, because that's the only thing that's taught. This is the logic you guys are using. Of course, evolution has to be true because that's all the majority teach it. I agree, our education system has been co-opted and corrupted by this evolution religion. It is, you guys have won the war in taking over the educational system. It's all through the textbooks, okay? Evolution, here we go. The butterfly and the spider and the elephant are related to a common ancestor. You guys have won the war by deception of getting your religion taught by everybody in all the school system. But it's not science. Nobody's ever demonstrated any animal producing a different kind. You have a great imagination. The limit is your imagination. In your mind, you think, wow, this can happen. Well, it's like a kid thinking, wow, I can fly if I put my underwear on the outside of my pants and paint it red. You know, I can fly and I have superpowers. It's imagination. It's not true. It's not observed. All we've ever observed in all of humanity is dogs produce dogs, cows produce cows. There are no exceptions to that. Nobody's ever, they've even tried to make it happen. Try to turn the dog into a non-dog. Or can you turn the bacteria into a non-bacteria? You're claiming it's got new information in drug resistance. It's still a bacteria. Can you, even in the laboratory, force it to become something non-bacteria? I don't think you can. I don't think anybody ever has. See, science is something that deals with things we can observe, study, and test. We observe dogs produce dogs. You imagine dogs came from a protista. That's not science. And I, for one, am sick and tired. You say the reason it's taught is because, you know, that's what everybody believes. That's majority opinion argument. They could do that in North Korea or Iran or any totalitarian system. Okay, well, the limit is, obviously there are mechanical limits, there are chemical limits, there are observational limits. Nobody's ever seen this. Could we get a frog that could jump 3 feet? Maybe. Could we get a frog that could jump 5 miles? No. There's a limit. You guys will not admit there are limits. Anyway, I enjoy doing these. You can check our website, drdino.com, or visit our Dinosaur Adventureland. We got a bunch of people working here today at Dinosaur Adventureland in the roaring metropolis of Lenox, Alabama. And watch our YouTube channel, Kent Hovind Official, where we want to help strengthen your faith in the Word of God. Snake, you're going to stand before God one day, whether you believe it or not. I want to tell you, Jesus loves you. He died for you on the cross. He's willing to forgive you if you'd like. If you don't want to, okay, you go face God any way you want. I don't want to face God with a list of my sins. I want him to say, you're forgiven. You can have the same thing. Give me a call sometime, extension 3, Dr. 855-BIG-DINO. I'll lead you to Jesus right over the phone. Thanks so much.
All right, 9-minute Q&A now, guys. So I think Standing for Truth has been compiling questions. So.
Awesome. Well, yeah, we got time for just a few questions here. Thanks again, gentlemen, for a lively discussion. And always thanks for giving us your time for these debates. I'll get right into it then. I'll start with a question for Snake. Snake, this question is from Landon Freeman. What levels of biological intelligence and intricacy would cause you to doubt that they evolved through naturalistic means?
If there was some sort of specific purpose to the things, it doesn't seem. I don't think there is really. It doesn't. I don't think complexity is a convincing argument for design. I think if you showed me a creation event, then I would believe it. But complexity, I already know that there are systems that complexity that emerges from natural processes interacting. So the closest you could get me to do is just kind of temporarily doubt for a specific process. If it was extremely complex, I'm thinking of, how would you distinguish between a machine and a life form? And it's hard to pin down, but I think there's a reason in the clock analogy, like finding a stopwatch on the beach. There's a reason people point to the watch and not the sand. See, the sand is also a complex structure that has formed from natural processes. No one can point to a sand particle and say that was obviously designed, but you can point to a watch and say that it's obviously designed. And partially that's because we know where watches come from. We already have that knowledge. But I think you could find some sort of criteria based on its purpose or function as an inanimate object. So a watch doesn't do anything except for the designer and for people who purchase it. Otherwise, it doesn't do anything. It just decays. So if you found self-replicating, I think that would be
okay, awesome. And I think for these questions, we can allow a few second response from the other participant, the other debater on both sides, unless you want to just move on to the next.
I'd just like to say sand itself is incredibly complex. If you look at most of its quartz, I think a large percentage of it is quartz. Look at the quartz, the way the molecules line up with each other, the way the atoms of even quartz and sand, silicon oxide, each atom has electrons whizzing around. Do they ever get tired? Is this perpetual motion? Do the electrons ever get tired? Have they been whizzing around for billions of years with just the design of an atom? Ought to say, wow, there's a designer. To think that a quartz crystal or a piece of sand, start with a jar of nothing and make a grain of sand. Let me see you make a grain of sand from nothing. Just one grain. We got mountains of it here on our property. It's an old gravel pit. Sand is complex. Now a watch, way beyond sand, but sand is indeed incredibly complex. So I think the arguments had to be a designer, even of sand. I can look at this ink pen and say, there's different parts to this pen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably 10 different parts. All of them designed to fit into each other to work to make an ink pen. I'd be a fool to say this pen happened by chance for no reason. I think you're a fool to say the human body happened by chance for no reason. It's way more complicated than an ink pen, and this we would all recognize as impossible. And your argument that ink pens don't reproduce, I think, is insane to say that because that's going to add complexity to the problem, not subtract it. But anyway, you believe what you want.
Well, I don't say there are no reasons.
Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen, for your answers. So next question is for Dr. Hovind. This one asks, some evolutionists say gene duplication can add new information resulting in limitless changes. Is this true?
I don't think it's ever been demonstrated that a mutation adds new information. It scrambles existing information. If I scrambled up English letters in a sentence, could I ever make a Chinese word? No. You're never going to make a Chinese word with English letters. You're not going to add any new information by scrambling existing information. At least it's never been observed. You can imagine it if you want. That's all they do is imagine it. It's evolution is SpongeBob religion is all it is. It's hilarious that people believe it. Grown men really believe that stuff. I find it hilarious.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for that answer, Dr. Hovind. We've got this question for, let me see here. This one,
sure.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So a scrambling of information is still new information. I don't understand where this argument is. And some of the scrambles will actually confer a different meaning. Like I have a whole list of sentences that you can do that to. Just so with a single word, you can replace a letter and it'll just be a different word. So new sequences are new information.
Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen. So this question here is for Snake. Isn't your lactose and HIV examples just epigenetic regulation and not actual addition of genes or information? Go ahead.
I'm not sure about the lactose, but I don't think so because it's actually that is produced, so that wouldn't be epigenetic. As far as HIV resistance goes, that is also a protein that's produced. But epigenetic changes are still changes in information.
Okay, are you done with that question then?
Yeah. Unless there was another part to it?
Nope, that's it. Unless Dr. Hovind has a follow-up, I can go on to the last question.
No, go ahead. I think it's obvious these changes are limited and that nobody's ever observed it produce any new information that then takes over the population. Because now you got to get not only the male getting the new information, but the female. And the problems are multitude for his belief. I do admire his faith, though. Go ahead.
Okay, this is the last question. It is directed at Snake, therefore, if Dr. Hovind wants to respond as well, and then that will conclude the question and answer. So this question is from Nephilim Free, and he also put a clarification here. So I'll read it word for word. If information, algorithms, and linguistics are present in DNA, and if information, algorithms, and linguistics originate only from intelligence, wouldn't that be empirical evidence that all life is designed? And his clarification is, notice I am not asking whether or not you believe DNA actually possesses information, algorithms, and linguistics. I only want to know if their presence in DNA would prove DNA is a product of intelligence. Go ahead, Snake.
So I just wanted to clarify that the human resistance to HIV is due to a gene deletion. As for Nephilim's question about linguistics in DNA, I did make a video response to his challenge on that. I don't know if he saw that, but essentially have a stop codon, a start codon, and up and down regulation are not linguistic properties. So I don't see any linguistic properties in DNA, and even if there were, that doesn't, some kind of algorithm does not indicate a design, because we already see natural processes. They all work according to algorithms. But again, that you can assume that the entire universe and even the first cell were created by God, that doesn't say anything about the process of evolution. Yeah. I think, was there a second part of that question?
No, he was just, the second part was more so just a clarification of what he was asking, unless you have something to respond to, Dr. Hovind.
No, that's great. I think his statement that HIV was a gene deletion is interesting. That's like saying, you know, if they're handcuffing everybody to haul them to prison, but somebody's born with no arms, he can't be handcuffed. Oh, that's beneficial. No, it's not. It's beneficial for the moment, maybe, but in the long term, it's a loss of information. That's what I said at the beginning. Even the HIV example he gave was a loss of information, not a gain. His claim was that the mechanism that powers evolution is a gain of new information. He didn't give one. So I agree. DNA has algorithms. DNA is mind-boggling in its complexity. It can't happen by chance. They can believe it if they want, but that's not science. It's SpongeBob.
No one claims it happens by chance, except for creationists.
So these mutations happen on purpose?
The mutations happen by chance, but selection is not chance. The environment is not chance.
But the mutations happen by chance. So the new information comes by chance, is what you're saying, and then natural selection selects that one to be better, to survive.
It's a random production of new information, and yeah. So that's the whole process of evolution is not random.
I would say it's a random process of scrambling information. And most of them, when the information is scrambled too badly, they don't survive even to be conceived, let alone born or grow up and reproduce. So if the information...
You'd need 100% for your claims to hold water, because if even one makes it through, then that's a change.
Well, the odds of one improved one are 1 in 100 trillion or whatever it is. But again, you got to have two of the opposite sex in the same place at the same time. What if the male and female evolved this difference, but they're 50 miles away and they never find each other, or one's 30 years earlier and they never find each other?
That's also a misconception. You could gene with only one parent.
No, the new improved gene has to be passed on through either asexual or sexual reproduction. So yeah, you got. I think you got.
Only one parent requires that gene.
I'm sorry, what?
Only one parent requires that gene to show up in the child.
So is it possible if one parent had a beneficial mutation that it would be lost in the next generation because it was, the child gets the dominant and recessive characteristics? Can the recessive one ever be simply weeded out?
Yeah, that happens all the time. But there are also dominant genes.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
Time. Sorry, guys, I was a little late. I just let it keep going.
Okay, well, thanks so much again, gentlemen. That was a great debate. Thanks for giving us your time, Snake and Dr. Hovind. Unless you guys want to say just a couple words in goodbye, maybe advertise your channels, we can call it a day.
Yeah, what's your channel, Snake, and what's your goal? What are you trying to do with this channel?
I was trying to essentially explore science, explore critical thinking. I've touched on politics a little bit. But right now I'm kind of focused on creationism, and I've done a flat earth thing, and I saw Kent's flat earth video. I thought that was pretty funny.
Okay.
Maybe I'll call in and we'll talk about how the similarities between flat earth and creationism sometime.
I think we should talk about the similarities between flat earth and evolution. That's where the similarities come in.
I don't see a single one.
I'm sure you don't. I'll help you see them. Thank you for joining us. Come down and visit us, Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox. I got a group of kids out there helping right now. I got to get back to them. So let's do it again anytime. You guys at Standing for Truth, keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. Okay, guys, everybody have a great day. See you later.
All right.
Hey guys, this is Standing for Truth. and you are in for a real treat. This debate is between Dr. Kent Hovind and Adam Heap. I set this up about 2 months ago, and you are not going to want to miss this one. It's engaging. It is one of the best debates on the global flood and Noah's Ark that you'll ever see. Guys, enjoy.
Shalom and greetings. So today we got Dr. Kent Hovind and Adam Heap in a debate on the Genesis flood. So I'm going to let my buddy Standing for Truth take over from here.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Praise, for allowing us to use your channel for this really exciting debate. It's been in the making for about a month now, so I'm excited. Everybody's excited. I know the audience is excited. So thanks so much, Dr. Kent Hovind and Adam Heap, for giving us your time, to enjoy this debate on Noah's flood. So it's going to be about the Genesis flood. We're going to start off here with Adam Heap. We're going to have a short intro from Adam, and then an opening presentation from Dr. Hovind. We're going to do a free-flowing discussion for about 30 minutes after that. No interruptions, even times, and then go into a couple short closings, and then just enough time for a few questions from the audience. We'll be going for about an hour till 4. So I'll hand it over to you, gentlemen. If you wanted to start there, Adam, you're good to go. You're muted right now, brother. So.
Right. Hello. Does this work? Can you see me?
Yes.
Sweet. Hello. My name's
Hello.
Adam, and I'm here to learn today. So Kent Hovind is a firm believer in the story of Noah's Ark. I currently am not. So the purpose of this debate, it's not so much of a debate as a learning experience, is a chance for me to play a game of questions with Dr. Kent Hovind. And I have a large list here. So it's going to be a very short introduction. I'm not really bringing anything to the table. I'm letting him do his thing. And then I shall be probing where and how I can, just to check the validity of his claims and all that sort of stuff. So I hope we have a good day today. Thank you, Kent, for joining us. Thank you for the hosts for doing the hosty thing. Thank you, and I hope we have a good session today.
That was it. Okay. Well, thank you so much for doing this. Adam, you have an accent here. Can you tell me where you're from?
I am from Great Britain.
Great. They still call it that. Is it still great? Is it?
Oh, it's smashing. It should be called cracking Britain.
We have a Scotsman here who's shaking his head saying, no, it's not so great anymore, but okay.
Well, they're Scottish. They do nothing but complain, so.
Okay, I see. Well, if I understand it right, what we're supposed to be discussing here, debating or something, is the question, is the flood story true? Is Noah's Ark story true? Is the Bible correct? And thank you for doing this. And Adam, I was told your MS is in zoology and herpetology, the study of reptiles and animals. True is something that's in accordance with fact or reality. Would it be a fact, would it be reality that the world was completely flooded and one family built a boat and saved all the critters on the boat? That's what the story says in Genesis chapter 6, 7, and 8. So is it true? In accordance with actual state of affairs is the Webster Dictionary definition of the word true. Definition of true, something that is real, factually correct, accurate, or provable, as opposed to a lie. The Apostle Pilate said in John chapter 18, what is truth? And by the way, most politicians still have no clue what truth is. Nothing's changed in 2,000 years. The Bible tells us to think about things that are true. And so I don't want to believe anything that's not true. And so if the flood story isn't true, I would sure like to know it. I'm very willing to be taught on this. Let me give you a quick history of where I think this all fits together. In the book of 2 Peter, chapter 3, Peter warned us that in the last days there would be scoffers who would come, who would be willingly ignorant that of how by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water. The Bible's pretty clear. When God made the earth, it was standing out of the water and in the water. What does that mean? Well, then it says, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. This world was destroyed by a flood. That's what the book says. Now, is it true? Well, The Bible says God sits on the circle of the earth and he stretched out the heavens. There are 17 references in the Bible to the stretching of the heavens, which explains the red shift and all that, but I want to get up to the part about the flood. I think to understand about Noah's flood and about the ark story, to find out, is this true, we first need to have an understanding of what the earth used to be like according to the Bible. Just like when you study any historical event, like World War II, why did the Germans attack England? Well, you need to know the background behind it. What happened? What was going on here? And so to know the background behind the ark story, you need to understand what was the earth like. It says in the Bible, the earth was formed out of the water and in the water. I believe there used to be a seventh layer of our atmosphere. There are now 6 layers to the atmosphere: troposphere, stratosphere, exosphere, etc. The seventh layer was a layer of water or ice, probably above the atmosphere, probably 6 miles up. Or in your metric system, that would be 10 kilometers straight up. There are some heat sinks up there. As you go up in the atmosphere, you get up a certain altitude, like 10 kilometers or 6 miles, and it's 100 below zero right now over our head here in Lenox, Alabama, where it's 95 degrees out there. So the earth had a canopy of water overhead. It also had water under the crust of the earth, and I cover this on video number 2 of my seminar series. Let me get up here. But Jews have always taught there was water above the atmosphere. Here we go. Right here. There was also water under the crust of the earth. Most of the flood water for Noah's flood did not come from rain. Most of it came from inside the crust of the earth. Got a globe here somewhere. I did have. Where'd it go? Oh, here we go. All right. The earth today has a crust about 10 miles thick. It varies, sometimes only 3 miles thick under the ocean beds, but this crust of the earth used to have water in the crust of the earth, according to the scriptures anyway. The Bible says in Psalm 24, the earth is the Lord's. He founded it upon the seas. That means the foundation was upon the seas. And he established it upon the floods. So according to the Bible, the flood water was inside the earth, most of it. Same thing in Psalm 33. He gathereth the waters of the sea together as an heap. He layeth up the depth in storehouses. The depth is always a reference to the sea or the ocean in the Bible. So it used to be stored up inside the earth. Of course, everybody that studies earth science knows there's still a lot of water in the earth. Huge amounts of water still in the crust of the earth, subterranean water pockets. Okay, Psalm 136, he stretched out the earth above the waters. So the original creation had a layer of ice above, I'm just guessing 10 miles up, probably 2 or 3 inches thick. That made the earth like a big greenhouse, protected them, made them have perfect weather, perfect temperature, pole to pole, made the animals grow huge. Gigantic animals are found as fossils that simply are not alive today. They find fossil grasshoppers 2 feet long, fossil centipedes 18 inches long, fossil dragonflies with 5-foot wingspan. They simply could not fly today. Something had to be different. So a canopy overhead, like I think the Bible teaches, would be a reasonable explanation. They had greater air pressure and richer oxygen concentration to allow the insects to get much larger, and probably all the animals to get much larger in that world before the flood came and all this got messed up. There was a layer of air to breathe, probably 10 or 15 miles, and then a layer of rocks to stand on, the crust of the earth. Again, pick a number, 5 to 10 miles. And underneath that was water stored up for this flood. Walt Brown's book, In the Beginning, is fabulous on this, the hydroplate theory, how that there was water in the crust of the earth, and there still is a lot of it. The Bible says in the 600th year of Noah's life, the same day were the fountains of the great deep broken up. Most of the flood water actually came from inside. It only rained for 40 days, but the water kept coming up for 150 days. So it's not all coming from rain. It's not possible to rain enough to cover all the mountains. I understand that. I don't think the mountains were there. I think the Bible teaches pretty clearly in Psalm 104, at the end of the flood, the mountains arose, the valleys sank down, and the water rushed off to fill in the holes. So it's interesting that all the mountain ranges today follow the coastlines. The Appalachian Mountains here in America follow the North Atlantic. The Rocky Mountains follow the Pacific. I think the mountain ranges formed during the last few months of the flood, when the mountains arose and the valleys sank down and the water rushed off. The plates of the earth is broken up into plates. I don't think anybody argues about that. Those plates would be shifting and moving with the weight of all this water on top, while the joints where they meet, the fault lines, was still weak, freshly broken. And they could still move. So the fountains of the deep broke open, and then the windows of heaven were opened, and it rained for 40 days. But the water underneath is really where the flood came from. It came shooting out to the surface along the cracks. The earth cracked up like an eggshell, and we have fault lines: San Andreas Fault, the Hayward Fault, the New Madrid Fault. None of them are my fault, but the earth definitely has cracks all over the place, and some are still moving, and we still have volcanoes and earthquakes along those cracks generally. But the water rushing out during the flood, rushing out of these cracks, would be under incredible pressure, 10 miles of rock. It would go shooting up like a rocket. Actually, a cubic foot of rock is about 160 pounds. That's what, 65, 70 kilograms. This would put 30 tons per square inch of pressure, 30 tons per square inch on the water underneath. It would go squirting out like a, what's the name of that water pressure thing they cut steel with?
Water jet.
Water jet. They make a water jet that'll cut through solid steel. 30 tons per square inch would shoot rocks up into orbit. I think we are still hitting debris from the stuff that was launched off the earth 4,600 years ago during Noah's flood, 4,400 years ago. The other night we're out watching the shooting stars, and zip, zip, they go across the sky. We're still hitting the debris that that launched off of here. It's scattered in space, and we're traveling around the sun, and once in a while we smack into it like bugs on a windshield. So some of the rocks would launch up from the flood and come back and land on the earth right away. Those would be erased by the flood. You would never see evidence of those. Those that landed near the end of the flood would probably leave a crater, but then most of it filled in, depending how long it was exposed to water. Like the one in Quebec, Canada, 46 miles across, I think it is, the biggest crater on Earth known. That probably formed during the last part of the flood with a few weeks to go, and most of it filled in. And now it's just a circular lake. But the moon was probably shattered during this time, splattered with stuff coming off the Earth. The craters on the near side of the moon, the crater pattern is very different than the craters on the far side. This would be the stuff that shot past, got drawn back in by moon's gravity, and hit it on the backside. Earth has a lot of impact craters on it. You got some in England, I think, down near the southeastern tip of England. What's that, Cornwallis? No, it's the other side. Anyway, you have craters over there. Here's a Barringer crater in Arizona. I think this would have to be hit after the flood because it didn't fill in with sediments. It's still a big hole in the ground. The flood water escaping from underneath would cause the continents to slide back. Just like today, if you put 2 blocks of rock on top of a spring, move the rocks apart, all of a sudden the spring will bounce up in the middle, and the crust of the earth would do that. The subterranean world, the basalt layers, would spring up into the crack. As the crack gets wider, probably from simple erosion, from the water gushing out, as it gets to a certain depth or width, all of a sudden the bottom springs up. This happens in large mines all the time. They keep digging out the rock. As they get further and further back, all of a sudden the bottom of the mine buckles up just from the weight on the outside. It might be a quarter mile away, but it makes the center of the mine buckle up. You can study all that. So I think Walt Brown is exactly right. The crust of the earth broke. The water came out. The basalt underneath lifted up, causing the crust of the earth to slide away. As long as there's still lubricating water under there, it would eventually grind to a halt when it hits bottom. That explains why we have wrinkled mountains. It's no different than pushing a carpeting up into the wall. All of a sudden it begins to wrinkle up. So lateral movement of the crust of the earth would cause these wrinkled mountain patterns that we find around the world. The earth still has the fault lines on it today. I think all the evidence that we see from earth science and from geology points to the fact this earth was destroyed by a flood. They find fossils on top of Mount Everest, tallest mountain in the world. Petrified clams in the closed position. I think I got one here. Yep. When you get petrified clams in the closed position, you know it had to be buried alive. There's a place in North Alabama where they're 10 feet thick, millions of petrified clams, beds of clams, closed. You can go down to the beach 70 miles south there in Pensacola and find 1 million seashells, but you aren't going to find a matched pair, and you certainly won't find them closed. Had to be buried alive. I don't know of another choice. If you got a better theory, I'd like to see it. So the Bible says Noah built an ark, saved 2 of each kind on board. I'm not sure exactly what a kind is in every case, but 2 of each kind, probably about 4,000 kinds of animals, plus the birds, maybe another 1,000 kinds of birds, just guessing. had to be on that ark. Then after that, they have diversified now through natural selection and variation within the kind. They've diversified into millions of species, but that's different than kinds. So today, the Earth has ocean basins. 70% of the Earth is still underwater. So if someone asks, where did the water from the flood go? It's still here. It's in the oceans. Just the Pacific is big enough to hold every continent in the world. All the continents would fit in just the Pacific. The Earth today is 71% underwater. Only 29% is above water. And the part that's above water is only an average height of 2,300 feet or 2,600 feet, whereas the depth of the oceans averages 12,000 feet. So today, if you smoothed out the world, push all the mountains down, smooth it out, the water would be 8,000 miles deep, 8,000 feet deep, everywhere. 1.5 miles of water, completely covering the Earth. That water's still here. The oceans today are gaining salt as mineral salts wash off the ground from water and erosion in rivers. And the evaporation takes out the water only, leaves the salt behind. It's a giant distillation process. So the oceans are gaining salt every day, yet they're only 3.6% salt. At the rate they're gaining salt, you would say, hey, this could have happened in a few thousand years. I think during Noah's flood, all the world was fresh water. Noah didn't have to bring water on board. He probably brought babies of all the animals, about 6,000 or 8,000 different kinds of animals, onto the ark. He didn't have to bring insects because they don't have nostrils. So God told him to bring those in whose nostrils is the breath of life. And insects can survive a flood just fine. So the flood was probably all fresh water, had all the water they needed, and now it's gradually become saltier since the flood, and some animals have adapted to salt water. We now have freshwater alligators and saltwater alligators, or crocodiles, I'm saying. They might have had a common ancestor called a crocodile. That's not proof crocodiles are related to mosquitoes. So to change, there are saltwater bass and freshwater bass. 1 minute left, okay. So today there is still an enormous amount of water in the crust of the Earth. There are hot water subterranean vents. If there's hot water shooting up into the bottom of the ocean, where does it have to be coming from? Lower than the bottom of the ocean. Like, duh, okay? Tens of millions of these hot water vents are shooting up down there. And there's plenty of evidence of there still being a lot of water in the crust of the Earth. Deep sea hydrothermal vents, they're called, and you can Google that and get a million pictures. So my position is, it is very reasonable, it is logical, it is true to believe there was a flood that destroyed this world. We have evidence of the damage it did all over the place. It is certainly reasonable that all the animals could come from 7,000 or 8,000 pairs of animals on a boat. It is not reasonable that all the animals could come from a rock 4.6 billion years ago, like the evolution theory teaches. It is reasonable that all the peoples of the world could come from a family of 8 on a boat. I think it's very reasonable. Okay, there you go.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that opening presentation, Dr. Ken Hovind. Thank you for your introduction, Adam. Our next phase will be approximately about 25 or 30 minutes, just free-flowing dialogue. Hopefully I don't have to step in. Your last debate, guys, was actually very respectful, very fun to listen to, very engaging. So I'll leave it up to you guys and start the timer on whoever's first word, whoever wants to start.
Adam, go ahead.
Cheers, Ken. Interesting opening from yourself. If I could compare, if I was to say I had a carrot in the kitchen, and then one day I came home and the carrot was missing. There's the fact. The carrot has gone missing. I could throw out a what-if scenario. I could say the ghost of King Henry VIII came riding in on his horse and took the carrot. Well, it explains it because the carrot is no longer here. And ghost must exist. King Henry VIII existed. So it must be true. That's essentially what I'm hearing here. You're saying stuff and just applying your story to it, but giving no actual evidence to support the claims. One of the things that that was just a response to that. One of the things I want to do, I've got a list of questions here that stray a bit away from the geology. I don't know much about the geology. So if I could go over some of these questions that I've written, I'd love to do that, unless you wanted to continue with the stuff that you started with.
Well, as far as your Henry VIII stealing the carrot story, I think you could probably list every person on the earth instead of Henry VIII. It could be anybody. But I think that'd be a poor analogy. I did give lots of evidence. Okay, it is a fact. Fossilized clams are found all over the world, including the top of Mount Everest, and they're in the closed position. This is a fact. I don't think anybody argues with that. The flood story is a reasonable explanation for that. There are features like Grand Canyon here in America, where the top of the canyon is 4,000 feet higher than where the river starts cutting. The river starts cutting the canyon at Page, Arizona, and you can Google it. It's got an elevation of 2,800 feet above sea level. Well, the top of the canyon is 8,000 feet above sea level. Rivers don't flow uphill. Grand Canyon is a washed out spillway from a giant lake that drained. Go ahead.
What I mean by evidence is a collection of facts that point only to one specific explanation. That's what I meant by the King Henry VIII thing. It explains it, but there's no actual evidence to support that explanation. It's the same with yours. I mean, with the clams, there's all sorts of explanations for why that happened. Why is it your flood specifically?
Well, okay, I would like to hear your other explanations for the clam, but before we get there, keep in mind, we are not demanding that our explanation be taught in the schools at taxpayer expense. The evolutionists are demanding that we all pay to teach their explanation at taxpayer expense. I don't think there's any evidence at all that any animal has ever produced any other kind of animal. There is no scientific evidence that a dog ever made a non-dog or came from a non-dog. But yet all of us are being forced to pay for that religion to be taught in the schools. If we were all forced to pay, Henry VIII came and stole your carrot, I think everybody would object.
Should we pay to teach gravity in schools?
Your religion.
Should we teach gravity in schools?
Say, I didn't understand that. What now?
Should we teach the theory of gravity in schools? Can you hear me okay?
Well, yeah, there's plenty of evidence for gravity. I can show it. I can demonstrate it. We can measure it. 9.8 meters per second, 32 feet per second. I think we can demonstrate it. Can you demonstrate? Can you give me an explanation? Can you show me any animal producing a different kind of animal? Is this something we have to believe?
That's the topic for another debate, unfortunately, because we are.
Well, my point is, the flood story is a reasonable explanation, but we're not demanding that it be taught at taxpayer expense. So the burden of proof is not on me. You guys want to demand that we all teach your religion of evolution, and I think that's unfair and probably illegal.
But we're not talking about evolution in this debate. We're talking about Noah's flood. Can I ask my questions?
Noah's flood. How did the clams get on top of Mount Everest, Adam? What is your explanation? Petrified in the closed position.
I'm here to listen to your explanation and decide whether
I gave you
mine or not.
I gave you mine. The world was flooded, completely flooded. During the end of the flood, the mountains lifted up and the valleys sank down, and so the mountains formed in the last part of the flood. Psalm 104 tells us that. That's a reasonable explanation. We have the clams on top of the mountain, and they're closed. And this doesn't happen any place in the world today. In nature, clams die all the time by the millions, but they don't ever petrify in the closed position. It's hard to get animals to find animals petrifying at all anywhere. But petrified fossils are found in the ground by the billions and maybe even trillions. Fossils are found. They're not formed. How many animals died today in the world or yesterday? And none of them fossilized. The buzzards dragged them all over, the coyotes, the ants. And fossils simply don't form. We never see fossils forming. And yet we find them in the ground by the billions. What's your explanation for fossils at all?
My explanation for fossils is that it's a process of I don't usually do fossilization, so that's not my field. But there have been billions of years for this stuff to happen, and it probably still is happening today.
You're sure there have been billions of years for it to happen?
Pretty certain.
Okay. Well, we don't see it happening today at all. So I don't think billions of years is going to help, okay? If I told you if you kiss a frog, it'll turn to a prince, I think we would all agree that's a fairy tale. But it sounds to me like you believe if we wait billions of years, the frog will turn into the prince on its own. I think it's still a fairy tale. It's not true. There's no evidence for that. There's no evidence of any animal.
Can we keep this on Noah's flood, please?
Okay, sure. Noah's flood, the story says, God told Noah, two of each kind are going to come to you, save them on the boat. Afterwards, they got off the ark and spread out, probably from the country of today, Turkey. They could have easily gone everywhere in the world while the the crust of the earth was more exposed, just by lowering the oceans a few hundred feet. It connects everything. I mean, the water between Vietnam and Australia, this water is only 30 feet deep. The width of this room. That's the depth of the water generally in here. So lowering the water 100 feet would connect everything. So animals could easily get off the ark in Turkey and over 100 years walk anywhere. So I think Noah's flood is a really reasonable explanation for why we have billions of fossils, for why we have layers and strata to the earth. During the flood, the moon would be pulling the water up, the high tide, and in order to keep that bump full as the earth turns, the water has to rush sideways to keep the bump full at the same speed the earth is turning. Well, here in Lenox, Alabama, 31 degrees north latitude, we're turning nearly 900 miles an hour. Water going sideways at 900 miles an hour would explain why we have gravel that is rounded off. It was in a big rock tumbler. It would explain why we have layers, stratification. Noah's flood is a very reasonable explanation for why we have stratification, for why we have petrified trees in the standing position connecting all these layers.
Okay.
I'll show you pictures if you like.
Is it all right if we move on to my questions? I've been begging. I've been
actually
gagging to go over these questions.
I thought you wanted Noah's flood. Go ahead. What's your question?
Yeah. So I've got a series of questions. The first one being very simple. How big was the ark?
According to the Bible, it was about 515 feet, 300 cubits. And a cubit is elbow to fingertip. Mine's 20.2 inches. The standard Egyptian cubit is 20.65 inches. Everybody's cubit would be a little different. But according to the Bible, it'd make it about 515 feet long and about 85 feet wide and about 57 or 52 feet high, I believe, in 3 stories, 3 floors to it.
Would you agree that would probably be the largest wooden ship ever built?
At the time, yes, it would be the largest that we know of. Of course, according to the Bible, the people before the flood were living to be 900 years old. You could learn a lot in 900 years. Plus, God told him how to build it. There have been many ships built much bigger than that now. The Queen Mary is nearly twice it. What's that?
Are they all? Is it the largest wooden ship ever built?
There was a wooden ship built about that big. They had trouble sailing it because it had 6 sails, 6 masts, and the wind hit them at different speeds and twisted it, and it kept leaking. Of course, Noah's Ark didn't have any sails or masts. It wasn't designed to go anywhere. There's no place to go. It was only designed to float. So it'd be more like probably a barge of some kind, float and land. It's only two. All it had to do is float, protect its cargo, and land. It didn't have to go anywhere. No sailing, subject to stresses of sailing would not be affect Noah's Ark.
Okay. How many animals were on the ark? And considering I picked up some quotes here from the Bible, Genesis 7:2, of every clean beast thou shalt take to thee by 7s, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Considering later on as well, Noah decided to scrap that idea and just brought 2 of each. Which is the right one? Is it 7s of some and 2 of others, or is it just 2 across the board?
Well, you just read it. It says that couldn't be more clear. There were 7 of the clean animals and 2 of each of the unclean. There are 2 theories about the clean. One is he took 7 pairs. The other is he took simply 7 animals, 7 clean, and then after the flood, Noah sacrificed some of them, which of course would wipe out the species if there's only 2. So the Bible there's no fuzziness about what it says. It says 7 of the clean and 2 of the unclean. Now
then it goes on.
Always.
It goes on to say 7:8 of clean beasts and of beasts that are not clean and of fowls, etc., etc. They went in 2 by 2 onto Noah into the ark.
Correct. That's what it says, and that's, I believe, what happened.
You just said it was 7s of the clean. You just said it was 7s of the clean.
Okay. I said there's 2 theories. Some people say it's 7 pairs. Some people say just 7.
These are both in the Bible, and it's contradictory.
It's not contradictory. He brought 7 of the clean.
Of clean beasts, etc., etc. They went in 2 and 2. Chapter 7, verse 8. Of clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creepeth upon the earth, there went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark.
Okay, if there are 7, are there at least 2? There were 2 of each kind. There were extras of the clean. I don't think anybody reading that without any prejudice would see a contradiction there. They would say, oh, this is no problem. He brought 2 of every kind of animal and 7 of the clean. That's what it says.
Okay. Let's move on then. All right. The Bible states that 2 of every sort will go onto the ark. What is a sort?
That's a great question. Carolus Linnaeus decided to classify animals, which is what your MS is in, zoology and herpetology. We have a classification system that we've used in the last 400 years based on kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. I don't think God cares about our classification system. He divided the animals up into their sort or kind. That phrase is used 20 times in the first 7 chapters. They would bring forth after their kind or bring forth after their sort. So I think in most cases, a 5-year-old could tell you if 2 animals are the same sort of animal. I think a 5-year-old would know that a dog and a wolf are the same sort or same kind of animal. And I think probably a 3-year-old would know a dog and a mosquito are not the same kind. So I think 99% of the cases, it's a no-brainer. Now, there are some difficult ones, even today in classification. If your degrees in herpetology or in zoology, you would understand. People today argue about which family or which genus a certain animal goes into. There is still a huge amount of argument about speciation. Which species is this, and giving it the proper name. And sometimes they have to bump them around and move them around to a whole new class or a whole new family or genus, maybe not an order. I don't know how far it goes. I would just guess that the Bible term kind or sort is probably somewhere along the line of family, according to our current classification system.
So there's no distinction between the two?
Between kind and sort?
Yeah.
I don't know of any distinction because the words are used interchangeably in the flood story, especially in Genesis 6 and 7. Kind and sort appear to be the same meaning of the same word.
Okay. So have you got any definition for either of them?
Any definition for what now?
For either of them, sort or kind.
Well, that's what I just got done telling you. I think that, do you have a definition for the word species?
Yeah.
Well,
they produce fertile offspring.
Well, are dog and a wolf different species?
Dogs are wolves.
Canis domesticus.
That's a nonsense question.
No, it's not a nonsense. Why are they named? They have a different species name. Canis lupus, Canis domesticus, Canis coyotes. They're different species, but yet they can interbreed. Can you give me an airtight definition of species that never has an exception to it?
That never has an exception to it. Well, that's quite difficult because once you get into like certain bacterias, they don't reproduce in the same way. So you can't really do it across the board because things work with different organisms.
I agree.
But the majority, like your terrestrials and your vertebrates and your invertebrates, it tends to be pretty obvious with some exceptions.
That's exactly. Adam, you're making my point for me. That's exactly correct. It generally tends to be obvious. I think it's obvious to a 4-year-old what the same kind of animal is. I bet if you give me 1,000 pictures of animals, we got a 3-year-old on the campus here. Just turned 3. I'll say, Abby, would you please sort these? Which ones would you say are the same kind? I bet she would get 95% of them. And I bet her 5-year-old brother would get probably 98% of them. So even today, and this is true.
So you say that 3 and 4-year-olds can do it. Okay, so if it's that easy, let's have a definition.
It is those that they could originally bring forth after their kind. How
would you decide that? How would you research that?
Today, Alaska rabbits cannot breed with Florida rabbits. They have diversified. They're still rabbit. The Florida rabbits can breed with the Minnesota rabbits, and the Minnesota rabbits can breed with the Alaska rabbits. But the rabbit family has diversified to where some of the branches are no longer interfertile. Mm-hmm. They probably could be induced, in the laboratory or something, but there's enough differences in the cold weather rabbits and the warm weather rabbits that they generally won't bring forth. But so in the original creation, they could all bring forth the same kind. I think a dog and a wolf can bring forth offspring. I think a dog and a mosquito cannot. Neither can a dog and a whale or a dog and a pine tree. So I think in 99% of the cases, it's sort of obvious, like you said, what the same kind of animal is. Now, why would you pick at this straw, strain out this gnat, and swallow a camel? Do you believe mosquitoes and whales are related? You have an MS in zoology. Are mosquitoes and whales related, Adam?
I'm a bit... You haven't actually... You've given me examples, and they're vague at best, but you haven't actually given me a definition. You say a 3 or 4-year-old can tell what a kind is, and yet you haven't given a definition for it.
I did. I said they could bring forth. Originally, they could bring forth...
That's what species is. There you say originally, but that you've told me... You've given me a vague example of, we think that rabbits are all the same kind, but that's not actually evidence. So you need to have an actual definition that we can work with today to bring results.
Hold it. I need to have an absolute definition. Adam, I'm not making.
No, I didn't say absolute. I didn't say absolute. I didn't say.
Okay, yeah, you did say absolute. Okay, but I'm not forcing everybody to pay for my theory to be taught. You think we should?
No. Don't change it again. Don't do that. I want a definition of sort and kind that we can work with to decide.
I'll tell you again for the third time. Write it down this time. Those that originally could bring forth are the same kind.
Now, how do you test that? A definition has to be something that you can test as well. You can apply things to.
If I was demanding for my theory to be taught in the schools, then I would have.
Don't do that again. Don't do that again. Stick on the topic. Kind of sort definition.
Adam, I want you to see the hypocrisy of what you are doing. You think everybody should teach evolution, don't you?
It depends where it's happening. If it's a PE class, I don't think it should be taught there.
Okay. Should all the kids in public school science classes be taught that evolution is true?
I think they should be taught its current scientific knowledge.
It's the current scientific theory, or it's current scientific fact?
Well, there are facts within evolution. A culmination of facts brings about a theory.
I see you're reluctant to answer
You're
the
trying
question.
to move away from the fact that I'm trying to get you to give me definitions that actually work. I can see that you're trying to get me away from it and try to turn it back on me. But we're not talking evolution. This is Noah's flood. We're not talking about evolution.
Okay. I'm showing the hypocrisy. I'm not asking everybody demanding everybody pay for mine to be taught, but I'll give you a definition. The Bible says they will bring forth, i.e., have babies, after their kind. Do you know of any exceptions where any animal has ever brought forth something that was not the same kind of animal?
How can I do that if you haven't given me a definition of kind? How can I give you an example of something that's changed kind if you haven't defined kind?
I'll give it to you again. If they can bring forth. Let's look at all the babies in the world today, of anything, plants or animals. Are they the same kind as their parent? Do you know of any that would be considered a different kind? What's the best example you know of?
You haven't defined kind, so how can I answer?
Well, look at the baby, look at the mama. Is this going to come out to be looking and working and functioning the same way as the mama and dad? I think it's the same kind of animal.
Not the baby's born without legs.
What now? Are there babies born that are not the same kind as the parents?
You just said if it functions the same as the mother. Well, if a baby's born without legs, then it doesn't function the same way as the mother. You haven't defined kinds. You can't ask me to give you an example of kinds, given something that's non-kind, when you haven't given me the definition of kind itself. I've been asking you for the last 10 minutes to give me just one definition, and you've failed to do it.
I've given it to you 6 times. Pay attention, son, or you're going to. Pay attention, son. You're going to flunk my class if you don't pay attention. They could originally bring forth after their kind. If they could bring forth, that's the definition. Can they bring forth? Can they produce babies? Can a pine tree and a whale make a baby? Can a pine tree and a mosquito make a baby?
Can a bearded dragon and an iguana? Can a bearded dragon and an iguana?
Iguana?
A bearded dragon and an iguana.
No, that's a good question.
How about a royal python and an anaconda?
I don't think an anaconda and a bearded dragon can make a baby.
What about royal python and a European adder?
No. There are about 60 or 80 different families within the snake category. Maybe it's more, maybe it's 100, but certainly there are not millions. I think all the snakes in the world could probably be put into 100 different kinds.
How do you know that?
I'm just picking a number for sake of the argument here. We can look it up exactly.
What gives you that number? What gives you that number? Why do you settle at 100?
Well, it's reasonable to work with. It's reasonable to work with. Do you think a snake and a elephant can bring forth a baby?
Why are you bringing an elephant into this? We're talking snakes.
I'm trying to get you to see how stupid the evolution theory is. It's retarded. And here we are all paying for this to be taught to everybody, and it's insanely stupid. It is not true. I'm defending the flood story as being reasonable. It is reasonable to believe God made animals to bring forth after their kind. Noah brought them onto the ark after their kind, and today they're still bringing forth after their kind. That is very reasonable. I think I win the debate. That was the purpose of the debate, to defend the Bible story. Show me an example where any animal brought forth something other than its kind.
So you said kind was it brings forth after its original kind. How do you find what the original is?
I've told you 7 times now, son. I think you flunk. Okay, take the class again. If they can bring forth, they are the same kind. Here's Webster's dictionary. kind, sort, variety, class, a natural group or division. Did you say, could the animals be naturally divided into division into birds and reptiles? They could be naturally divided. Could they be divided with fish? Can fish be divided away from birds? Can they be naturally divided?
Can I give you an example of a, have you ever heard of Morganucodon? Which is a...
I can't understand you. Example
it's
of what now?
Morganucodon. It is a...
I didn't hear you.
It's a reptile. Morganucodon. It might be Morganusodon.
I'm sorry, I did not hear what he said. The computer gone?
The name doesn't really matter. It is a reptile that has fur. It's got the gait of a lizard, and it's got the jaw that's halfway between lizard or reptile and mammal jaw. Is that
you have a
mammal?
A reptile with fur? Wait a minute, Adam, slow down now. You're a zoologist here. What is the name of the reptile with fur, please?
Morganucodon.
How do you spell that?
Morgan. You know, like the name Morgan.
Okay.
U-C.
U-C?
Odon. So yeah, O-D-O-N.
Morganucodon is a reptile with fur, you're telling me. I've never heard of this. I will look it up. Now, if there are some strange ones like the duck-billed platypus that we don't know where to put them, would you put the duck-billed platypus in the same kind or in the same species as anything else? Is there anything similar to a duck-billed platypus? Or is it
put it in the same species as anything else? Well, no, because it's a species unto itself.
It's a species unto itself. Very good. So we can classify animals. How do we classify animals at all? If evolution is true, there should be a blended variety from the amoeba to the whale with everything in between. Why can we even classify them at all? Noah's flood story is very reasonable to answer that. They came onto the ark after their kind. They went off after their kind. They've been making babies after their kind ever since.
Okay. How do you classify red and green?
Good question.
Take the color spectrum and classify red and green and make it distinguished.
Right. Somebody has to all the scientists have to get together and agree this frequency will be called green. If it varies too far from that, we'll have to call it something else. But there's probably a blended infinite number of colors between our 7 colors we've chosen to set as the standard: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. So indigo violet. So I think we have set standards for saying this is red, a certain frequency, but there's 10 million shades of red, and they gradually fade into the other colors. I understand.
Exactly. Gradual fade,
now,
right.
Adam,
we get back onto Noah's flood now, please.
Do we see the same blending between elephants and snakes? Where is the animal that's 96% elephant? Where is the animal 96% elephant?
If possible, I think we've strayed off topic. Could we go back to Noah's flood?
I'm just going to
You don't want to answer that question. You made up the color story about the red and green. I'm asking you, where is the animal that is 96% elephant?
If you can answer that question, Adam.
Well,
I can show you a color that's 96% green.
No, you can't.
I could show you there's a blending between green and red. I don't think you can show me a blending between snakes and elephants. I think you're making it all up. I think it's a stupid theory.
And then I'm just going to step in real quick here. So looks like you've, on your question, Adam, about kinds and related questions to that, looks like we spent a while on that. I've got some things written down from Dr. Hovind's opening presentation. We've got exactly 4 minutes for the discussion portion. Do you have any objections to anything that Dr. Hovind said in regards to the canopy, fossils, the evidence that he gave for a global flood? If we want to spend the last few minutes on those things instead of kind.
I'd like because I've only gone through like 3 of the 20 questions I've had. So if I just get some quick answers to some of the other questions. Okay. So I'm trying to get it back. So I've worked hard on these questions and I've hardly been able to get any of them.
Of course, yep. And take as much time as you need if you want to ask your question and not spend too much time, I guess, arguing on one question. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So, Kent, how long was the vessel at sea for?
The battle at sea? What is that?
Oh, no, the vessel at sea for.
Well, according to the Bible, Noah got in the ark and then a year and 2 weeks later got out of the ark. However, it says in the 7th month, it landed. It took 5 months for the earth to dry out or the water to run away or the crust of the earth to quit shaking around. So Noah was at sea for probably about 6 or 7 months.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. How did Noah account for lull and roll of the boat? Because I imagine there's probably a lot of turbulence, water turbulence. You probably got at least a sea state 8 or 9 throughout this whole thing. How do we account for lull and roll of the boat, considering that keels weren't invented until the Vikings?
Well, if you study what they have discovered in Turkey that they're claiming is indeed Noah's Ark, let's see, it's on part 3 of my story. They have found 12 giant stones. They call them drogue stones, D-R-O-G-U-E. The drogue stones apparently were held under the boat hanging by ropes. Let's see, the Ark, I don't know where that is. I have to find the slides if you watch my seminar series. But they found 12 of these rocks. They weigh about 9,000 pounds apiece. They apparently were held over the side of the boat hanging on ropes. Drogue stones, they're called. I'll show you pictures. If I had the question earlier, I'd get ready for it. But what would happen if you had rocks hanging around the boat, big rocks hanging on ropes, the wind would automatically turn you perpendicular to the waves. You don't have any roll because you're facing the waves head on. It's called a drogue stone. These have been found. They're in the museums over there in Turkey, where they have the Turkish government built a visitor center where they claim Noah's Ark is, what the remnants of it. If you watch my video number, here it is right here. Video number 3, the drogue stones, slide number 148, 148, enter. This is one of the drogue stones here. The Vikings carved crosses on them when they came through there. Not the Vikings, the Crusaders. They said, man, this is from Noah's Ark. These rocks weigh about 9,000 pounds, 4,000 kilograms. The hole in the top is larger in the center than it is at the exits on both sides. Apparently, there was a rope through there with a knot in the middle, so it can't chafe the rope and go back and forth. Ships today in the Sea of Galilee, use drogue stones to hang them over the side of the boat. During stormy weather, drop the rocks down in. It stops the roll from happening because the rocks create drag, effectively a sea anchor. Here's an example of what it might look like. If it gets really windy, the boat would be automatically turned perpendicular to the waves. You hit them head on. So there is no roll at sea with a boat with drogue stones. Simple solution. I mean, people today can figure this out. Noah was 600 when he built the boat. I'm sure he figured it out, and he did it under the instructions of God. So the answer to your question is there were probably big rocks hanging all over the boat, drogue stones, they're called, and that would prevent, there was no roll.
Okay.
Ships today.
Can I move on to my next question?
Navy, ask the Navy of your country, do they try to always hit the waves nose on? Of course they do, because you don't want the roll. So Noah didn't have to have any steering mechanism at all. The wind is going to cause the waves. Waves are always perpendicular to the wind. And so by having the side of the boat itself catch the wind, it's going to turn it perpendicular. It's going to hit them head on. There will be no such thing as roll on the Ark.
Okay. Moving on then. What was the next question? So I've mentioned water turbulence. Obviously, what would the water turbulence be like? What would be the sea state?
I didn't understand that. I speak American, not English. But what was it?
What would have been the sea state? Sea state goes 1 through 10. 1 is like the water is like a mirror. 10 is the waves are 50 feet high.
Well, that even to this day, right now, this moment, it varies from 1 to 10 all over the world. I mean, some places it's a 1, some places it's a 10 right now. So
considering the conditions of Noah's flood, what would the
there's no way to tell. I think Noah was in calm water the whole time and didn't have a problem.
Calm water, despite the fact that all this water has been displaced.
Oh, yeah. There's water when they had the earthquake in Indonesia in 2004, all the landslide underwater made a huge tidal wave that killed 250,000 people. We didn't feel a thing in Pensacola, Florida.
Wait, so you said earlier that the water was jetted so much that debris was flung into space. The entire world was flooded, and you think
right? And within an effective radius of that crack, you would get enormous problems. But see, Noah was outside of the danger zone from all those cracks.
Okay.
Prove I'm wrong.
Right. Ancient Mesopotamia would use what we now call keleks at the time of the supposed Noah's flood, which ships.
You've got 20 seconds, gentlemen. So I guess this will be your last question.
Yeah. Okay. Is it all right to just finish off this question then, despite the time limit?
Of course. Yep. Ask that question, and we'll allow Dr. Hovind to respond.
Right, okay, so the question overall is what kind of boats would be around during that era? So obviously you've got ancient Mesopotamia, they used keleks, which were ships supported by inflated animal skins. The Egyptians had only just started making boats that were able to enter the oceans, and they were made with bits of wood or papyrus, and they were tied together with rope, and all the holes were filled with reeds. How would you, in the times where this is the top of technology, the absolute top, how would you expect a boat to be at sea for over a year in, you say the seas were calm, but they wouldn't be, turbulent waters, with a wooden ship bigger than the biggest wooden ship ever built? How do you account for that?
Well, first of all, he was at sea for 7 months. I already answered that. Secondly, he was 600 years old. He'd be smart enough to think of this kind of stuff ahead of time. Thirdly, God told him how to build the boat. Fourthly, we can't prove it was in calm water or rough water. You're assuming the worst in every scenario because you don't want to believe the Bible, do you, son? You want to reject God's clear teaching of the word, and I understand that. That's your option. But worse yet, you guys want all of us to pay for that stupidness to be taught in schools. I don't think that's fair. But I think Noah's Ark story is told very clearly and succinctly in the Bible in 3 chapters, Genesis chapter 6, 7, and 8. Jesus claimed to believe it. Millions of people around the world have claimed to believe there was a worldwide flood. 330 flood legends now have been found from cultures around the world that had no connection with each other. There's certainly a lot of history about a worldwide flood. So to answer the specific questions of exactly how tall were the waves when Noah was, sailing 6 months and 3 days after the storm started, I don't know. Doesn't matter. But there are storms going on right now, probably hurricanes right now hitting Thailand or something. They're not affecting us over here. It's a big world. And it could be very reasonable for there to be really horrible waves and storms and perfectly calm outside an effective radius of that. That's simple inverse square law.
Have you ever been on a flat bottom vessel in Sea State 4?
Oh, I don't know if it was flat bottom or not. Why would you say that?
Because keels weren't invented until the Vikings.
Keels weren't invented. That's in our modern history. That's post-flood. Noah's Ark apparently did have a keel. They found it. Let me show you here.
There weren't any keels known until the Vikings, which were...
Well, that's because they're not studying Noah's Ark. They found the keel up near the mountain, Mount Ararat. This is a volcano. Mudslides and lava flows have pushed the ark down, but it tore the keel off. It was actually full of ballast stones. Noah's Ark had an effective keel because it's still there. Go over and study it in Turkey. You can go see it for yourself. There are ballast stones in it right now, and it's ripped off the bottom of the boat. The boat has slid down 17 miles from 4,000 miles of earthquakes and mud flows. So just because the Vikings finally refigured it out doesn't mean there wasn't one before that. People were 900 before the flood. I think you're stuck with the dreaming assumption that people today are smart and ancient people are stupid. That's starting with the wrong premise. Ancient people were smart. We can't build the pyramids today. We can't lift a 2,000-ton stone up in the wall of Machu Picchu. We have no way of lifting it. They knew something we don't know.
And I'm just going to stop it there, gentlemen. I think that's the perfect way to end the discussion. We're going to go right into your quick closing, Adam, just a minute or two. And then Dr. Hovind, same thing. Thanks so much for the discussion. Very engaging, a lot of fun. Audience seemed to enjoy. And then we're going to go into a really quick question and answer before this hour is up. We've got 2 questions for each of the debaters. So it'll be nice and quick. We'll start with you, Adam. You've got a couple minutes. Say what you need to say, and then we'll go on to Dr. Hovind to give his final thoughts as well.
Thank you very much. There are a lot of questions that I didn't get to go over. At various points, he tried to bring it onto evolution when I made it clear at the start. That's not what we were talking about. We were talking about Noah's flood. And every time he got cornered, he said, well, I'm not the one pushing for this to be taught in schools, which is a bogus defense. It's not even a defense. It's just trying to avoid any sort of answer. I could have gone over things such as what did Noah do about the insects? I mean, the Bible verse said that everything that was living was destroyed on the earth apart from that which was on Noah's boat. I didn't get to answer that question. What did everything eat on the ark? What did they drink? Where would this be stored? Because obviously on a boat, you'd need it to be central. You need everything to be central. Where's all this weight distributed? Did anything get sick on the ark? When Noah made the sacrifice of an animal after they landed, did he wipe out an entire species? If animals microevolved after the flood, like he says they do, and we've got the great diversity of life after the flood, what would life look like in 100 million years from now? What happened to plants if they went on the ark? Because if there was a flood that destroyed everything on Earth, surely we wouldn't have plants anymore. Why don't all animals show a genetic bottleneck at the time of the flood? It's something we simply don't see. Why were there civilizations such as the Egyptians completely unaffected by the flood? Why does the Chinese calendar start in 4717 and wasn't interrupted by the flood? What about dinosaurs? What about Tiktaalik and Morganuctedon, which I mentioned earlier? Were they on the flood? How soon after the flood, if they were on the boat, were they killed off? Were there any animals left off of the ark? Why is the last common male human ancestor estimated to be about 340,000 years old as of latest estimates, whereas it should be in the region of 4,000 something years old if we were to believe this story? And my last question would have been, why does all modern science disagree with you? I didn't get to answer any of these questions because he kept diverting and trying to place the blame on me. But I've enjoyed this. Thank you very much. My name's Adam. I hope I've done you all a good service tonight. Thank you and goodbye.
All right.
Okay, well, Adam, go ahead, Dr. Hovind. Sorry.
Okay. Adam, thank you for doing this. I've been turned down for debates about 8,000 times. Most people don't want to defend their religion in front of somebody who may be able to answer them. And by the way, every question you asked here in your last closing here, I think I can answer. And let's do this again sometime. And let me get the questions ahead of time, and I'll put a slide presentation. I answer all of them in my seminar series, which you can get from drdino.com, D-R-D-I-N-O, or you can call 855-BIG-DINO. Go to extension 1 and get my whole series of tapes for $50. It's 18 hours. After you watch it, you can return it and get your money back, minus the shipping. I don't know anybody who does that. I mean, we're trying to win the war. So all these questions get now. Adam, I guess I would have a question for you. If all these questions could be answered satisfactorily with a reasonable, logical, scientific answer, would you then say, wow, the Bible's true, I'm going to accept Jesus Christ as my Savior? Or would you go around looking for 50 more questions? If you're a hypocrite, you would keep looking for 50 more questions because you wouldn't want the truth to be known. But if you're really sincere, honest, intelligent individual, you'd say, okay, wow, there is an answer. I think I'll accept what the Bible says. I think the Bible clearly teaches there was a flood. There's no question about that. Jesus certainly believed in it. He quoted it many times. There are 350 flood legends around the world. Something had to happen for there to be a legend like that. 70% of the earth is still covered by sedimentary rock, which is flood-borne sedimentary rock. Rounded gravel worldwide. I'm in a gravel pit here. We have billions of rocks. They're rounded off. Rock tumbler, Noah's flood. The ark has been found. They've studied it. They've measured it. They've looked at it. It's made of 3 layers of laminated wood, about 4 or 5 inches thick. There are polystrata fossils found all over the world. Petrified trees standing up, connecting all these layers. We teach all those layers would form in one flood. Get a jar of water, add sand, gravel, rocks, mud, and shake it up. It'll settle into layers in seconds in your hand. Hydrologic sorting would happen because of Noah's flood. There's enough water on the earth right now to cover the earth 1.5 miles deep. It's not a question of is there enough water. During the flood, it was probably all fresh water. It's gotten saltier since then. Noah didn't have to bring water on the ark. They could drink out of the ocean. Time's up. Oh, rats. A Chinese calendar. I'll get to all of them next time, Adam. Hang in there. But remember, if I answer them all, I want you to get converted, okay?
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Hovind. Thanks so much for a great debate, gentlemen. So we're just going to go into a really, really fast-paced Q&A here. I've got 2 questions for each of the debaters. So I guess I'll start with Dr. Hovind here. The question for you is, how does Kent explain the ordering of the fossil record? For example, no whales in Cambrian layers.
Well, I would say, first place, there is no such thing as a fossil record. There are fossils, billions of them, possibly trillions. Fossils indicate rapid burial. The bones are still articulated. They didn't get dragged around by the woods, by the coyotes and the buzzards, etc. So there is no fossil record. It is us putting our interpretation on them. If there's any sorting at all, and it's not a clear sorting like they would like you to believe, I think you would generally find birds on top, because birds are the last ones to drown, and when they drown, they have hollow feathers and bones, and so they're going to float to the top. I think we generally would find clams at the bottom, because clams are already at the bottom when the flood starts, and they have solid shell, and they're heavy, and they can't run very fast. They're going to be the first ones buried. So I think if there's any sorting at all, in some areas there is sort of a sorting. It's based upon body density. It's based upon mobility or intelligence. I think if you Google what is the body density of the average reptile, you'll find it is different than the body density of the average mammal. So they're automatically going to be sorted by density. Hello, that's simple physics 101. Of course, things are sorted by density. So I think if there's any sorting at all, and it's not like they would like you to believe the fossil record and the geologic column, if there's any semblance to it, it could easily be explained by a Noah's flood. A worldwide flood would answer all of that without a question. Okay?
Thank you. I appreciate that answer, Dr. Hovind. So this question is for Adam. How does Adam explain the existence of living fossils, for example, the coelacanth and the Wollemi pine? Go ahead.
Well, when something is suitable to its environment, then there's no pressure for it to change. You see this in a lot of body forms, like fish, for example. Fish have been around for many, many years. And it's as simple as that. If there's no need to change, then there's no need to change. Sometimes things will diverse a bit and then come back into the previous environment and go back to what they were before. It's when they enter new environments or new situations that they'll start to see the change. So, of course, you're going to get some creatures that spend the vast majority of history in very, very similar environments, either because those environments are large and don't change very much, or because those environments can just shift and the animals can follow. Of course, there are different examples. For example, when you get an island splitting off, or animals landing on an island, say from the mainland, that creatures adapt much quicker because they're in different environments. That's my answer to the question.
Okay, thanks, Adam. I appreciate that. Next question, I'll just read this word for word for Dr. Hovind. The questioner in the audience asks, in the Bible, how can the first day and second day be literal days when the sun and moon were made on the fourth day and evening and morning were made on the first day?
Well, great question. If the sun disappeared right now, blew up, left the galaxy, left the universe, we could still have a 24-hour day because it's how long Earth does Earth take to spin around one time? That is a day. A day is defined as one spin of the Earth. Whether there's a sun or not doesn't matter. Now, it just so happens that half of the day, 24-hour day, is lit up. We call that day also, daylight. Half of it is dark. But it could be one spin of the Earth in relation to anything. The Earth could be spinning in relation to the pole, some star someplace, or in relation to anything. I think God purposely made the sun later in the creation week. It's only a couple days later. It's not a big deal. He purposely made the sun later so we would know not to worship it. It's just a necessary object. Oxygen's necessary too. You got to have it, but we don't worship it. Water's necessary, but we don't worship that either. So the sun is neat. I'm glad we got it up there, but it's not something we should worship. And most cultures of the world have fallen into the trap of worshiping the sun of some kind, like the atheist Aaron Ra, the sun god, he calls himself. So I think God made it later just so we'd know not to be so stupid as to worship the sun.
Awesome. I appreciate that, Dr. Hovind. So we got the final question here for Adam. Adam, the question is, how does Adam explain the sediment layers and that we see quick or no erosion between layers and we see complete rock layer sequences deposited rapidly in abrupt succession? Go ahead, Adam. Oh, did you get that, Adam? Are you on mute?
Sorry, I was on mute. I was just in the middle of saying I am not a geologist. I have no idea. I don't know how rocks work. I do not know how rocks work. So if I said anything, it would be ignorant. Born of ignorance.
Okay, I can allow a quick last response.
Can I say
Dr. Hovind there if you'd like, and then we can.
Can I say something about his previous response then, if he gets something?
Sure. If Dr. Hovind wants to respond to that one real quick, and then you can do a quick response to Dr. Hovind's question, and then we'll call it a day, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think sediment layers are very easy to explain by a worldwide flood in the days of Noah. You can make sediment layers, we make it in a jar in a matter of seconds. I can show it. It can watch it happen. So that's real science. Science is things we can observe, study, and test and demonstrate. I think we can demonstrate with a scientific experiment that animals would automatically sort themselves, dead animals, based on body density, habitat mobility, etc., and that sediment layers can be formed rapidly. There's a video called Experiments in Stratification where they show sediment layers, 10 or 15 at a time, being deposited horizontally. The atheists are saying the layers on top are younger than the ones on the bottom. I say, you got to be kidding. If this one's younger, did it come from outer space? How can any layer possibly be younger than any other layer unless it came from outer space? All the layers are the same age. They were just reshuffled at the time of Noah's flood, but they don't want to believe in the flood. Peter hit it right on the head. They're willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood because it represents the judgment of God. So I don't think there's no such thing as a fossil record. The sediment layers all formed during Noah's flood. They're all the same age. And petrified trees in the vertical position are proof of that. And I show that some other time. Go ahead.
I just want a quick word on your density decides where something lands in the layers. I looked up earlier today spiders, and you have Sicariidae, which is found in the Neogene strata, which is some of the top layers of rocks. You also get spiders Aterocopus, found in Devonian strata, which are much, much further down. This alone is a clear contradiction to your idea that everything is sorted by density, because they're both spiders.
Well, I can answer that very simply. During the flood, there would be areas that would be inundated for a while, and then if the crust of the earth flexes up and down, like it would normally, then that layer may be up and exposed and dry out, and then it goes down, and new layers are put on top. If all of the strata were formed at the same time, you would be correct. I said all of the strata were formed in the same flood. That flood could deposit things where you'd get the denser object stuck in the top because it was during the last part of the flood that it finally got settled there. I think it's very easy to explain how things could be out of order based upon a flood lasting a year and the crust of the earth flexing up and down. So right here in our gravel pit, we have 5 layers of gravel, clay, gravel, clay, gravel, clay. You guys saw them today. That would be formed by each tide. Each tide coming in would form a layer of gravel. And then when during high tide, when it sits still, small stuff settles out and makes a layer of clay. You can Google stratification, and you'll see it all over the world. Let's see, 264. We have the little thing made out of sand right here. You flip it over, and it makes multiple layers in a matter of a minute. This doesn't take a long time. These little sand toys, you can buy them at, I don't know if you have Walmart in England, but they make multiple strata very rapidly. So there's no such thing as a geologic column. It's one of the dumbest ideas we've ever taught to kids. I taught earth science 15 years. There is no geologic column. The stratification would be because of Noah's flood, and there may end up being some layers on top, just like these 2 densities of sand, blue and yellow, blue and white. They're going to sort into multiple layers. Here, the black and the white are different densities, but it doesn't just all be black at the bottom and white on top. It has to do with how the water moves around. Okay.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for that response, Dr. Hovind. Awesome Q&A, guys. The debate was very enjoyable. I want to thank you both for giving us your time. I know you guys are very busy. So as usual, it was a blast, guys. If you want to say some final words, if you want to promote your channels or whatever, and then we'll call it a day.
Yeah, go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, where do I find this recording? It's not on YouTube, is it?
Yes. Adam, it will be. This debate will be uploaded on my channel, Standing for Truth, probably in the next 30 minutes or so. So I can send you the link.
Adam, are you talking about this debate we just did? It'll be on his channel and our channel, Dr. Kent Hovind Official. But the Experiments in Stratification is called Experiments in Stratification. It was done at the Navy flumes in Colorado, where they test stratification so they can know where to hide their submarines and stuff. Experiments in Stratification.
Okay. I just want to say thank you, Kent. Thank you, Standing, and thank you, Praise. It's been enjoyable, and I hope you'll have a tremendous evening.
Well, thank you for doing this, Adam, and I hope you have a tremendous eternity. I hope you get all this straightened out and accept Jesus Christ as your Savior, because the Bible is true. And not only, the Bible says the scoffers are ignorant of the creation and the flood, they're ignorant of the coming judgment. And there's a judgment coming, whether you believe it or not. I'm trying to help you get ready for that. So Jesus died on the cross to pay for your sins, and if you'll accept his payment, he'll move inside and make a whole new person out of you. It's wonderful. Come visit Dinosaur Adventureland, Adam. I'll give you a tour, show you around the place, and we'll get you converted.
If you could pay for the flight, that would be lovely.
Yeah, do that. You get here and we'll feed you and house you.
Amen, Dr. Hovind. Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen. Praise, if you want to have a final word there and shut her down, brother.
Yeah, this was awesome. I appreciate Dr. Hovind coming on, and Adam. It was a pleasure for me, and I would like to do this more often. these type of debates are really interesting and fascinating. So I want to say thanks to everyone coming in here and participating in the chat. And I want to say God bless and see you later.
For all those who appreciate the work that we're doing here on Standing for Truth, please hit that subscribe button because we are just getting started.